We go on, we remember. Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome to our official NBA Draft Livestream. My name is Andrew, for those who don't know me. That's Jeremy, for those who don't know him. Um, Jeremy, did you enjoy that walk down memory lane in the new slideshow we have at the beginning?
Yeah, it was like a cemetery, but in
Yes.
picture form. It's
Yes.
great.
That's why they're
Just
all in black and white. They're
yep.
bad memories of the past.
Hey, some of them were good. Got Obi and Quickly in
That's
there.
true. I did try to include like Mitch's in there technically
hmm
next to, our
But you
dearly
should have
departed
you should
Kevin
have had
Knox.
it where it's like you're tearing the picture in half, like when there's a messy divorce in the tabloids and it's
Uh-huh.
Knox on one side and Mitch on the other. Maybe Knox's face is crossed out. Be a lot. You'd have to draw a very big line to cross it out or X. But yeah, that's what it's like.
So John will be here in a second. We're gonna get Benji in here in a second too. Benji, if you can hear me, just wave your hands and then I'll add you. Okay, he can hear me. All right. Benji, you've been added to the stage.
Hey,
What up, boy?
what's up, folks?
Ooh.
Yo, this fan base. Okay. Super chat's rolling in. So give me a second. I'm gonna read a bunch. Again, like, subscribe, please. You're gonna be here for a while. We have alerts on, so when we find out picks and stuff, although John just tweeted something. Presuming Daniels and Matherin go off the board at 6 and 7, Jang to New Orleans at 8, sets up San Antonio, an interesting spot. If they go Sochan, or Sohan, I was right the first time, or someone expected, Sharp or Davis fall to New York, which the Knicks would presumably love. Okay. So get John on alerts if you don't have him on alerts. There you go. Okay. Ryan Huang with the first super chat tonight. Unlucky number 4. Bring him home, baby. Benji, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I don't remember a wider variety of things that could happen on draft night for the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like they could be drafting early, late, the same. We don't really know what they're going to do. And that's exciting. That's exciting.
Yeah. There's some legitimate tension tonight, which I know I haven't had in a while for the draft, Even last year with the will they trade up or out? Or will they trade like up to with the 19 and 21, and then as the picks keep going, it's like, all right, I guess we're sticking at 19. Oh, we're not at 19. We're gonna end up going to 25. Oh, that other pick's not even gonna be there. Great. Okay. But yeah, this could get exciting. This could also get very boring and low key depressing. The
What
next,
would be the depressing? What would be the depressing?
if they just trade
uh,
11 from Malcolm Brogdon.
I
I
don't
know
believe
you
it's gonna
like. I
happen.
know you like Malcolm Brogdon. Trading a first round pick for him with like getting nothing else back. I would not be a fan of.
I agree.
Yeah, it's strictly a value
It's a
thing.
bad. It's not. It's a premature move. I
Yeah.
think. You're getting an injury prone, older, relatively player to join a core that the focus for which should be on the younger end. I do like Malcolm Brogdon, the player, and I think that there is sometimes a tendency to conflate whether it's a good move for the Knicks and his qualities as a basketball player. Like he's a really good basketball player that would help any team, let alone the Knicks, who could use that kind of size at the point and can use just all around skill that he possesses. But I agree with you that it is not that is not the right time for that move, and it's the 11th pick is probably too good an asset to move for Brogdon.
Yeah, it's strictly a value play. Jeremy, what are your thoughts?
I think that if Brogdon gets moved tonight, it's because the Wizards are willing to give up way too much. If the Knicks went after Brogdon, it would also kill Jalen Brunson's market entirely, which would then impact Leon Rose's son Sam Rose's commission from getting the next contract. So,
Oh wow. Okay.
no, but even still, I just don't think there's going to be a decision on it tonight unless the Pacers just get the type of return that they're looking for. And it seems to be a large return. We know that because all we hear about is that Malcolm Brogdon and Miles Turner are available. I don't know if you guys actually know this, but Malcolm Brogdon and Miles Turner are on the block. They are totally available.
No
The price
way.
is really high though.
Bet.
So
Hi,
yeah,
everybody.
we'll see. But yeah, I'm not as worried. And 4 is my lucky number, Ryan. So I'm feeling all right.
Did the Knicks salary dump Kemba yet to Memphis? I wonder if Kemba's going to rent in Memphis. Is he going to get a hotel room? Is he going to do maybe an Airbnb? Nice Airbnb. What do you think?
I'm sure he'll
Curious.
enjoy not being in New York is the key point. I mean, he probably hasn't been in New York since the All-Star break. Matt, Aussie Knicks fan. Yes, sir. I think, well, I'm not going to pretend to or try to do an Aussie accent while I say yes, sir.
Makes
so
two
I'll
of
say
us.
it like I'm from New York. Let's go get Ivy, baby. How excited versus pessimistic are we for what moves the Knicks are about to make? John, first of all, welcome to the stream.
Hi.
How excited versus pessimistic are you?
Oh, they're not getting Ivy. I mean, look, something could change. My understanding is they really love, like, it's not just noise. They really like Ivy. Like, they really, really like him. And Ivy wants to be a Knick. I don't think he tried to hide that in his media availability the other day. Or if he did try to hide it, he didn't do a very good job of it. And if this were a crappy Netflix rom-com, Jaden Ivey would end the night as a Knick, and everybody would be happy. After much stress beforehand, but my understanding is at least as of this moment is that they made their offer to Sacramento. The ball is in Sacramento's court. I don't know. Does that mean that the Knicks? That's it. They're not going to up their offer. I don't know. Are they are they waiting for Sacramento? My understanding is they're waiting for Sacramento to call them. That's where my understanding. And the expectation is that absent the phone call, they're not getting Ivy. I don't really know what else to say other than that. Hope I'm wrong. I really want him. I think they want him, but I don't. I think they made their best offer, and I don't know what that is. Just to be very clear, I have no idea what their best offer is. But I'll trust Ian Begley's reporting because Ian is never wrong, and say that I think they did offer a future pick. And I don't know if it's 2023. I don't know if it's 2024. I don't know if it's top 5 protected. I don't know if it's top 4 protected. I don't know if it's, but they offered a good future pick. And then, yeah, We'll see what happens.
Benji, we haven't really heard from you on what you thought. What do you think the Jaden Ivey news looks like? Do you want the Knicks to trade for Jaden Ivey? Do you like Jaden Ivey? Have you done any homework on Jaden Ivey?
Yeah, I've done not the deep dives that I wish I would have been able to do, but certainly been watching film on him over the course of the year, and then a little bit more as the draft game approached. Yes, I think you bet on that kind of elite 1% athleticism. It's special. In the Knicks context, I think that is something that they are severely lacking from the guard position. Is the RJ gets to the rim. It's not that he doesn't get to the rim, but the athletic explosion, the ability to finish at the rim at a really high rate, something the Knicks don't have at least from the guard position. So yeah, if they could do it, and I think that's kind of been consistent with what the reporting is. That if they're putting their best foot forward, they're dealing with not the most rational actor. Who the hell knows what the Kings are going to do?
I think that's the part that's making this all complicated. Is like, what are I don't know that anybody has a really good read. Like, we saw the report today or yesterday that Vivek Ranadive really loves Keegan Murray, who is thought to be the next best prospect after Ivy. It sure seems like they're, setting up to end up with Murray, but I don't how does that work? If does that rule out a trade down to the 11? Because then obviously you're not getting Murray. Are you just going to take Murray at 4? Are you going to try to trade down with the Pistons, or are the Pistons going to call your bluff and just say, okay, take who you're going to take, and we'll take whoever's left over? I don't know, but I thought that's a good point, Benji.
Jeremy, where are you on this at this point?
Just get him.
Just go get him.
Just get for Christ's sake,
we're all in agreement, right?
Of course we are, but it's just it's just all this talk of hey, he seems like a great prospect. Okay, cool. The Knicks have a ton of assets that they have at their disposal. They can go get him. The question is it enough? But to me, it feels like a no-brainer. Do it. You're probably going to be a better team next year than you were this year, so your pick is going to be worse next year. And if you haven't traded the Mavs pick away, then that's great, but we're going to have the same conversation a year from now about should the Knicks consolidate and move up. And even though the 2023 class is supposed to be loaded, which is great, it's probably just as easy to get from where we're at now to 4 than where the Knicks will be next year to trade up into the top 10. So just get them. That's how I feel. Also, interesting fact, I feel like as news comes trickling in, we should just probably say it.
Go ahead.
We can. So a couple things. Number one, Kyrie looks like he's going to opt in and then seek a trade, which would be fascinating. That's from Shams.
You mean he didn't want to go play in Detroit?
No, but I think it'd be hilarious if he opted in and then the Nets said, all right, we'll trade you where you want to go, and then sent him to a place like Detroit. But the second thing is Woj is now saying that Paolo Banchero is very much in the conversation for number 1, which to me, and we'll see, this could very easily change, this is Woj's way of saying, hey, this is the number 1 pick, but I can't say who the number 1 pick is because I am legally contracted with the fact that I work for Disney. The draft is on ABC, or ESPN, which is owned by Disney. I can't say it. He's in heavy consideration. So if that's the case, it's Banchero 1, probably Chet 2, and then Jabari going 3, I would imagine. And then it just total chaos.
He tweeted earlier today, literally, it's been pretty much set in stone or something to that effect. That number 1 is Jabari, 2 is Chet, 3 is, right?
Yeah.
So,
we also just saw
that's it.
But this is the thing. He did this with the Nets. He's potentially doing this today. He's doing it again with Kevin Durant. The whole thing. He may not seek a trade. It's very frustrating because I don't think everything is said necessarily in good faith. It's not just for him. It's just generally that there's situations where there are agendas at play. There are sourcing. You want to take care of the people that are feeding you information. And so sometimes it's hard to discern what is the truth and what is being told to us as truth. And I'm very curious as to how tonight shakes out, because if it is Banchero, even though after Woj is saying it's Jabari through and through, and then turning a little bit more towards Banchero and now kind of going further into it, it's just it's hard to know what's real and what isn't.
Am I in the minority? I don't really care that much if like it's
Top
Banchero.
three, yeah.
Right?
It's
Anything
Well,
top
for that,
three, I
yeah,
don't
no.
care. Yeah.
Although I'd prefer to not. I think Banchero is great. I'd rather have him in the Western Conference than I would in the Eastern Conference. That's my only thing, but we'll worry about that.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I guess the only real wild card would be if OKC had the like wanted to take Jabari, right, instead of
Ivy.
Well, I mean but that could happen. Like what happens at the top pick won't affect that. If they want to take Ivy, they'll take Ivy. Detroit is having ongoing conversations, according to Jake Fisher of Bleacher Report, who's been pretty spot on this whole time, to find a second lottery pick in tonight's NBA draft. Rival executives believe Memphis center Jalen DUREN is the Pistons' primary target.
So just a guess there, because
Yeah.
there's talk of Hayward and the amount of money that they have, and they can take on his salary. That's how they could
Yeah.
potentially get to 13. The question is, will
Take on Hayward.
DUREN be on the board at 13? Maybe not. Probably not.
So I think it's interesting because I'm curious what you think about this, Jeremy. I buy the Memphis noise. I checked in on it after, I think it was KFC who initially reported it. I checked in on it, and while I can't sit here and be like, yeah, they're definitely going to do that trade or not do the trade or whatever, I think there's legitimate noise there. You know draft history as well as I do, and 11 for 22 and 29 is shit. 11 for 22 and 29, and like honestly, even like a 2023 lotto protected pick is not, I don't want to say it's shit. It's 3 firsts for 1, but it's kind of shit, you know? Right? Am I wrong? Do you disagree?
I actually tweeted exactly that. Like for
Right,
for the needle to be moved, it's 11 for 22, 29, and a lottery protected 2023 pick. 29. Like if you're the Knicks, you're not drafting a player. You're not drafting a player at 22 and 29, both of whom would basically be in the rotation on the team this year. If anything, you're taking 22, and then you are saying, hey, for 29, we'll do a draft and stash. Or, hey, we'll trade down and do exactly what we did last year when we had the 32nd pick and got 34 and 36. And one of them was a draft and stash in Jacobaitis. To me, it would be just getting too cute with it. You know, even if you're also sending out KEMBA's salary, for example, I understand it a little bit more. But here's the thing. You have to get the same amount of value with those 3 picks this year, next year, or whatever, as you would have with the 11th pick. And as we've talked about before, the picks, the players taken, 10, 11, 12, where the team then trades down, those players more often than not have been better than the hauls that have been taken. That's where quality trumps quantity, as it often does in the NBA. So it really depends on what it would be. If you told me, hey, the Knicks are going in on trading up next year for some really good prospect, I'd say great. I'd also say, why not just do that now when they clearly like Jaden Ivey. Jaden Ivey likes them. Make it worth Sacramento's while. If that's what it takes, then so be it. So I don't think I'd like the Memphis trade at all.
The only thing I could see, because Memphis does own a top 4 protected Warriors pick in 2024. You could see them agreeing to something where it's like the better of Golden State's or Memphis's 2024 pick with very, very light protections on the Memphis pick. Would Memphis do that? I don't know. Should the Knicks do that? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what Golden State's going to look like in 2 years? Who knows what Memphis is going to look like in 2 years? Memphis is going to be pretty good in 2 years, unless barring injury. Anyway, we don't have to talk about this anymore until it happens. Let's go back to
Jake Fisher. DUREN was scheduled to visit the Hornets on Sunday, but canceled his workout. Sounds like he canceled it because he's going higher than 13.
I just got the same alert. Although because John retweeted it. I guess I should put Jake Fisher on alerts for tonight.
Yep. I'd say for those of you who are listening, watching, alerts, recommendations, Woj, Shams, Stein, Fisher, and then someone else who's been aggregating really well, is Evan Sideri. He's
Yes.
been really good. And,
Keyword aggregating.
but
he admits
He's
it.
doing a good
he
job.
does
He's
it,
doing
but
a
it's-
good
it's-
job.
listen, we
job.
can't be everywhere at once. He
Oh, no,
streamlines
the
it
best
nicely,
part
gets credit.
is-
It's good.
KFS's origins are Mr. Jeffrey Below and aggregating everything Knicks, which is why I'm not as frustrated, Schwinn, by what he's doing. I'm actually like very impressed by what he's doing more than anything else.
So just let's go back to DUREN for a second because I really wish I hadn't, but it's another name I heard when I was trying to do my due diligence earlier today in regards to the Knicks. I think at this point, so for this, let's like set the stage. So top 3 picks, top 5 picks. I think even like we could go so far as to say the top 7 picks. Is there a chance one of the top 7 falls? Sure. There's always a crazy shit happens. But as of now, I am personally operating under the assumption that the first 7 picks in some order are going to be Jabari, Chet, Paolo, Jaden Ivey, Keegan Murray, Daniels, and Mathurin. Maybe Sharp, right? Possibly jumps in there if somebody's in love with Sharp. But that's about it. We got the Ousmane Dieng rumor, which Mark Stein tweeted out a little bit ago, but I think that's been out there because on the putback earlier today, that was brought up as well, possibility of Dieng going 8th. So at that point, the best players on the board are going to be Sharp, Davis, and then that's where it gets crazy because that's why everybody has AJ Griffin slotted to the Knicks. If they're scared of his medicals, or if teams are going to be scared of his medicals, we're going to find out very soon how scared teams are of AJ Griffin's medicals. Then who's like the next safest pick on the board? I mean, Sohan, another fellow Jeremy. I don't know. Do you like him because of that reason?
Same name. It's great.
It's great. Something
Perfect. Do you like Johnny Davis as a result?
Yeah, I do.
Cohen's in the draft this year.
No
That's a shame.
Cohen's.
We need
feel
more
absolutely
Cohens in the
robbed.
NBA.
There is a Ben. There is a Ben.
Like, we've all been assuming that Jalen Duren and Mark Williams are like everybody's been asking, like, when are the centers going to go? It's I think one of the big questions of the draft. I could see the Knicks spot in the draft being a spot where another team who wants Jalen Duren feels like they need to trade to get to, right? That would not surprise me. I guess that was the thought process I just wanted to get out. We'll see if it actually comes to fruition.
Well, what if Duren goes to the Spurs, for example?
Not
he's-
crazy at all.
Like,
That's possible.
That's 9, and then so if you're the Pistons, if you love him, do you take him at 5?
Oh, that
Like,
Jesus Christ.
but that's the thing. If you feel like you can't get from say 13 to whatever, what's your move? I don't know. And now the Blazers to me are the biggest wild card because they still have the 7th pick. They can trade down. They can trade out. I know obviously there are rumors of OG Anunoby.
Yeah.
That probably comes to a head tonight with OG. If it doesn't, you'd have to think someone like Utah is probably in the lead for him if Portland doesn't get him. So it to me, they could do a lot of things, and they're probably, I still see Portland as the best stepping stone for a team like the Knicks, where if the Kings don't want to slide or the Pistons don't want to slide all the way down and want to recoup some assets, they're a nice middle ground to be on where they can still potentially get their guy and get assets to boot.
Yeah. No, I agree with that, man. I think it's gonna be a crazy night. By the way, is anybody surprised John Collins hasn't been traded yet?
Not really. It's calm before the storm.
Calm before the storm.
Calm before the storm.
Should I put the draft on my television? Is anybody else having the draft on their television?
So Jeremy and I agreed to do second screen. If you want to put it on your television, go ahead.
Well, Woj
do I
is
even
doing
need
it
to?
again,
Because
by
we
the
just
way.
got news that
Yeah. Like I think the only time I'm gonna actually watch it is if the Knicks are picking and I know they're picking at that time. Otherwise, it's who cares?
So can we call this? Banchero's going 1.
Yeah. What's someone in the chat said he's now minus 650 to go.
Well, we'll just
okay, let me rephrase it. Someone before that tweet,
Yes, okay.
maybe like 2 minutes ago, said minus 650. Speaking of the chat, let me catch up on super chats before we get too far behind tonight. Kevin Danishevsky will be at a bar near UPenn, stoked to inform everyone there that Alec Burks is actually a good NBA player misused when we flip him for 23 and green. Hashtag manifest. Think you'll find no bigger fans of the Alec Burks is actually a useful player hive or agenda than here at KFS.
Didn't I invent that hive? Can I get some credit for that?
You
hive?
get credit for that. Okay.
Nothing else.
Nothing else. From Jay Bago, very big supporter of us and big supporter of Chris's lately with Draft Class and obviously Dream. I just want to say I love you all and continue doing an amazing job. We love you.
Thank you,
Jay Bago. Thank you for the kind words. This is Mello from Toronto. My guys, imagine being a Nets fan. Can we just...
Oh, wow.
Tonight might be a very rough night for Knicks fans, or even a disappointing night for Knicks fans.
Why are you saying that?
Hold on. I said might. Okay. I
love the feistiness for Ben.
I love it, Benji.
I love it.
I'm with Benji. We got to get this out of here.
Okay. Let me get the whole sentence out, please.
All right.
Can we take the next 10 seconds and just laugh at the Nets?
Yeah.
That's a hearty laugh.
The city's under new management.
You know what's cool? You know what's cool now?
What's
is
cool?
to want to be somewhere the fuck else. That's
yeah,
what's cool now.
Apparently the Knicks aren't cool. And guess what? Apparently neither is playing basketball games for the Brooklyn Nets. Oh my gosh. Okay. CT Pittman. Just want to shout out Jeremy and the Cream series. Masterful piece of work. You've been doing a great job, Jeremy.
Thank you, Adrian. And thank
yes.
you, CT. Really appreciate
into
that.
Jesse Cook. Is Jeremy's mind already buzzing for cap or no cap the DeJounte Murray plan?
Not happening. I'm probably not doing DeJounte Murray, cap or no cap.
Good.
Just going to be upfront about it. He's a good player, really good player. I know a lot of fans love him a little bit more than I think I do. The problem is the cost to get him will far exceed his actual value, and I don't think the Knicks are going to be that eager to do it. I understand why he's of interest, the age, the abilities. I get all that. It just seems like
where are these rumors coming from, Jeremy? Like, why would the Spurs want to move? I don't even understand the impetus.
So the Spurs, in classic fashion, blowing up my potential Randall trade, which again I didn't think was going to happen, but now definitely.
It's a great idea, though.
Well, hey, if they want Collins back, I mean it's not too far off from wanting Randall in return for something. But yeah, it came about. I think it was Fisher. I think also the Athletic was able to pick up on that as well. But the mindset that the Spurs are looking for a Drew Holiday type return for DeJounte Murray. I mean, he's on an incredible contract thanks to his ACL tear where he took a really cheap extension. And it's 2 more years, like 16, 17 million bucks. And, like if you're like Atlanta, Minnesota, it makes a lot of sense to maybe go get someone like him. But I think the reason that those teams are benefiting from that idea is they have what should be consistent all NBA guys. The reason I say consistent, even though Cat was just named to one, I don't necessarily think Julius is going to get back there. So it's a little too rich for my blood. No DeJounte Murray, cap or no cap. I'm sorry.
If I was Minnesota, I'm not sure if there's something I wouldn't give up to get DeJounte Murray and pair him with Anthony Edwards and Cat. But I don't even know. Because, like, if you get that dude, like, what's the value? I mean, maybe some distant firsts are going to be worth something because who the hell knows? No one's the historical track record of players wanting to spend their entire careers as Minnesota in Minnesota is not, very hefty. But yeah. Anyway, what's next, Andrew?
Frank Corona Jr. I know it's risky, but Sharp is the only thing that would help me get over not getting Ivy.
The mystery box. Get me the mystery box.
Yes.
I don't want the boat. Keep your boat.
Yes.
Owning a
It
boat
be
sucks.
a boat. We'll take the boat.
Can I allow me to shift the perspective for a second? Ivy's great. I really like him also. It's not a disaster if they don't move up to the 4th pick and get it would be great if they did it, but I think I feel the spirit of Knicks drafts past in the questions that are being asked and the way it's being framed. Like, the Knicks are in a good spot. The Knicks have a lot of young talent. They could cash it in if the right deal comes about. It seems like they've put their best foot forward with Jaden Ivey. So they're thinking in the right ways. If they add another good young player, whoever it is, and there's a bunch of good young players out there at 11, if they stay where they are, that's good too. They're just adding to the pot. And at some point, if it's not Jaden Ivey now, it'll be somebody later that they can cash it in. But like, let's take a deep breath, Knicks Nation. We're in a good spot. This is good. We're good.
It is. And can I offer a counterpoint?
Yes.
I think depending on how the draft shakes out, big, massive caveat with giant blinking red lights, I think the Knicks may feel like there is a drop-off that begins right before they pick. Obviously, whether there actually is a drop-off right before where they pick is, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. But for their needs and what they like, I am suspicious that may be the case. And if that is the case, it is in their nature to want to not. They will not pick just because it's their pick. They're going to look to maximize what they deem to be, as they should. They should look to maximize their value. The value of whatever they do tonight. I hope it's a real maximization of value, I guess, would be the only way I could put it.
Yeah,
Agreed.
I'm with you. I'm not saying I think there are players at 11 that are good to, I would say, good prospects. I think if they feel like there's that huge drop off and they feel like trading back is the move to accumulate more assets, again, consolidation's coming at some point. They have a bunch of young players. So I'm okay with that. It's just building the chest in a different way. I don't think it's necessarily bad. There's a lot of shine around draft picks, and I get it. But ultimately, the Knicks are working with, thankfully, they've drafted really well the last 2 years, and they have built up some of a nice accumulation of assets. So it might not, maybe the 11th pick isn't the greatest thing in the world if they stay there, but I just feel like it's a good position. It's like they're sitting on a good position, and they're one way or another they're going to improve to where they're at now, unless they do something dumb, which is what we discussed earlier. But I
don't think they will. I guess I think we probably say this every year. It's going to be tough for me personally to look at this night, unless they go get Ivy, which is, again, I don't think it's going to happen. It's going to be tough for me to look at this night in a vacuum, because inevitably they're going to make their pick, and then the next question is going to be like, okay, well, what is the roster going to look like that this player is going to be going and playing for? And that's something we won't know until probably won't know until a week from now. But you never know. Maybe we'll know a little bit more about that tonight.
We also benefit from hindsight, where in past drafts where, that 11 to 15 or so stretch, there's often at least a player there. And the players that we think, well, how could they have fallen to 11, 12, whatever? Well, they did. The Knicks will have an opportunity to get someone who is a really good player. It's up to them to find that player, and it should be at 11. And if it's not at 11 because they traded down, then they just need to make sure that what they could have gotten at 11 is worse than what they got where they've traded down and the assets they've picked up.
Yep. You want to get some more super chats, Andrew?
Let's do it. I dig Benji's vibe, by the way.
I do too. We need it. We need it
tonight. Okay. Adam Silver's at the podium, by the way, given the introduction and pleasantries.
Dumbass State Farm sound.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Jessica Clarice Elsner. So happy Ben is here as well. I'm not sure what to expect tonight, but hoping for the best. Cheers, everyone, and to all in the chat. Fingers, Robert Crossed.
Oh, I like that.
That's
like that.
great.
That's a bar.
That's a bar.
You're spitting tonight. There you go. From Lucas, J Mac, Mr. Claudio, and Cream Cohen. You dig that, Jeremy?
Nope.
Thank you. Okay. Asked and answered. Aussie Knicks fan, you guys are my favorite. Now you might have to take the nickname, Jeremy. Are his favorite content creators on YouTube. Let's trade up for Ivy, baby. It's time to cash in. Love that energy. And I'll hopefully Cream Cohen likes it too. That's the last time, I promise. It's the last time, I promise.
I was cold. Call it ice cream.
That's not gonna be the last time you hear Cream Cohen. I'll tell you that right now.
Another one from Melo, from Toronto, not from the former Nick. Did you guys see on the radio show this morning? Ian Bagley predicted IVEY being the starting point guard for the Knicks. I did not see this. I detached myself all day so that way I wouldn't have to see stuff all day.
I heard it, but then he went back on that when he went on the putback with me earlier today, and he predicted they stay.
He prefaced by saying it was more just opinion as opposed to sourced fact. So we'll see.
We'll see. From Dom Cappuccini, if we get IVEY, are the Knicks still operating on a mindset that we want to improve from last year? I find it interesting the contrast between getting IVEY as opposed to Jalen, Kyrie, or even Brogdon.
I mean, I think that if they actually did it, and again, I'm operating under the assumption that they don't, I think it would be absolutely fascinating because he's a player that, I mean, you're drafting him to put the ball in his hands a lot. And whether that means you're playing him at point guard, you're playing him at 2, you play him at fucking 5, I don't really care. You need to put the ball in his hands a lot and let him go through the mistakes that every rookie guard goes through. And that makes it tougher to win games when you do that. So I think that and just to be very clear, I don't think that is any part of the calculation in terms of like whether they're able to trade up for him or not. I think they're trying very hard, and they'll figure out the rest later.
Okay. Brian Benjamin, contribution to Super Chat. Good luck to us all. Love you guys. Love you, Brian Benjamin, and good luck to us all indeed. And then Dom Cappuccini again. I hear Chet's stock dropping. I know all signs point to Mitch, but if Chet is still there at 11, do they dare pass up?
If he's there at
man.
11,
Listen.
no, but also, why is he there at 11? Is it a Laramie Tunsil situation with Andrew? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Laramie Tunsil. Why does that name ring a bell?
That's go ahead, Jeremy.
His stock dropped because there was a leaked photo of him in a gas mask with a bong.
The bong guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think for Chet, he'd have to be, because now we're much more cool with weed.
Carefully.
Chet would have to be on, I don't know, black tar heroin for that.
We
to
would
be the
have
case.
to find out where he was on January 6th.
Oh my god.
That would have to be the extent to which
I thought you were
a guy that we thought were going number 1 all of a sudden falls to 11. We have to find out something very detrimental about his character.
I think I actually saw him hoisting people up.
Yes,
literally. Because he's so tall. Like, they were using him as a ladder.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to find out where he was on November 22nd, 1963, but that's probably a little bit
that's another historical thing that happened.
And we just got it from Woj.
Yeah, officially.
Yep.
So Paolo Banchero is the first pick in the NBA draft.
Wow.
Yes.
Can we just take a second to
React?
marvel
Yeah,
at the fact that, like, Magic
played that beautifully. Like, we've been hearing Jabari Smith, Chet, Jabari, Chet, Paolo.
I'm gonna need an oral history from someone, or just a write-up on the last several days, and specifically as involved with the betting markets, and whether anybody like profited ridiculously from this happening. I would read that piece.
The idea that like Woj is, the way the tweets are, is like he has emerged as a favorite. Like, or if Orlando actually took until 3 seconds before the draft to make this decision, that is problematic. Like, you've been sitting with these 3 guys for a very long time. I don't think Woj is telling the truth, that like, or that it's that he's reflecting the reality here. That they've been pushing, they've been arguing for 3 straight weeks, and they just came to a decision 3 seconds before the draft. That's insane.
So, shit. Okay, Haynes got this. Good job, Chris Haynes. Wow. Jabari Smith going 2 to the Thunder.
Whoa.
You know what this is, John? This is Draft Day, that movie I love. Yeah. Bo Callahan is dropping everybody.
You know, it's funny. I was watching that scene before this to hype me up.
Vontae Mack, no matter
what.
John, Jaden Ivey, no matter what.
I do want to read the Fisher tweet from 6 minutes ago. The sense among Paolo Banchero's camp after calls with Orlando personnel on Wednesday was generally split. So this is yesterday. Sources said on if the Magic were serious or just conducting due diligence. Ben, it seems as if they really Did not know until today.
Doesn't that strike you as odd and like sort of concerning?
It's if I was if I was
Wait,
Oh, we have conflicting information.
What is
Haynes
going? What
versus
is
Woj. Chet
Woj.
going to, but Haynes says it's Jabari.
Hold on, I have to make sure my door is shut so I don't wake up the rest of the apartment. I'll be right back.
So for
No,
those
they need
who-
to see history, John.
those who are listening and not watching along with us, so Chris Haynes tweeted out a couple seconds ago or a minute ago that Jabari Smith will be the 2 pick. It's OKC, and now Woj just tweeted out that Chet Holmgren will be the number 2 pick.
You know what we should do? You know what they should all do is they should just wait until the guy gets up and announces the pick.
Yes, that's how it used
This
to.
is
Yeah.
insane.
It'd be great if we could do that, but we
Wait,
can't
hold on.
anymore.
This has never happened before, at least as far as I.
This
I
makes
need
no
Shams.
sense.
I need Shams to tweet out that Ivy's the pick at 2.
This is the most unnecessary middleman in the history of the world.
Yes.
We have someone tweeting 10 seconds before the guy actually gets up and says who the pick is, and they're conflicting reports.
Yes, but
crazy.
now we have no idea who the pick is, and it adds more drama.
I wonder.
We didn't know before.
I know.
I wonder if they will, because I know they changed the rules a few years ago in terms of like they had to couch the language, right?
only for Woj.
Only for Woj. Yeah, Shams
Also,
doesn't have to
Haynes,
do anything.
Haynes deleted the tweet, so
Oh. All right, so it's Chet.
That's a bad beat.
We have a source off, and Woj won.
I didn't realize there was a silent L in Haynes. Crazy.
Huh?
Chris.
'Cause he took the L.
Oh,
because he took the
yeah.
L.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well done,
It took-
Jeremy.
sorry, I'm a little slow on the.
I took me a second too. Don't worry. Speaking of L, Sam L in the super chat. Thanks for an off season full of content. KFS, you guys rock. I'll be pumped
Thank
for
you.
whoever they add to the team. I want Ivy or a trade for future value. So you don't want anything at 11.
Value with a capital V, hopefully, not a
Yes.
little v.
From
Okay, so Shams.
there's
Shams.
Shams.
Okay.
Shams
All right.
has just tweeted that Chet Holmgren will be 2. That's enough of a confirmation that Chet has gone through to OKC.
Good job, Chris Haynes. Thanks
There
for
you
that.
go.
You enhanced our experience.
Thank you.
It was
Chris
fun.
Haynes.
It was fun.
Listen, there's a good
You got a reaction.
minute and a
out of it.
half where I didn't know what was going to happen. So,
The Haynes family's having a rough go recently.
yes. Oh, wow. That is a deep cut, Benji. Well done.
Thank you.
Jason M. If the Knicks trade back, will it be with the Rockets?
So
not.
What?
I hope not.
So the Rockets,
What do they have?
they have 17 and they have what's the pick in the 20s they just got? 26. I mean, so here's the thing about the Rockets that's interesting. At least the Rockets own a lot of. Basically, they have the full control over Brooklyn's drafts. From I think it's 2 swaps and 2 just completely unprotected first. 24, 25, 26, and 27, I believe. I actually would argue that those firsts that they own are too valuable at this point to trade to like with 17 to move up to 11. Am I crazy in saying that?
No, they're worth a lot.
If I was the Knicks, I could get like a 2025 or 2027 Brooklyn first, and all I had to do is move down 6 spots. Oh
You
man,
just need to really know where the Nets are going if you're the Knicks before you make that trade. But the thing is, the Rockets probably know where the Nets are going before they make that trade, and then it's kind of a wash. So the trade is constructed 17 and 26 for 11, bad value. Don't like it at all. Would rather take the Grizzlies offer, and I don't like the Grizzlies offer either. It would have to be 17 and a future first. That would be exactly in line with 10 for 16 and the future Miami pick, which was the Mikal Bridges trade. That's the only time I would be comfortable making this move.
Okay. Yeah.
And again, just one last thing. That Miami pick, as John and we talked about, that was a value at the time. So the Brooklyn pick would basically be the Miami pick now.
Yeah.
That's the only time I could probably talk myself into doing that type of move.
Fair.
I should add one programming note, by the way. This live stream is not just on YouTube tonight. Thank you to everybody joining us on Facebook and as well on Twitter. We are on Facebook Live, Twitter Live, and YouTube Live tonight. So wherever you're watching us from, thank you for joining us. Next super chat, which is only a YouTube thing, from Juan Cruz. This is directed right at John. This is from earlier.
Okay.
Why do you hate AJ Griffin, John?
It's actually funny because I think I am a little bit lower on AJ Griffin than consensus, just because I don't. I think we're maybe putting a little bit too much stock in the fact that he's 18, and maybe not enough stock in the fact that he has missed portions of literally every season he's been playing basketball for the last 5 years, and like with not the sorts of injuries that you ideally want. And then like I don't know, is he gonna like I don't know if I trust his ability to, because was so like, it's one thing to take a guy who has like not great technique, or maybe like you can improve his body, and sure he could stand to lose a few pounds and maybe make himself a little bit more mobile. I just have real questions about what else he could do besides shoot at an elite or even above average NBA level. All that said, the medical thing is something that, well, listen, I'll tell you. Let's see where he goes tonight. I could be very wrong very soon.
You just hate Duke wings, all of them.
Yes, you hate wings that go into Duke, John. Exactly.
Why do you hate Duke wings?
Why do you hate Duke wings?
You hate Reddish, you hate Barrett, you hate Griffin.
Well, so Reddish, I don't think is going to be a Knick by opening night.
Tips for choice.
Yeah.
There's just, they tried to trade him at the deadline, and his name came up again this week in terms of people the Knicks were making available. And again, I'm not saying they're tossing him around willy-nilly. I'm thinking of the old Seinfeld episode with the anybody else, the car rental reservations? Just me there? No? Okay.
I got it.
You got
Sorry. Jeremy's got you.
You know how to make the reservation. You don't know how to hold
the reservation. I don't think they're throwing around Cam Reddish like he's a reservation at that car rental place. But I don't think they view him anywhere near the same way they view like Quickly or Toppin or even Grimes.
Welcome to the I think Cam Reddish is not long for this world on the Knicks island, John. I've been here for quite some time. Just doesn't. I just think it was an asset play. Yeah. Better than the Hornets pick. It's the red paperclip, baby. That's Cam Reddish. Reddish paperclip. Boom.
Jabari Smith is next.
There's an interesting parallel with Reddish and Griffin in terms of the underutilized, because he's on a really good team and with really high usage players and really young. And how do you project that forward? Like Reddish literally stood around the perimeter around Zion and RJ and just shot threes, and he wasn't even that great a shooter. And the question was
his one job in college.
And the question was like, well, he's got a great body, he's big, he's long. Like, what is this player? And then he went to Atlanta, where he couldn't really spread his wings much there either, and now he's kind of stuck in a strange spot. And I still don't think we really know.
Yeah, no.
3 years in, and Griffin is it's an interesting parallel there, because yes, I agree, John. He didn't show a ton. He's a better shooter than Reddish right now.
He's a better shooter than probably anybody on the Knicks right now. Well, other than maybe Fournier.
Yeah, but how much of the lack of rim attempts, how much of like lack of creation skills, like how much is that a mixture of youth and just not having the opportunities, and how much is it that's just who he is? And that's a hard question to answer. That's something the Knicks are obviously looking at and thinking about.
Yeah, it's a small thing, or it's a simple thing, and it should be very obvious. But I don't do this for a living, and I miss stuff like this because when I had Was on, I made the comparison, not in terms of play style, but in terms of like how they're going to get their buckets. It's going to be more through, like sheer force of will than a high skill level. And he pointed out that except RJ always got downhill. And AJ does not get downhill at all. So
it's RJ's best skill.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, obviously. That's good. Thanks for pointing that out, because it's a good one. And I don't know. I don't know that AJ has that.
Couple more super chats, and then we're caught up from Mr. 53 Wins himself, Robert Cross. This is for Cutlets. Cream is impressive. Congrats. Robert, you're so mean. God. Congrats for paying attention in math class. Knicks front office for you are Knicks front office for you, or I think you have a typo here, Robert. Knicks front office for you are you'll be labeled a traitor.
I think, or I'll be later.
Okay,
labeled later.
or so basically, if you better get a job with the Knicks, or else
Why was that so mean? That wasn't so mean.
No.
The paying attention in math class part was like, great job, nerd. Which like,
funny thing is,
rule the world. Yeah,
I wasn't great at math in school, so
Really?
um,
that actually shocks me.
That doesn't.
That's fine.
That surprises me a lot.
the,
When
the
did
later
the-
stuff, like the calc AB.
Oh, I didn't care for
Awful.
that either.
Sacramento remains in active trade
Oh.
conversations regarding number 4 pick, Jake Fisher.
So I
But,
put a ticker on the broadcast at the bottom of the screen. We said this on Twitter. We've said this on the pods throughout the week. Last year we tried going without spoilers throughout the draft. If you're watching with us, you don't care about the draft. So if you would rather not be spoiled, we understand. You could watch this later if you want to, and get our reactions to when the picks showed up. I'll put in timestamps, but we will be reacting to when news is reported on Twitter, which is like minutes before. That is how we are reacting live. Twitter notifications are on. We'll be spoiling the broadcast. So if you want to go watch Kendrick Perkins give his analysis on the NBA draft prospects, go right ahead.
We'll be going exclusively by Chris Haynes' Twitter. So
Yes,
that's
only Chris
our,
Haynes.
That's our
Twitter.
source, our exclusive source for tonight.
But
All right,
let's get the other
let's-
super chats.
I was about
before
to say,
Sacramento.
so Sacramento. Nick Desimoni. Sorry if I got your name wrong. At Ben, why do you hate Adrian Wojnarowski?
Yeah.
I think, and then
No,
Kevin
actually,
Danishevsky.
I do. There, I do. I admit.
Oh, you actually do.
I concede.
Because is the answer. And then Kevin Danishevsky. John, why do you hate all that is good and wholesome?
I was beaten as a child. That's why.
Oh, Frank Miranda. Frank from Patreon. What's up, fellas? It's your boy Frank from Patreon.
It's the best bit. It is the best bit that we have going.
Calling it now. Knicks move back in to get more draft capital to make a run at Kyrie. Babe Ruth style of calling my shot.
That's what.
From
No, that's
your
what they're gonna
lips to God's ears.
do. They're gonna
Hopefully
get,
not.
No, they're gonna get the Nets pick.
Oh,
The
yeah.
Nets pick from Houston and then trade it back to Brooklyn. That's the. There's your 4D chess
So
move
here
right there.
we are at the 4th pick. That's all I got is we're at the 4th pick.
Yeah.
Now we wait for news. Okay. What are we feeling? Here's one.
No. Oh, my goodness.
God. Okay.
Keegan
I'm warning okay, hold on.
Murray.
Hold on.
We
are
said
spoiling
spoilers.
this.
We said
did
this.
say
We
spoilers.
said
It's
this.
on
There's
the
a ticker.
bottom.
There's a ticker
at the bottom.
There's a ticker at the bottom.
I
All
have,
right.
Say it.
Here's the big question now. If you are the Pistons, are you taking Jaden Ivey?
Of course,
Are you
they're
trading
taking-
down? They may not want to. Here's the thing. They are limited in what they can do. They can't trade any of their first-round picks. They don't have a surplus of first-round picks. They may say,
Yeah, but why wouldn't they just take Ivy?
if they want DUREN, if they want more picks, if they feel that quantity is better than quality.
Ivy,
But we don't know what. Okay, but
no,
even
yeah.
still, we just saw the Kings take Keegan Murray over Jaden Ivey.
1,000. That's because of the Kings, and they fucked this up. Can we just
Of
say
course,
that
they
fucked
could
this
have
up.
they could have
Kings
had the
fucked this
world
up.
and figured out a way to still get Keegan Murray, and they
Look,
just they're standing pat.
Keegan Murray is very good, and I bet you this came down to Vivek Ranadive getting involved here. Anyway, Benji, the theoretical version of Jaden Ivey. Kings have no plans to trade Murray. They're gonna keep him. You think? That would have been that would have been funny if they
That
took
was
Murray.
funny.
They
and
trade
picked him.
down and then get
Yeah.
Ivy.
Isn't the theoretical version of Ivy the perfect match for Cade?
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the
Yeah.
fit isn't good. I'm
No, I
saying that
know
they
you're not.
shouldn't
I
go
know
with
you're
it.
coming at it from a
The
different
smart thing
perspective.
would be
I'm-
taking the best player available.
How do we feel about his shooting, Ivy?
I mean, I would buy it given the flashes that we saw.
Yeah.
Both off the dribble. I mean, the fact that he has any kind of off the dribble game behind the arc. I know there's some bad misses in there. There were some really bad misses in there.
in my head, the kind of idealized version of Cade is I shouldn't say idealized, but I think the vision for Cade is almost just like running a Luka style offense where you surround him with shooters and let him run pick and roll after pick and roll after pick and roll.
Jake Fisher.
Pistons are exploring opportunities. Trade down from number 5.
Oh
A lot
my
of
god!
interest in Jaden
happen?
Ivey. I'm
Is
just
this
saying.
gonna happen?
I'm just saying the Pistons might prefer quantity to quality. If they view DUREN as a better player and they can still get him and get more, that makes a lot of sense for them. I would understand it.
So this is where it's interesting of what Ian reported earlier in the week that the Knicks had conversations. And just to be clear, my prediction that they were not going to trade up to get Ivy, I did not think the Kings were going to just pass on him. Did not think that was going to happen. That was not in my crystal ball.
I'm gonna go check on our friend Brendan Nunes.
That's a good idea.
Do you think they?
He's okay.
Well, here's the thing, though, because like if you're the Pistons, you like who do you if you don't get Ivy, is DUREN the guy that you want? Like, I don't love Dyson Daniels for them because they have a jumbo guard already. They don't need. Not that they don't need another one, but like I wouldn't see that other one being a fit. And I haven't heard a lot about Mathurin to Detroit. I mean, that could work. I guess
It's more Indiana for Mathurin.
Yeah, that's where it seems like it's been pointing. And then there's Shaedon Sharp, who I guess again, that's something I haven't really heard. Oh man,
this is what I do if I like. Again, I go back to if you can find a way to do Knicks, Pistons, Blazers. Pistons go from 5 to 7.
But have
Blazers
they had
go
those
from 7 to 11?
Because you're not putting you're not putting that together on the clock. That's something you worked out ahead of time.
We know
we
know from what Ian Begley reported that they've talked about it.
Yep.
So it's not like
we know they talked about it with the Pistons. Have they already
who
worked
are on
out,
the clock? But
okay.
But that's my point. We know that there's at least been the conversations. Well,
there you go.
But this doesn't mean they're not trading him. Again, maybe they keep him. We'll see another report, but seems they're at least taking him at 5.
Do we think Sacramento passed because of fit or because they think Murray's the better player?
Well, I'm gonna read a tweet from Jonathan Wasserman, KFS guest, Jonathan Wasserman. Didn't talk to one NBA person all year that had Murray over Ivy. Kings either brilliant or reckless.
Well, Ivy didn't even share his medical records with the Kings.
Yeah.
He didn't meet with them. It was very clear he wasn't going to go there. Now the question is, if you're Detroit, do you stick with Ivy or do you trade?
It's now in the past. Robert Cross, right at the buzzer in the super chat. Go get your man. Go get your man, Leon.
He
We'll
can
see if he
still go get
does.
him.
He still can. Yeah. Oh, someone named James Edwards III beat both of them to it.
Yeah, he's the Detroit Pistons beat writer for The Athletic.
Oh, so James Edwards III.
If they intend on keeping him, he would know.
Here's the other thought. Are the Pistons going to hold off on talks to make sure that if DUREN is there, because like they may not want to trade it unless they know for sure they can get him. When we get when we get a tweet saying Pistons aren't moving Ivy, then I'm convinced it's not happening. Do I think they'll move him now? Not necessarily, but I still think the option is at least alive in the moment since we don't have information closing that door.
I mean, again, look, you have no idea what well, the other thing we should mention is Ivy did, as far as I know, work out for Detroit, or at the very least, like met with them or something. Like I think he's okay probably going to Detroit. I think he really wanted to come to the Knicks. I think he's probably okay with Detroit. This is not a Sacramento situation with him.
I could really see Detroit passing on him.
Detroit passing.
Yeah, on Ivy. I just feel like the strategy is going to be Cade run 3,000 pick and rolls for the rest of your career. And where does Ivy fit into that plan? Like that is, they took him number 1 in the draft. That like they gave him the franchise. And Ivy is a usage player. Like
yes.
That's what he is. So I could see it.
So is Ayton if they get him. He's a high usage guy.
High
He's
usage.
Need the ball in his hands.
High
You're going to pay him
usage,
that much money, yeah.
High usage, but assisted usage. like he's the pick and roll partner.
Right.
That's for Cade.
Their
Like,
two-man game is going to dominate, but what happens to the three guys around?
Ivy's not for Cade.
Right.
Ivy's his own thing. Like Ivy's going to have some touches, and not that it couldn't work. It could. I just don't know. Like if I'm Detroit, I might just take the best player. But I could see a thought process of like, nope, Cade is our ball handler. That's it. And like, let's build around that. He's shown enough already. He's got to have the keys all game, every game.
It's not crazy. Oh man.
It reminds me a little bit of. It reminds me a little. Oh no, because DSJ was before Luka. I was gonna say that's the kind of similar kind of. Like DSJ was the draft before, right?
Yes, DSJ was the draft.
So it's different in that sense, but like it's a similar idea where like you have where does that second ball handler, and DSJ is just not good, but if he was good, like where does that second ball handler who's not a great shooter, where does he fit with Luka and Cade? Right?
That's the key. Is they have to be a great shooter, and Cade, I don't. Well, first of all, you don't want him standing out there on the 3-point line, like waiting in what do they call that, ready position? And yeah, I don't think that profile is but I mean, like, so I guess what you're saying basically is like in a perfect world, you're building a team where the best player or second best player or whatever around Ivy is a guy who is just a really good shooter and probably off the dribble guy too.
Yeah, I mean, someone that can create. I'm not saying, look, it's always better to have some creation skills, but Ivy's ideal role is never going to be an off-ball player. Ever.
No. Nope.
But what, John?
No, finish. Say what you're gonna say.
Just if Ivy turns into a thing and the Pistons in back-to-back years, like if they figure it out, basically what I'm saying. Like maybe he is more of a high usage guy and needs the ball, but if they find a way to work together and in back-to-back years they got Cade and Ivy, I like this Pistons team, is what I'm saying.
Do we not know who they picked yet?
No, I'm saying if he turns into like if they keep him. Yes, we do. We do know that they took him.
Okay.
So
they took him, yeah.
Yeah.
So next, are we gonna go with Mathurin to the Pacers? Is that kind of? I mean, that's been consensus for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think we're kind of all wondering who if anything takes who if anyone takes Sharp earlier than he's pegged to go, and like again, he's not really pegged to go anywhere. I mean, everybody just kind of has been putting him to San Antonio, I think, or maybe New Orleans.
But OKC if they trade up,
yeah, sure, okay.
So
man, I picked the
Jaden
wrong
Ivey
week to stop sniffing glue.
Jeremy.
It's a classic. It's
all
not
right. Mathurin to Indy at 6 per shot.
No surprise.
So Jaden Ivey is crying right now on my screen. I can't tell if it's because he just got drafted or if he just got drafted by the Pistons. They really wanted to go to the Knicks.
I think
he's
that's
just been
an
drafted.
awesome situation.
That's great.
It's a great situation to go to. I mean, if they get Ayton, like, and I'm not a big Ayton guy, but that's a real.
Now you got a big like that who finishes like that and has that kind of touch and screen setting with two guys who project as excellent ball handler playmakers. That's good stuff. Get a couple shooters around him.
They
got Grant the hell out of there?
Yeah, good move by them. Is it too soon to pour one out for former Knicks Twitter love affair recipient Killian Hayes?
Oh,
yeah. Oh yeah, good riddance, Killian Hayes.
That was there. That was
I remember. That was a thing.
That was a thing.
That was a thing.
At the very least, Ivy will take when Cade sits. I imagine they'll stagger it so that Ivy takes the keys in those possessions, which will be good for him.
Yeah.
And
Hayes
I don't know
come off the bench a lot though.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
He improved. He still wasn't great.
He's bad. No, he's bad.
No, he is bad, but the best of his bad came later in the year when he was coming off the bench and he was leading second units.
Like I haven't seen anything watching him that's been like, oh, there it is. No. Like I don't see it. I just don't see it.
I actually went and I think for maybe like the Pistons offseason primer, because I have issues, I went back and I watched like all of the games where he was the lead ball handler off the bench. It was like 15 or 20 games, and like all of his assists in those games. Like he's not making like live dribble passes or anything like that and he's 2 years in, and like he was supposed to be a pretty good passer, and he's not doing it.
2 super chats to catch up on.
Yep.
Robert Cross once again. GMAC, is there a reason you are not letting Chris at the adult table here? Chris, I mean, we made this public throughout the week. Chris has real friends in real life, and thanks, Steph Bondy. Just tweeted out, Knicks did not trade up for Jaden Ivey, who goes 5th to the Pistons.
They didn't?
Way before, I know, right? Breaking news.
That's a frame. That's a frame, by the way. Pistons didn't accept Knicks' offer because presumably they made.
Yes. Which it's why like I'm back and forth on how much I'm blaming Leon Rose for this, but it's like it's tough to trade up from 11, 6 or 7 spots. Regardless, to close the loop on Chris, he already had planned the draft party before he was even hosting draft class. So when we went to go schedule him for tonight, he was unable to join us. So if he's doing a draft class this weekend, the finale, and you'll get to find out his thoughts on our channel or on this feed this weekend. And then Dom Cappuccini, I'm thinking King's demands never became realistic. I just can't get over, like you guys said it, even if their guy was like, say Keegan Murray becomes better than Jaden Ivey, like the value play,
the fact that they couldn't get anything.
Yeah. Like, Jeremy, you know this as a Giants fan. Like, the Daniel Jones.
Oh, sources. The Knicks are still in pursuit of acquiring Jaden Ivey, sources said, even after Detroit selected the combo guard, per Jake Fisher.
I'm telling you.
Interesting.
Shove it, Bondy. Shove it, Bondy. Shove it, Bondy.
Well, hold on.
Bondy.
Let's
not. Shove it, Bondy. I like Ben's energy tonight.
Sure.
Us against the world.
We could
New
say
York
it
and
afterwards.
nowhere.
You know what
Let's
this
get it done
means?
and then do it.
I need
I'm
another.
just well, no,
Hang
I mean it in the sense that like didn't trade up, as if
Yeah.
first of all it was done, and second of all as if they're not trying. Like I think that's a silly way to frame.
Why
it.
are we acting like someone who's working for what essentially amounts to a tabloid in a lot of ways is talking in this way? Like this is his thing. Let's stop
know.
even giving him the time of day.
You're right.
Okay.
Irrelevant.
We're back, baby. We're back in the Ivy hunt. Okay. So
We're in the
this
Ivy.
goes
We're in the
back to
Ivy.
what this goes back to what you said. If Duren falls, then he's there at 11, and that's who the Kings wanted. Then that's who. All right, now we're hoping for this. Then.
Which is okay. So here's the thing: it's 7 and 8, right? The Blazers ? They might just take Sharp. The Pelicans, they said it before. They to me are the perfect trade down candidate. For many reasons, they don't want to necessarily pick at 8th if they don't have to. They're guys I'm sure that they would love to take who can fall to 11. They can save money. We know that they are super frugal from an ownership perspective. One of 2 teams that has not paid in the tax ever, the other being the Charlotte Hornets owned by Michael Jordan. So my guess, and we'll see, is that Sharp maybe goes 7. And then
Hold on.
we'll see at 8. Maybe the Pelicans trade down.
I haven't thought this through. I'm literally just saying off the top of my head. They have all this money. If it's not going to go, if they want Duren,
the Pistons? Yeah.
If it's not going to Ayton, who's it going to? Do we really think that they're a Brunson? I don't buy them as a Brunson team at this point.
I got it.
What?
Why not give a max offer to Miles Bridges?
Ooh, shit.
He's from Michigan. I mean, not that that's the primary reason, but like if you're Charlotte and you can't get off of Gordon Hayward's contract and you're uncomfortable paying, and Miles Bridges gets a max offer sheet, are you necessarily matching it? I don't know. But Benji, what would you say in terms of a fit with Cade and Miles Bridges and DeAndre Ayton? Is that a better fit in your mind than having anything with Ivy, or is that just a ridiculous thought?
Benji, we can't hear you.
Benji, you're muted.
We've been trying to fix his mic issues all night, and it's not working. I may have to send him a new mic.
We'll send him a new mic. I'll filibuster in the meantime. Sure. Benji, just start talking when you can, and we'll let you know when we hear you. I think the biggest thing about Miles Bridges' game this year is he became a pretty credible perimeter threat, right?
Yep.
I don't know his 3-point percentage off the top of my head, but I feel like it was decent, right?
Well, I feel like in transition, he could help the Pistons so much. And then it goes to the point of like, if you can give a max offer to Bridges and bring him in, and then you've got, let's say, I don't know, like 11 or whatever pick that the Knicks wind up giving the Pistons, and a future first, and Cam, because Cam feels like the ultimate Troy Weaver type player. And then maybe, are you getting any additional salary? I don't really know. But that's that. If you're if you want Burks, for example, like, are the Knicks opposing teams said, yep, okay.
Ian Bagley confirms the Fisher report. All right.
Yep.
Someone just okay.
So that's
by the way,
thing. It's like, can you get your quality and your quantity at the same time? Have your cake and eat it too. Based on the way the Pistons are operating, it feels like they can do that. It's just a matter of, do they want to do that? And if you're bringing in someone like Bridges, because they could still do Bridges and Ayton, although I'm a little dubious, but if they did, then you definitely don't need Jaden Ivey, because then it's a lot of high usage guys.
Or you go for swing for the fences and take Sharp. Bad job by me. Bridges shot 33% from 3 this year. He shot 40% from the season before that, so I wasn't completely off base. Where he really exploded the last couple of years was from 2-point range. He's like 60% from 2. Miles Bridges inside the arc is really a weapon. Mm-hmm. Anyway, what's that?
There we go.
Yeah, with apologies for my mic issues.
No, you're good.
I think from an offensive standpoint, Cade and Miles Bridges, kind of like LaMelo and Miles Bridges, is dynamic as hell. What happened?
Sharp to Portland.
Shaden Sharp at 7. So,
which all eyes on New Orleans.
They've been linked to sorry, we cut you off, Ben. They've been linked to Daniels also, I think, as a potential fit there. So we'll see. Anyway, Ben, finish what you're saying on Miles.
Yeah, no, it's I think, I even though he's not a great perimeter shooter, like, it's not the same kind of usage as Ivy, where the ball's out of Cade's hand. I mean, Cade, Bridges pick and rolls would be devastating. Cade 8 pick and rolls would be devastating. Bridges is one of the best finishers in basketball, as you mentioned, John. So, like, offensively, that's pretty terrifying, honestly. And having a guy like Ayton behind Bridges defensively is also nice, because Bridges does struggle on the defensive end.
Yeah. Well, we haven't probably mentioned or brought up the most important part of this conversation. Then, Andrew, if there's any other super chats we got to him, is who on the Knicks roster would Detroit want? Because it's not just going to be the 11th pick or the 8th pick or whatever, and another first. They're going to want a player.
Cam or Grimes. Unless they don't want any money back in terms of like Alec Burks, if they just wanted picks and prospects, you'd have to think, okay, moving up, maybe the Pistons pick, or maybe the Mavs pick, maybe it's your own pick, but it's protected because it's this is the other thing. We talked before about 11-6 in 2019 with Cam Johnson and Darius Saric and Jarrett Culver. Going from 11-6, the cost was Saric, wasn't it? It was just him.
It was just Saric.
So that to me is a good baseline. You're saying it's a good, productive player on his rookie contract who can help you. From there, it feels like a first. It feels like Grimes, and then maybe it's like at that point you've already kind of eclipsed that because you've gone one spot further. I'm not saying don't go any further than that. It's just, as we've said, 11-4 is much harder than 11-5, but 11-6 we have limited information, or not limited. We have working information on what that can yield.
Honestly, like looking at their roster right now, it's not like they don't have they have other than obviously a lead initiator. And the nice thing about Cade, and Ben, correct me if I'm wrong, they could there's some flexibility in terms of what nominal position you play Cade. So that's nice.
What about Deuce?
I don't think
No, I'm not saying in terms of like so much value. Oh my God. I'm saying like if he's part of the package in the sense of what are they looking for? If you're the Knicks, how many point guards do you need? If you get Ivy and you still want Brunson, Deuce is dying.
That's not a needle. No,
I'm not saying it is. I'm just
why
saying
do I hate Deuce
part
McBride?
Of the package.
That's not a needle mover. But
I'm talking about someone who's the 34th pick overall, right? 34th, yes. 36th, 36th. Right. I'm not saying he's a needle mover. I'm just saying he could be part of the package that gets you there.
Let me jump in with the last super chat that I'm going to read actually leads into the conversation. So Robert Cross has 2 more. Leon will get his goddamn man. Hashtag 53 wins. And then Leon gets Ivy, and I sponsor my man Cutlet's cream for the upcoming season. Hashtag 53 wins. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you,
Mensa
Robert.
Smith, long time no speak, dude. If you are Detroit and you can have Jalen Duren, Quentin Grimes, and 2 extra premium picks for Ivy, do you consider it?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. They don't have anyone on the quickly roll right now on that team. I guess the closest thing would be honestly, there's no one. They don't have that guy. Every team in the league could use a guy like Quentin Grimes, as Benji is fond of saying. It'd be nice if he was a few inches higher. By the way, Pelicans select Dyson Daniels.
Dyson Daniels okay.
Didn't move down. Interesting.
There goes the Usman Jang possibility there, which if the Knicks do not trade up for Ivy, hurts them because now we are looking at oh wow.
What?
So I just got a piece of intel.
Are you allowed to share said intel?
Sure, why not? I mean, maybe it's real, maybe it's not. And it goes right to what Jeremy's been saying. If the Knicks could get Duren, the deal is done.
So here's the thing. The problem is that the Spurs could very easily pick a big man, especially with Pirtle's ongoing situation, as we've talked about. So, and there's Mark Stein. Those hopes could hinge on whether Jalen Duren is still on the board.
Did I beat Stein with that?
Yes, you did. Yep. I'm tweeting it from the KFS account per Jonathan Macri.
Here's the question then. If you're the Spurs, do you love Duren so much that you take him? Do you prefer Mark Williams? Do you want someone else? Or knowing this information, do you call up the Knicks, say, hey, we want to move down to 11, but it's going to cost you. And the Knicks say, sure, we'll take it. We'll do it. Because if Duren's there at 10, unless another team jumps in, the Wizards aren't going to take him. They've got Porzingis. They've got Gafford. They've Thomas.
Yeah, but it's
Bryant
not about
Jr.,
taking
the third.
Duren to take Duren. It's
know,
about
I
taking
understand
Duren
that.
to fuck over the Knicks to
I'm
try
aware.
to.
That was a sad sentence you just stated there.
What?
They've got Porzingis. They've got Gafford.
I understand, but I don't see them making that a priority as my whole point.
No,
Like,
you're
not,
right.
you know, yeah,
You're
it's
sadly
not
right.
great.
Okay.
It's just that situation that they're in. But
So-
I understand where the Spurs
Yeah,
are coming from
but
and the leverage they have. Yeah.
But here's the thing: how much leverage do the Wizards have? Because they don't have the ability to do the thing that the Knicks do have the ability to do, which is to trade an immediate first-round pick in next year's draft or in 2024 draft, because the Wizards cannot trade away a first-round pick until, is it 26 or 27 at the earliest? I know.
Let me put it this way. I'd love to be in the room when the Wizards try to screw over the Knicks and maybe it doesn't work. And then they have to explain to Bradley Beal why they didn't get him someone to help
Johnny Davis.
win now.
And here's another thing. How much of Duren being available for the Knicks at 11 depends on whether Johnny Davis is there for the Wizards at 10. Spurs are on the clock.
Yep.
Oh,
And
gosh.
again, Duren canceled his workout with the Hornets because he knew he could go higher. This is the big problem. If he can go 9 and the Spurs are emphatic, don't want to move him, then it seems like that's that. But if there's openness, if they pass on him, the dream lives.
I
We were talking about something, and I forgot what we were even talking about. Oh, I was saying like that the Pistons could probably use like any of Grimes, Obi, or Quickly.
Can they get to 9?
Of course they
Please?
can.
Please.
Can the Knicks get
You know
to
what
9?
it probably costs?
Yeah.
Going from 11 to 9 costs it costs the Mavs pick. That's what it is.
Fine. Okay.
Am I doing that if I'm San Antonio?
Why wouldn't you?
Give him.
You move down
Cam.
2 spots, you could probably still get whatever good player you're looking for, unless you're
If I
so
think-
in love with Duren that you can't get anyone else.
I'll
You
fight
also
the
get a
Jalen-
division rivals first round pick.
If I
Works
think
for me.
Jalen Duren is real, if I think he's a real thing, if I'm the Spurs, I'm not giving that up for the Mavs pick next year.
But if you can get another asset out of it, why wouldn't you?
Because I
I'll go
really
to-
like Duren.
But
I'll go to
right,
San
but you have to
Antonio
really
in the deal.
love Duren in order for that to be the case.
Yeah, exactly. So we're talking about the same thing. Do the Spurs love Duren?
Yes.
We don't know. I mean, look, well, the Pistons apparently love him.
I Jesus.
And if they get Duren, I assume they're not getting Ayton.
Yep, was just about to say
Yeah.
that. Yep. So then
And then
that's
where-
where
and then
Miles
where's-
Bridges steps in. Hello, Miles Bridges.
And then where's Ayton going?
He go to
Uh,
Indiana.
Portland.
No, I don't think he's going to Portland. I think
That's right. Nurkic was talking to Meringue when the Jimmy Grant trade happened. Their target is OG. So Aiden, the suitors can
I don't think
continue
they're going to get OG
delay.
though, because I
Their
buy
target
that.
is. I'm not
I
saying
buy
they're
that
get
they're
him, but that's the
saving
target.
OG for Rudy. I buy that.
unless that pick that turned into Sharp goes to Toronto, they're not getting OG.
Oh, just in time. Special guest, when you're ready, wave your hands, and then we'll add you to the stream.
This is so exciting that he's going to be on for this.
Okay. I'm gonna welcome to the stream, Mr. Spencer Perlman, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
So
You're,
hold on, I want to before
Join us
anything
just
happens.
in time.
Before anything happens and we have to break news on Twitter, what can I introduce you as? What do you do for a living, Spencer? Why don't you tell the folks at home?
Now I am the basketball operations and scouting innovations lead at SIS.
There you go. Okay. And of course, now we have a downer. This from James Edwards III, who covers the Pistons for The Athletic. The Pistons are keeping Jaden Ivey despite several attempts from rival teams to acquire him.
The dream is dead.
Oh, that was such a tease.
I feel like this was
Fun
all
while it
just set
lasted.
up to crush Knicks fans. Let's just keep putting out hope through the 11th pick that they might get him, just so that they won't get him.
All right, let me turn it
I
around.
trust John.
Spencer,
I trust James Edwards.
Spencer, we're at 9. In your mind right now, what direction should the Knicks be taking? Is there someone that is still on the board that you would have can't pass on them at 11, or is it a certain point as we see? Nope, never mind. Where you feel like they could potentially trade down, net more, and still get their guy. Where are you at?
I would probably if Johnny Davis is on the board at 11, I would probably take him. I like him a lot. Should not be stating opinions. He's a good offensive player. He can create advantages with his handle. Is very strong, and his defense is like really, really good on ball, off ball. And second half of the year, like the shooting dip, that was after the ankle injury, so I don't really think it's an issue. So I would just take him. I wouldn't trade down unless if you could really just get another asset or two. But I don't really know how much interest there would be in doing that.
I'm just trying to figure out. So at this point, we still haven't heard who San Antonio's taken, by the way. And I like we haven't. If we're moving on from the Ivy thing momentarily, because it looks like the dream is dead. Is San Antonio a destination for DUREN? Even though they have Pirtle, I know you mentioned them before, Jeremy, as possibility. Maybe, I guess. Man, I wonder if San Antonio anticipated all this happening. Maybe they're a Zhang destination. I don't know.
So can I do something real quick?
Yeah.
Spencer, meet Benji. Benji, meet Spencer. This is the first time they've ever met in life. These
What's
are
up, Spencer?
our two basketball experts, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, man?
There you go. That's a thing that just happened. Also, John, this is the most inside joke of inside jokes, but
What?
Oz just commented in
I
our
know, San Antonio.
regular chat that something about San Antonio, an inside joke that I still don't understand, but you should go listen to the last episode of Final Review if you want to understand what that inside joke might entail. And then some super chat comments just to get poor Robert Cross. My man. Leon might not get his man, dude. So the deal is done. Leon gets his man. Sorry, Robert Cross. From Frank Miranda.
Yeah.
What's up, fellas? It's Frank from Patreon. Perfect time for Spurs to screw the Knicks for the Marcus Morris fiasco. That is
That's
great
a good
call.
call. I like
great
that.
callback. Wow.
Oh, okay. There's a very Spursy pick. So
Woo.
Spurs taking Sohan.
Sohan. Okay.
You
What
like
did I just say in the
Sohan?
chat?
What?
I just said that in the chat too. It's gonna be so.
Do you like Sohan, Spencer? Draft heads seem to love him.
Yeah, he's a really skilled defender, super, super, super smart defender, and some passing flashes. You just can't really trust him as a shooter yet. Like I like him a little bit of like a Boris Diaw type player, just without
Okay.
that, like let back into the career of Boris Dio when he wasn't handling as much. But someone who can beat you on like the short roll with the passing, just a smart defender. Good.
Now
defender.
they can throw Vassell and Sohan at you on the wings defensively. That's pretty potent if those guys develop the way they're supposed to.
I mean, it's a nice pick for the Spurs. I like it. I like him. He seems like a very Spursy guy. So,
Great first name.
Jeremy, well done.
fantastic first name.
All right, where do we all stand emotionally right now? Disappointed, as expected, didn't get our hopes too high.
Anticipation.
Anticipation. 'cause
Well,
things
now,
aren't-
so
it's
now
not dead yet.
that pick was made, the Wizards, barring something shocking, are going to select Johnny Davis, and the Knicks are. I would bet on them trading down, unless they're going to just take DUREN and surprise everybody.
All right, James Edwards the third.
Oh no, I think it's dead. I
You
don't
think it's
they're-
dead? You're
I
officially
think
it's
I
not
think
happening.
The Knicks think it's dead, according to what I just heard.
Okay.
Duren's a good player. And
Oh
he's-
wait, now Edwards. It would take a crazy offer for something to happen. Expect Ivy to be.
Oh dear God, man.
Do we think that this is the Pistons using Edwards to communicate as a way to say, "Hey, here's the pressure"?
Do they really need him to do that?
They don't, I mean, not necessarily need him, but like putting it out there. He's hearing there. Nothing that is being leaked is an accident. It's not like
No,
he's
of course
going off
not.
of his own opinion. So why would he tweet it unless there was a reason for it to be said?
We're all like playing the waiting game right now. and
Well, I think the
not
waiting
fun.
game is going to be a lot more interesting in a second because Spencer, you can't offer opinions. Do you like the fit, or does it make sense from a basketball perspective? Johnny Davis for the Wizards.
Whoa.
Your dog thinks.
Dogs
Apparently
yeah,
not. Is the dog allowed to offer opinions? Okay.
He
What do you
has
guys
all
think?
my knowledge, so
Oh,
I don't know if
okay.
it would be viewed as like an extension of me. So I don't think so. What was the question though?
Johnny Davis with the Wizards, is that a good fit?
Yeah. I mean, for like all the same reasons, I guess why he'd be fit with the Knicks, just replacing RJ with Brad Beal.
And that's in.
Well,
Davis going to the
Davis
Wizards.
to the Wizards.
So
I gotta
would-
read the super chat. Super chat from This Really My Life. I'm 38. It's 2 words.
It is
too.
indeed.
It's 2 words. Dis really and then my life. I'm 38, a fan for 25 years. I'm so tired of this damn team. Make a damn move, you scared chickens. I felt all of that.
Oh, Ian Begley, part of Nick's pursuit of Jaden Ivey after he was taken by Detroit had depended on which players are there at number 11.
Jaden
Interesting that
Ivey,
he said-
I'm so blessed to be a Piston from Stephen Bondi. I've no idea what's about to
It's
happen.
interesting though that Ian's saying had depended as opposed to depends on, which
Yeah.
which would imply that there was someone taken that they really wanted.
Mm.
Maybe it was Sohan after all. Maybe it was Johnny Davis. I don't know. Maybe it was Sharp.
It's all
Could have been Sharp.
possible.
Knicks are on the clock. That's all I know.
Yeah, the Knicks are on the not officially, but
Now they're gonna be. This is
all right. Spencer, here's your chance. You're running an NBA team. What are you doing if you're the Knicks? Are you allowed to say?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know. I think I can. So if I'm staying there, I'm taking DUREN. Not re-signing Mitch and running with DUREN as my starting center going forward. If I'm looking to trade down, I would trade down a few spots. And I really like Blake Wesley.
I
another
love Blake
pick in.
Wesley.
Very bursty. He's a good team defender. Just has issues finishing and shooting, which I understand are big parts of putting the
Playing
ball in
basketball.
food. Yeah.
Spencer,
Yeah.
what's the drop off from Duren to Williams at the center position?
I don't think it's that big. I think DUREN's more versatile. He's a much better athlete, so you can definitely play him in like more schemes. Whereas with Mark, you're probably just playing drop coverage. In terms of like, archetype though, they're both rim runners. Both have shown passing flashes. Like I don't think there's a massive drop off. I just think DUREN and his athleticism like in particular moving east-west gives him an edge against Mark.
So here's my question. Typically, rookie centers don't start unless they're for not good teams. And the Knicks seem to want to moving forward, and be a good team next season. Wouldn't that kind of run in opposite directions of what their plan moving forward might be, at least next year? Assuming Mitch is gone. And then, right.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Which is why I say hello to starting center Nerlens Noel. What goes around comes around.
I can't get over.
It comes to, like
Go
the
ahead, Spencer, go
expectations. It's like the expectations. If they think that they're going to be a playoff team, then they should probably get somebody who can offer a little bit more immediate than DUREN can. But I think DUREN can come in day one and be a good defender. Just the offense will be.
I just got an interesting text.
Finish the. You gotta keep going with that.
You can't say it if you're not going to say it.
I mean, I'm already getting like aggregated left and right for shit that's not happening. So why not? No, I just got texted. I don't know. Buckle
But
up.
unless all right, okay.
Buckle up. All right.
All right. They're
What the
trading
hell is
down.
that, Macri?
They're trading down.
I have buckled up. There you go. Mensa Smith in the super chat. The Jets
man.
used Connor. Hold on. Okay, Fred Katz tweets out something.
I'll
nothing.
let you know if it's some good.
Okay, from Mentis Smith in the super chat. The Jets used Connor Hughes, the Athletics beat reporter for the Jets, for an entire draft season to smokescreen the Sauce Gardner pick. The Pistons could be using Edwards similarly. I pray that is what is happening, Mensa. Robert Cross again. In Leon we trust. Hashtag 53 wins. And then Barry Craver, who actually set up the Seth Davis interview.
Oh, yeah.
us.
What's
Shout
up,
out
Barry?
Craver. I hope all 1,000 people in this stream subscribe to the KFS newsletter. Thanks for
That's really nice. Thank you, Barry.
Thanks for all you guys do. Just be prepared to be disappointed. Yes, subscribe to the newsletter, and also subscribe to this channel, and also
subscribe to the channel.
on iTunes, and also if you want, subscribe to us on Patreon. Plenty of places to subscribe.
We got to get Spencer on a Patreon pod later in the summer to
Yes.
talk about something that like he can't get in trouble for talking about.
I can talk about what I see. I just can't say this player is the best player in the draft like I've been able to do in the past.
Why do you hate? Let's see. Who does Spencer hate? That's the running gag, Spencer. It's like anytime you say something critical of a player, it's why do you hate that player?
I'm trying to be less hateful, so
Yeah.
we can pick a different word. Why do you strongly dislike? Player X?
Also, to those watching, get those likes up, as the chat is now saying.
Okay.
All right, we're now buckled up as per John Macri. That's what I'm tweeting out now from the KFS.
No, don't tweet anything out.
For
Please.
John Macri, buckle up.
Per John.
It's the hard hitting reporting you come to KFS for.
It really is.
Yeah.
It really is.
Shout out Jay Malika from Knicks, Jets, etc. He just quote tweeted it with breaking news from John Macri. Buckle up. I'm retweeting it.
This is good.
Oh man!
This is
And
great.
to everyone watching on Twitter, to everyone watching on Facebook as well as YouTube, thank you for joining us.
Macri looks pissed. I feel like he got bad news.
I
I think they're look.
Here comes
Mark's-
Brogdon.
Filibustering. You're filibustering.
If Mark Stein said the same shit that I said, I don't feel bad about putting it out there that I thought it might come down to DUREN. There was definitely, I don't know, it's a lot of commotion going on over there from everything I could tell, but it's probably going to amount to nothing if I had to guess.
I feel like you just said it. All right.
Because to me, this is all Pistons trying to extract what, another first? How many firsts you giving up for Jaden Ivey? You know, you giving up like a distant pick swap or something? Because that's never come back to bite us in the ass. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
I'd give him Randall.
So
Nancy,
this is
line
the-
of the night.
Would
Line
they-
of the night.
Do you think
I'd give
they'd be
him-
interested?
I too would give him Julius Randle.
Why take Miles Bridges when you can have one Julius Randle?
You know what's
Just
going to happen?
traded Jeremy Grant, so that way
You know
he
what's
can
gonna happen? Who's
open
the team
spot
that-
for Julius
The
Randle.
Vikings let a team pass them because they didn't get the pick up in time.
Yes, the Knicks are gonna not take anybody. Shout out. This is nice from Kevin McEwen. Let's go. Whatever happens, we move. a sizable contribution in a super chat. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin. Man,
right.
I don't think it's like the chalk pick is AJ Griffin. I don't think I'm gonna take AJ Griffin.
Reverse psychology.
I'll throw that out there. Maybe they do, and I'm wrong, and I have egg on my face. But I just man, they're either trading up, they're taking DUREN, or they're trading down. That's my final answer. And and by the way,
Wait, what did you say the answers are? They're either trading up,
taking DUREN, or trading down.
aren't those the only 3 options?
Trading out.
Oh, trading out. Okay.
Trading for a player as opposed to a future pick.
Okay.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, hold on. This is, by the way, the first time in the draft that a pick has not been announced before the previous pick has been made.
Oh yeah, good point. This is only which means they're trying to do something with the pick.
They're deliberating.
What's the thing that would make Knicks Twitter explode? Well,
Brogdon.
Knicks fans.
You know it's Brogdon. What?
Usman Jang
Wow.
is the Knicks pick at 11.
I was actually just thinking that would make sense because they're trying to get younger.
Tell me about Usman Jang, Spencer.
Yeah, please.
I mean,
tell
not
me.
younger, like more potential.
A lot of potential.
Yeah, he's long. He is a good-looking jumper. He's got soft touch in the paint.
Fred Katz.
He can, handle the ball a little bit. Mostly attack closeouts. Second half of the year, they had him running some pick and rolls.
Can I make a prediction?
What?
This is not based on. I have not heard a blessed word about this. I want to make this very clear. This is me pulling this out of my ass. This is a guess. They're not keeping this.
Well, maybe,
that.
but here's my question.
Oh my god!
Couldn't this be
John
similar?
McAfee's ass.
Couldn't this be similar to what Michael Porter Jr. and the Nuggets did? Essentially, we're like
What?
a team that could take a high ceiling player because they have a lot of guys where they can take the risk. May not necessarily be someone that they want to deal, but it could be for IVEY. But they don't also have to play him from day one.
Just really my life again. I'm 38, a fan for 25. I'm somehow more tired of this stupid team than I was 20 minutes ago.
So this is
I
why
love
I'm doing
all
these
of
things
you.
with other people, because I don't have to sit here and fucking deal with this shit on my own.
Right, Jeremy. The devil's
man.
advocate is exactly your point. Is like, also if we don't know how much they liked any of these guys, the Knicks, and if they felt like let's take a swing, there's always a star somewhere in the weeds in this kind of range. Not always, but often, and they went for it. I gotta brush up a bit on the player himself, but the concept isn't crazy to me.
It now comes down to, doesn't this likely mean that Cam Reddish is out of the picture?
Do we need Usman Jang?
No, but I'm just saying, like, we've talked about Cam and his presence here, but then you'd have to hope that Jang is at worst the 11th man, right? Because Grimes was on the outside looking in last year and then forced his way in.
There you go.
Good call,
Knicks are trading
John.
Usman Jang to Oklahoma
Good
City.
call,
They're
John's
doing it.
ass.
Oh, of course, Oklahoma City wants the 19-year-old skinny dude, obviously.
To OKC, who will select Usman.
So
Jang.
the last time that teams, I think it was with the Hornets and the Clippers, it was 2 seconds. So my guess here, I'm going to say 34 and the 2023 OKC second.
Wait, what's your guess?
My guess is that the Knicks get the 34th pick, and then they get the Thunder's second round pick next year.
In addition to their second first round pick this year?
No.
No,
It's
they have 12.
11 for 12
Oh, okay,
and
yeah,
34 and next year's OKC second. That's
I
my
didn't hear you say 12. That's my
yeah.
bad.
That's my guess because it took 2 second round picks for the Clippers to get SGA while the Hornets moved down one spot for Miles
Jesus
Bridges.
Christ. I don't even want to say anything.
Whoa!
The Thunder will send multiple
first round picks to the Knicks.
Whoa.
Brock Aller, you beautiful son of a bitch! Oh my God!
Well,
That man-
hold on. multiple firsts probably means 12. And I mean, do we really want to pull up the outstanding picks page from
the 18 in the next 4 years, whatever it is?
I'm just trying to think. Like, they have some pretty shitty picks that are coming their way.
Now we could send them all to Detroit. Rock out. With
Actually,
your
that's
rock
but
out.
Andrew,
I
that's
love
a
that.
great point. That's
Yeah.
how you get
I'm not saying
What's
this.
the
I'm not
Thunder's
saying
next
this.
pick?
John,
What-
stop talking if you can't say it. I
John,
don't want to hear
seriously,
it.
man.
Shut the hell up. I love
This
you.
is
but
us.
You can't. You have
Sorry, I'm not
1,000
saying
fucking
anything.
people here, and 4 of us here. Enough.
This is John. Like, we're watching a movie with him that he's seen, and he's like, "This part's gonna be great."
Yeah, right. It's the exact
Can't
energy.
wait till
It's
you
the
watch
worst
this
energy.
scene.
It's the worst energy. The guy that knows what's gonna happen in the movie and can't hide it.
This part is awesome. Just facial reactions. We'll try and read that. That's okay.
I wanted to go off on John, but I haven't known him long.
But Jeremy
enough.
did it
Jeremy
instead.
did. I'm glad Jeremy did.
Listen, when I know
It had to
something,
be
you're
said.
gonna know it. I don't know anything, but it's.
But when you're like,
Ooh. Ooh. Shut up.
Oh,
I'm not in the bedroom.
like-
Jesus.
but he's
Maybe you are. Maybe this is
Oh,
your
God.
kink. Who am I to say?
But the way you're like, oh, look at that. We can't.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm.
Oh
I can't
wow!
say that.
If only people could see.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm having too much fun. How many?
Abdoulaye Diallo, stop twisting the knife, John. Cosign.
I'm sorry.
Cosign. Robert Cross, Leon is real. LFG.
So-
Mark Sable, can I unbuckle yet, or is Brogdon coming?
Don't unbuckle yet.
Okay.
So I just
Oh,
want to know
no.
what multiple first round picks means.
Oh, hold on. Robert Cross earlier, apparently, I'm done with Leon. So he had a I'm done with Leon. Then the
And
pick
a
got
belief.
traded for 2 firsts. And it's like, in Leon we trust. Robert
Snip,
Cross.
snap,
never
snip, snap.
changed. Exactly.
So wait, hold on. The first pick the Thunder have is next year's Denver pick. I wouldn't expect that to be the pick, but you know, or no, I don't think they would trade the. I mean, the Detroit
Benji.
pick is heavily protected. That might be a decent pick, and it kicks the can really far down the road potentially. Although at this rate, Detroit might be a playoff team next year. Who the hell knows?
What if? Well, actually, here's a prevailing thought. If we're talking about the Pistons and Ivy, what can the Pistons not do? They can't trade their first round picks. Why can't they trade their first round picks? Because the Thunder have a grip on it and they can't unlock it. What if this unlocks the Pistons firsts? Just saying.
I'm speechless.
With what Jeremy said?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm glad you're not speechless with something you just got.
How much do they value having their own first round pick?
Enough where they at least have the freedom to do it. I
Here's
mean, they're
the-
locked in for how long?
Here's the crazy
They're locked
shit
in
about
till
that pick.
2027.
The protections
long
on that
time.
pick are so weird.
That pick is not going to be.
It's not it's not like
conveyed?
the team could just be like, "Oh, we'll get it in like for sure in like this year or that year." And
Jalen Williams went 12. So okay, well, but here's the thought.
he's a center.
Maybe the Knicks.
Oh wait, no, that's sorry. It's
Just-
Jalen Williams. Wait,
Yes,
wait,
maybe
yeah.
the Knicks just
Yeah.
take the first and Jalen Williams.
Which
So the
Jalen
12th
Williams?
pick
Oh.
isn't part of the Knicks trade.
What the hell?
Wow.
wait.
So the Knicks just traded.
So what's the other pick?
Did the Knicks just trade for a future first round pick?
The
So
Thunder
they-
still have the 12th pick. It isn't part of the Knicks trade.
Don't they also have 14 or 15?
No, they don't. They had
Okay.
2. It's
No.
2, 12, and 34. Or yeah, 2, 12,
First
and
of all,
34.
Great job by Jalen Williams going to the fucking combine and then getting picked 12th.
Yeah.
Good job by that guy. You liked Williams, Spencer?
Yeah, has that happened though? Has that been?
Wow.
I'm only.
Oh, that
following
happened. Williams is going. Okay, so
Okay.
now
I'm so confused.
So here's the bottom line: the Knicks just traded 11, and we don't know what they got back.
well, they
and
got
if you're-
the first round
And if you're the Thunder, you have Chet Holmgren, right? Or Jabari Smith. Jabari Smith Jr. was taken second, right?
No, check.
Chet, it was Chet,
Chet
right.
was second.
Chet, you have Jang, and you have Jalen Williams. And if you're the Knicks, you basically look at your logjam, so to speak, the issues that you have, and you say, well, we couldn't find the right deal for Jaden Ivey, so we're going to stand pat with where we're at, and we're going to kick the can down the road and get multiple future first-round picks.
Listen, this. Let me take a second to actually process this before I say anything.
While you process, Parish Duggar, irons are in the fire, and then adult donkeys, a time for turtles, sent a turtle.
What?
For the Knicks,
It's
not
literally
first-
the turtle emoji. John, continue. For the Knicks, not.
So it's impossible to talk about this trade without knowing if they have something potentially still in the works for Ivy. Because if they have something in the works for Ivy, then it's a different conversation, and it all is contingent on if they get Ivy. If they get Ivy, then nothing else matters, pretty much. And if this was part of a masterclass for them to like accumulate picks from OKC to throw into the whether it's Pistons own pick or something else to throw into this deal, that's its own story. If the Knicks just traded 11 for future firsts and there is no Ivy deal, I mean, man, what picks are they getting? Because
It has to be good.
I was about to, yes, and they have to be.
Well, listen, we've talked about.
I mean, you want to talk about going all in on a plan? That's
Sure.
going all in on a plan.
It is, but we have prepared for this exact moment because we looked at the last team to trade out of the lottery, and it was the Suns, and it was 2004, and they traded the 7th pick, and it was a terrible decision. It was purely money focused. This would not be the case. Teams don't do this. So the fact that the Knicks had to do this or elected to do this would imply that they were really eager to get future picks down the line.
And it's funny because here's the reason why none of us thought this would ever happen. Okay, there's only one team picking after the Knicks in the lottery that has more picks than God that they could just throw around willy-nilly, and it's the Thunder. But because the Thunder were picking one spot back of the Knicks, we were all like, well, they're only going to give up so much to move up one spot. They're not moving up one spot. They're getting the 11th pick and the 12th pick. So it is actually on the table that they threw around a crazy, potentially. And by the way, did Woj say 2 or he said multiple first-round picks?
Multiple.
I mean, oh boy, I am fascinated to see what the hell this.
This is pure chaos. Same as last year, where I felt like I was laughing like a madman when they traded out from 19, and then they're picking at 21. Nope, they're trading down.
They had every
25.
pick between 20 and 35 last year at some point.
Then trading out again. Just crazy.
My theory with the Knicks trade is that a team really wanted to get Jang because I know OKC really wanted him. So maybe New York was just trying to get more, and that's why it was taking so much longer. Like they were dead set on drafting Usman apparently like a while ago.
OKC.
Yeah.
So you heard it here.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's speculation just based on knowing that, but I think it makes sense.
I mean, and Jang is the okay. You want to talk about a guy like just as much as Sohan was a tailor-made Spurs pick. Jang is like.
I mean, they just drafted they drafted Chet and then Jang. That's the skinniest lottery tandem in the history of the NBA. There's no way anybody beats that. That's crazy. And they have Poku. They have the skinniest team in the history of the world.
And yet
I'm amazed they even have roster spots.
Like
at this point. Right. Well, is Jang's coming over this year, right?
Probably, yeah. As far as it's Spencer, right? He's coming over.
Yeah. It was just the Rising Stars thing I think he did this past year. Like that 1 year.
All right. I think we're done. I think that's it.
So here's another question. The Thunder are well below the salary cap, and they're below the cap floor. Do we think that part of this deal might also be involving a player like Kemba Walker going back to OKC?
Oh.
Is it Noel? Are the Knicks going to find a way to clear cap
That's
space
interesting.
by using OKC and leveraging that too, getting them future picks and coming off that money? Because if they are trying to shave payroll and clear cap space and not operate above the cap, then you better believe that they need to have infirm commitment, Jalen Brunson. But I also don't think that Brock Aller does this if they don't have a firm commitment from Brunson that he's coming if they are in fact clearing money. That's not how Brock Aller operates.
It's interesting because it's the Thunder. So obviously they're the only team that could take on a salary. I don't. Man,
They're the one
if
team
they-
that can do it right now.
I know, but I'm thinking about your point about like they definitely know that they're getting Brunson, because I wonder how much the Thunder even cared about taking on. I mean, obviously they cared about it, and like every point of negotiating leverage matters. But man, okay, damn. Wait, hold on. Andrew's frozen, by the way. We should tell everybody listening at home, and he can't get unfrozen unless he closes the stream. So we're gonna keep going.
Oh,
All right.
another factor. Actually, I can't. Bobby Marks pointing this out.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. So here's the thing, folks. By not making this pick, the Knicks are actually clearing cap space without making a big move.
Okay, hold on.
So here's what happens.
Yeah, wait.
The Knicks not
Wait,
by trading out. Wait, can I?
Yeah,
May I?
finish. Yeah.
By trading out from the 11th pick, the salary would be $4.5 million. So as of right now, the Knicks have $7.1 million in cap space entering this summer if they want to if they don't want to operate over the cap. So this is both a cap
Did you factor
maneuvering
in
move
and
and
Mitch
with the Mitch cap hold, it is $7.1 million.
with the Mitch cap hold? Okay.
Correct.
Per James Edwards III, hearing the Knicks are taking one last serious push at the Pistons for IVEY, laced with the picks from Oklahoma City trade that happened at pick 11. Stay tuned. So, if we are to assume that the Knicks got a couple of good future first-round picks from the Oklahoma City Thunder, and we're willing to offer, let's say, the Dallas pick, and one of the Thunder picks was, and by the way, Jalen Duren just went to Charlotte, and one of the picks from the Pistons or from the Thunder was the Pistons pick, and the Knicks are putting their own 2023 first on the table. Hold on, wait, what the fuck? Hearing the Pistons are working on a deal to get Jalen Duren, who was just picked by Charlotte. It sounds close.
Interesting.
And now,
So
continue.
I'm looking at Bobby Marks's math because he says New York is right at the $122 million salary cap.
He's factoring in Taj.
He's factoring in. No, he's not. He's taken Taj out of the equation. Oh, did he? Hold on.
He has to be factoring in Taj. There's no way that they're
Yes,
at 122.
and he's probably cleared Archidiakono. Yeah. So
Jalen Duren is
out-
being rerouted to Detroit, sources say.
Wow. Interesting
what?
for Ayton. That's really interesting for the whole league because that means Ayton's got one less suitor. Where's he headed? I love that move for Detroit. Man, that's Cade, IVEY, Duren. That's a hell of a core.
And all right, I'll say this because what the fuck?
Hornets traded Jalen Duren to the Knicks. What?
What's happening?
Wait a minute.
Oh my God.
Andrew is not.
Okay, so as of right now, I'm being told that they are still on the phone. The Knicks and the Pistons are still on the phone.
Well, I just sent the tweet out from our account saying that the Hornets picked Duren. So it's not great.
And I've also been told that, again, I don't know what. We are throwing the kitchen sink at Detroit. I don't know what the kitchen sink is, but we're throwing it. So source confirms the Knicks are acquiring Jalen Duren from Charlotte. Huh? Should I just get the bottle of bourbon and a fucking glass? And
I'm almost out of beer, and I feel like I need something stronger.
What is happening?
You have any rubbing alcohol in the house?
Should I go back to glue?
I actually have some crazy glue right here because I was trying to fix something on my daughter's. Well, maybe that trade I heard is back to. Oh, okay.
Jake Fisher says he's going to Detroit. Duren.
Begley's saying to the Knicks.
No, Duren's going to the Knicks. It's just a matter of whether he's.
Well, rerouted.
Wait,
Wow.
Jake Fisher.
It's a
To be honest,
three-team deal.
I don't know where Duren is going, but this sounds like a 3-team trade with Detroit, New York, and Charlotte. I'm getting the bottle of bourbon.
The man said, to be honest, I don't know where Duren's going. Oh my god.
Let's go! Chaos! Also, Fisher, don't report it then, buddy.
Yeah.
Like, come on. These
Yeah.
guys are too quick on the trigger. Like, you're reporters. So you
Well,
can only report it if you
it's-
know.
It's Ricky Bobby. If you're not first, you're last.
It's just terrible. It's so bad.
Yeah, apparently it's the Pistons. That's what Vincent Goodwill just said. I wonder if anyone in my Slack said anything.
So here's my question: did the Knicks find a way? I guess it's very possible to get IVEY and milk the 11th pick to get more assets to then send out, so they retain similar amount of assets they had before. Does that sound about right with where we're at right now in terms of where they're operating?
Yes. Should
Thank you. Oh, Cleveland is taking Agbaji.
Okay.
Not that that's a concern of ours right now, because what the hell is going on?
Sham says to the Knicks.
So the Knicks are getting Duren.
Well, maybe not.
Well,
He's going to Detroit.
Fisher's initial tweet was rerouted, which could be through the Knicks, right? So that.
Oh, my wife is standing here. She's afraid to come in the living room because she doesn't want to be on camera. Get the baby's chair. You can just put it right there. Yes, I told my wife to get in the chair for the 1-year-old.
To be honest, I don't know. That's
Woj
hilarious.
is saying he'll ultimately go to Detroit.
Makes a
Oh
lot
my
of sense.
gosh,
for
this
Detroit.
is happening.
Well, listen, we
Let's-
don't know anything yet. But so, because hold on, take a step back. If the Knicks, okay, if he's going to Detroit, what other trade could be on the table here?
Cade.
Killian, what do
The
you mean,
Knicks
Killian?
finally get Killian Hayes. Spencer, can we
Yeah.
get your Killian Hayes scouting report?
I was about to say we're just rebuilding around Killian now.
I still think Killian's going to pan out eventually. I think right now it's actually like
Oh, Kemba Walker's going to Detroit.
See ya!
Oh! Wow.
Okay.
Again, Knicks aren't clearing cap space unless they know something's coming on.
But hold on. So now we're offloading Kemba Walker and we're getting Jaden Ivey?
Maybe not.
someone just texted me saying Killian.
Oh no. Oh no.
If this is all about unloading fucking salary,
Well, they got multiple first-round picks from the Thunder. There's a lot of pieces here that we don't know about. Hold on.
Knicks acquired Jalen Duren and moved in with Kemba Walker to the Pistons, sources said.
I will say that Killian. It makes sense if they'll move Killian because they just got Ivy. If they want to keep Ivy.
Okay, so what did we give up to get Jalen Duren again?
Don't know yet.
We don't know.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. What the hell just happened?
We don't know. Jalen Duren's on the Pistons via the Knicks, and we don't know what the Knicks gave up to reroute Jalen Duren and Kemba Walker to the Pistons, but they gave up something. Jake Fisher, the whole league has been talking about the Knicks clearing salary for free agency.
Again, I understand we're scarred in some manner, basketball speaking, from Steve Mills trading away for cap space. I don't think this is the same thing. And I get it. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. This just feels very different.
Does it?
Yes, because the fact that you moved KP before the deadline and waited an entire summer. We're in the summer. This is the time when you do those moves.
At the end of the day, it's about what's on your ledger. And it's about what'd you get and what'd you give up. And as of right now, we still don't know the answers to those questions. All right, here we go.
We got one of them. Pistons are sending the Hornets the 2025 Milwaukee first. That's for Duren.
But so did Duren ever go to the Knicks?
We're about to find out if it's a 3-team deal or not.
Pistons are sending the Hornets 2025 first round pick via Milwaukee.
None of this had anything to do with Jaden Ivey.
Apparently not.
Mark Stein says to help fund their free agent pursuit of Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, that's what this is all
Sure,
about. This is
but
about
the
Jalen
question
Brunson.
is, the question is, was it purely that? It doesn't sound like it, based on the fact that the Knicks got multiple first-round picks from OKC for trading out. So it sounds like they've traded out, and they've found a way to move KEMBA to Detroit. The question then is, how did they come in contact with the 13th pick? They
Yeah, exactly.
I guess they went. Did they go from 11 to 12 to 13?
I am gonna.
We're still waiting. That's
Great tweet from Fred Katz. Someone is going somewhere.
I mean, not most accurate report of the night.
so. Here's what I got right now. If
What
you
you
take
got?
if you take Randall, Fournier, Rose, Barrett, Burks, Noel, Cam, Obi, Quickly, Grimes, Mitch, and Deuce, you're at $16.3 million in max room.
So how much more do you have to clear to get Kyrie?
Oh,
It was a joke. It was a joke. Lightening the mood. Listen, we're like 3 days away from me saying KD. Okay.
We've been through enough tonight, all right?
okay.
Don't you put that shit on me, Ricky.
Listen, my whole operation froze at one point, so I'm right there with you on the been through shit tonight.
And Charlotte's getting a center after all. They're taking Mark Williams.
Can I just say that Mitchell Robinson's market is continuing to just cave in on itself?
What?
So it seems.
What market?
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's the thing. It didn't start out super well, and now it seems to just be dropping because the Pistons had a ton of money, and they now got Duren. If they
All right.
want Ayton, they could still do it, but even still, the Hornets are out. You have to find a team now that's willing to give the mid-level exception.
From James Edwards, sound like Ivy's staying put. Duren's going to Detroit, and the Pistons take on the contract of KEMBA to give up the pick they got in the Jeremy Grant trade. We'll decipher this in a second. So as of now, the Pistons are leaving the draft with Ivy and Duren. Wow. Yeah, great fucking job by the Pistons.
The Pistons, yeah.
So, okay. So they're taking on KEMBA to give up the pick they got in the Jeremy Grant trade. So basically, let's try to figure this out. The Jeremy Grant trade, they got that's a Milwaukee late first, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is not a very good pick. It's probably going to be in the late 20s, mid 20s.
Which is not a very good pick. And they gave that pick up to get Duren, and they're also taking back Kemba Walker.
Yes. What we're missing is what the Knicks got from the Thunder, and then how they got to the 13th pick.
How about this? Duke's AJ Griffin going 16th to
The 16. Why do I hate Kyrie, Andrew? Shout out Juan Cruz who just put that in the super chat. We have so many super chats to catch up on. We're gonna let the dust settle and then catch up on all of them CP style before we get out of here.
I'm still trying to figure out what the Knicks ended up with, and how did they?
We're all yes.
What did we still? Correct me if I'm wrong. We
don't know.
Still don't know what they gave up to facilitate this Duren thing.
A lot of pieces that are moving.
Fucking A. At the end of the day, though, we can sit here and confidently say, nice tweet from Woj. Tremendous coup from Detroit GM Troy Weaver
like
to
him,
land
carrying
two of his top targets in this draft.
Oh, tremendous coup, my ass.
I got to hop off. I'm going to finish watching the draft with my wife.
Alrighty,
Okay.
Spencer. Good to see you, man.
Yes,
You're the man,
Thanks,
Spencer.
Spencer.
Thank you.
Sorry I couldn't offer that much analysis.
No, you offered so much.
Hopefully soon.
All right. At this point, why the hell not? I just got a text saying we're not done.
Of course not.
What?
Why would we be? But I
It's not Ivy though.
no. But here's the thing: do we have a feeling that Brunson is not going to be a Knick at this point? Because I feel like it's pretty likely if the Knicks are clearing cap space to do it.
Well, I'll say this: putting aside whatever the hell this front office did tonight, if Jalen Brunson signs a contract extension with the Dallas Mavericks or the Detroit Pistons or the Beijing Ducks, forget a day of that, within the hour of that ink drying, Leon Rose and Worldwide Wes and Scott Perry and anyone else who works in that front office should tender their resignation to James Dolan.
Sure,
because that would be a fucking joke.
Yes, I know. But again, there's
He's
so
very
many
clear about
more. There are more connections than just like, hey, Royal Ivy's here. It's very different.
No,
I get what you're saying. I understand, but we don't have to go to that point right now.
We don't have to go to it right now. We go to it in a week if they don't get him.
Of
If
course.
they get him, then we.
And I'll be
can
right
assess
there
it
alongside you saying the same exact thing.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
we're not there.
And
so
if
I'm
they
not
do
saying.
get Brunson, and they basically, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, they would have punted this pick and
to get future assets.
to get, well, I guess right, they're still getting the OKC picks in some future, so it's not like it's not like they gave up assets. I don't know. It's a lot of maneuvering to get Jalen Brunson, but
The point is, we don't know where the dust is settling.
I
no, we
think.
don't.
We don't right now.
Which
so
is not
we
great.
just have
Which
to
is
wait.
not great television, but we don't know.
Hold on.
I think it's actually better.
I think we can, in a vacuum, the idea of using the 11th pick in the draft, which is a resource that good NBA teams cherish beyond belief. The idea of using a resource of that caliber to unload salary that you just signed a year ago, to then make a free agent run at a guy to ostensibly replace the guy you just signed, who you just unloaded. I mean, you can't even say it without shaking your head. That is bad business.
We're missing pieces.
No,
here.
hold on. Wait, I'm not done yet.
Neither the Knicks.
I know. There you go. But, and listen, you obviously, you know, I'm itching to be critical of this front office.
Why?
Because I am starting to worry that they don't know what they're doing. Or not that, let me rephrase that. They clearly know what they're doing. But I'm worried that in pursuit of their ultimate goals, things are getting a little bit too messy in the here and now. This is pretty great. I'm going to read this from Fred Katz. A tremendous example of how confused the world is with the Knicks dealings right now. Texted a source to ask if he knew which picks were going where, and he just mentioned Mark Williams going 15 to Charlotte, and then said somehow, I don't know, though, LOL. It's a crazy night for everyone. What I was going to say is, if the Knicks flipped 11 to clear room and got Brunson and picked up future assets that they could then use to facilitate something else down the line, I will be the first to say, let's hold off on judging. Okay?
Yeah, that's
I also
all I'm
think
saying.
if they got good draft picks down the line, like if their scouting department decided, hey, I think these picks down the line are more valuable than the 11th pick this year based on who's on the board, you know, as frustrating as that is as a fan, you want to see the shiny new draft pick. Like, there's nothing wrong with that approach, especially with the Knicks roster.
I think that's the key part here, which is that in a sense, bringing on a young player into this roster where there's no obvious place for that young player to play, that would have immediately induced at least some skepticism on my part. If it was Jalen Ivey, that's one thing. But if it was literally anyone else, we'd be sitting here and we'd be talking about, okay, where's he getting minutes? Who's not getting minutes? Is Spence. At the very least, we are not sitting here and having that conversation right now. So from that perspective, if the value is right, which Jeremy, I think you'll agree with me on that. If the value is right, we can administer some praise as much
I'm not praising or criticizing anyone right now. I just want the goddamn information that we don't have. That's it. The draft is only a small piece of the puzzle. We also have to deal with free agency and all the other moves that come from there. We could look back in a week from now and hate everything that happens today, or love everything that happens today. And chances are, because we're Knicks fans, it'll be somewhere very much in between. But for me, it's non-committal because we don't know what's going on, and we'll find out soon, hopefully.
It would be nice. I'm not backing off what I said about Brunson. If they don't, at this point, if they don't get Brunson,
Yes, I
Yeah.
know.
Yes, Andrew. Hi.
How are we doing?
How was your last half hour, Ben? I feel like you've had
So a little behind the scenes to cut the tension. The my computer just like froze. All of a
hold on.
sudden.
Can I? Oh, sorry.
Go
finish
ahead.
and then
No.
I'll-
What I said didn't matter. I'm back. Go ahead.
No, everything you say matters, Andrew.
Thank you.
How
John.
dare you? Per Mark Stein, the Knicks figured to make at least one more move to continue creating cap space. Full speed ahead on their bid to try to pry Jalen Brunson away from the Mavericks.
Tari Easton to the Rockets, as opposed to the Knicks and their movement. It's probably a team with a traded player exception, or it's OKC. I feel like if it were Detroit, it would have happened again or already.
Yeah, everything I'm seeing
You-
reported from Detroit is that
They're done.
yeah,
You're-
they got DUREN, they
Yeah,
got
we're not.
IVEY. That's a nice core to put around.
Oh,
Jeez.
they won the night. Congratulations to them.
Yeah.
Jeremy, kudos to you. You were right with the 16 million factoring in Mitch's cap hold. That's
Mhm.
somebody just tweeted this out. Hoop Sipes cap expert.
Is it Yossi?
It is Yassi.
So shout out to the new platform we're using, StreamYard, which lets us push out to Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube at the same time. My computer apparently needs to get used to the new like wear and tear of that much streaming going on at once. So when my computer froze and the screen went blank, I went and got my laptop, which check out all my stickers that all of you can purchase on the KFS shop
That's
if you'd like. So I just, while the world was imploding and we had no idea what was happening, I was literally trying to just get back online. So shout out to technology.
I guess here's where I'm at. And I say this still eager to know what the next steps are. Obviously, we wanted the Knicks, or at least many fans, including myself, wanted the Knicks to go get Jaden Ivey. That would have cost things. That's something I would have been very comfortable with. Obviously, it depends on the price. If you saw our cap or no cap, you know that I was comfortable with a lot, at least what I thought was a lot. Even thinking afterwards, like, damn, that is a lot to give up for Jaden Ivey. But if you believe in him, so be it. The question now stands is, if the Knicks are keeping pretty much all of their young players, if they're finding ways to add a legitimately good point guard, if they're trading out the so-called excess of like Kemba Walker, maybe the next guy, I don't mean this disrespectfully because I love Alec Burks, but maybe it's Alec Burks. Maybe it's Nerlens Noel, one of the two. Right. The point being, like, if we find a way where at the end of this offseason, the Knicks walk away a better team with more assets in the future than not, that's a good summer. But we're not there yet. Just for right now, it's a matter of what this deal entails.
Couple of things. I'm told for the moment at least they're done. We'll see. Maybe that's right. Maybe that's wrong.
What does that mean? They're done
in terms of the first round. They're done moving and shaking. Second thing, like the having enough money for Brunson conversation is, well, it's not over, but like shit, they could waive and stretch Noel. You know, I mean, do they want to waive and stretch Noel? Of course they don't want to waive and stretch Noel. There's 1,000 other things that they'd like to do if other than that. But just for an argument's sake, if you waive and stretch Noel, that is another 6 on top of the 16, assuming they keep Mitch's cap hold. So that brings you to 22. 22 with 5% raises gets you to 100. No, it doesn't get you quite to 100. It gets you like 96, I think, right?
Well, I mean, like
96, 97.
Sure. Yes. Worst case scenario, if you wanted to stretch.
I'm just saying, for argument's sake, worst case scenario. The much more likely scenario is they find a new home for Alec Burks.
So, yes. Now, Bobby Marks is saying that the Knicks have $18 million in cap space, which.
Yeah, but who knows what math he's using in terms of.
That's the thing. It's got to be. Does he have Arcidiacono on the books? No, he does not. Does he have Mitch off the books? Yes, he does. He's assuming that Mitch is not on the books, which I don't necessarily agree with. 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh wait, hold on. Actually,
Well, either way, like it's now a matter of like they just if Jalen Brunson wants to be a Knick, then he's going to be a Knick and he's going to get paid. And if he doesn't want to be a Knick, it's not going to be because of money. The interesting thing here that I would like to note is contrary to what both me and you have been saying for a while now, is that this did come down to cap space, apparently. And I don't know, is that an indication of Dallas's unwillingness to play ball? Is it an indication of something else that we're not privy to? I don't know. We don't know.
I have what?
Fred Katz, a big part of trading Kemba Walker. If the Knicks renounce
Yeah.
Ryan Diak, but they're waiving Taj Gibson.
No, it's a non-guaranteed contract.
But no more Taj.
You can re-sign
Oh, that
him.
was always he was always
And
getting
he's
waived.
never coming back.
Can I be sad about Taj?
No,
Gibson
because
not
he
being
still
on the
could
Knicks
come
right
back,
now?
Andrew. It's fine.
I don't get 20, but
Here's another thought. Let's say the Knicks could do a sign and trade, and that the Mavs, when finally, if Brunson said, "I'm going there, I'm gone," the Mavs want to get a trade player exception. What does a traded player exception do? It gives them a window to add more talent. What does signing Jalen Brunson and not doing a sign and trade do if you're the Knicks? It means that you basically screw the Mavs, you make them a worse team, and you add value to their pick next year. That pick gets better if they can't get a traded player exception out of Jalen Brunson and then trade someone into that and then be a good team.
It's
now
top
now
10
it's
or
personal.
top. It's top 10 or top 14.
It's top
protected?
10.
Top 10.
Doesn't matter.
All right. So
Uh,
if they get top,
But it kind of
matters.
does.
it kind of. Okay.
But it kind of could. That's the thing.
But I
no-
mean,
you
we
see
saw with
teams
the
in the West
11th pick
getting better,
tonight. Yeah.
Right? We see teams in the West getting better. The Blazers are loading up. The Clippers are going to be back. The Pelicans are a better team. Like, there's movement. If the Mavs are the 9th seed, the 8th seed,
Kemba's getting
yeah,
bought
no
out.
surprise. He'll go to
Well, obviously.
some team in
Charlotte.
Clippers or
Probably goes back to
something.
Charlotte. Good for
Yeah.
maybe. But that's the prevailing thought. Okay, we don't want to work with you because we'd rather screw you over, take Jalen Brunson. You get nothing. Shout out Willy Wonka. And then after that, the Knicks get to say you're a worse team after all. We own your pick. Good luck with that. Then the Knicks have more ammo to trade up next year, which is why I'm so damn eager to find out what this trade is
I
with
know.
the Thunder so we can add more pieces to it.
Can I tell you my and this again, sitting here right now, not knowing everything, but my gut reaction is I sure as hell hope none of they don't expend a single additional draft asset unless it's a second rounder or something on offloading salary.
I know. I
But
you're
like,
telling
should be
me
very clear about
you're
that.
telling me at worst Alec Burks into the Boston Celtics trade player exception for a second round pick isn't doable? Is that what you're going to tell me?
No, I don't. Look, I I would hope so.
Right.
I just don't know.
Teams are going to say, "Hey, screw the Knicks," when they can get something decent out of it. My question is why the Knicks. I'm fine that they're operating under the cap. I would have preferred over the cap. Been over that. It's fine. It's more if they felt that Brunson was going to be a realistic option for them. And if they still feel this way, and obviously he has to put pen to paper, but if they still felt that way, perhaps why they went about signing the players. The only thought process to contracts that are guaranteed for this year. The only thought process is that they still wanted to do that because then they could still trade a player like Burks because they have him under contract and get an asset out of it. Maybe they could do something similar with Fournier with salary coming back. There are ways they could do it. I just would have thought if they figured all along they're going to be an under the cap team, and maybe that's why they didn't make Mitch a restricted free agent last year, that they would have considered going about it slightly differently. But it doesn't matter because they've worked their way under.
Can I have
Man,
a quick shout out? Just interrupt this for a little bit.
let's do the super chats.
Well, we got 1,500 people watching us live right now.
Oh,
So,
thanks everybody.
Shout out to the Knicks. Thank you.
yeah, shout out to the Knicks for making this interesting. And one point, I don't know which pod it was on that we said this, which I understand, John, the energy of like they better If you're doing all this, it better be because you know. But like, what have we been saying for weeks? That if we see them start to all of a sudden make moves where it's just like, all right, they're clearing cap space. You got to think it's because they've got some type of inside. I know, shocker, teams talk to players before the moratorium's lifted, but
maybe one talks to his son.
Right, like
I'm not even gonna make the obvious joke. Like,
could this be confidence that that they got something with Brunson in the bag?
Hey, Dad, could you pass the bread and also $25 million?
Yeah,
actual bread
a year.
I wish I knew what picks they had gotten from this so I could put my head on the pillow tonight and sleep easy, because again, even if in a vacuum, the notion of Jalen Brunson, even at $25 million a year, being more valuable than a amorphous 11th pick in a draft, I need something else. I don't know if you feel differently, Jeremy, but that's how I feel.
But you went into this draft feeling that the talent at 11 was not good. So why are we upset if they're trying to flip 11 into better assets down the line that also clears cap space, that gets Jalen Brunson, who we've talked about before, that we are both on board with? I don't understand where the frustration is that we don't know what the haul is. But other than that, it just kind of feels like we're searching for things that are frustrating, and I don't see how that's apparent right now.
Come on, Jeremy. They got a do-over from something they did last year that didn't work out.
I understand, but that wasn't the whole reason with the 11th pick. It's not like they traded the 11th pick to clear KEMBA.
That's what I keep seeing on the timeline. That's wrong.
Look, that's how it's going to get made, and I'm not trying to make it out to be that way. I want to be very clear. I'm not trying to make it out to be that way. But
is it pessimism that they are going to get Brunson, that they're doing this for nothing?
No, it's kind of why I wrote what I wrote today, which is I don't want to get into that. If anybody is not a subscriber to the Knicks Film School newsletter, go subscribe.
I will second it. Like my frustrations that I had last year with the front office echoed a lot what you were saying. So there is
a clear plan in place here, and they have stuck to that plan to their credit, because they know the best way you get a star in the NBA today is to trade for them. So what are they doing? Trying to win as many games as possible, which, by the way, we've all been screaming and yelling. That's what the Knicks should do. They're in New York, try to win games. They have tried to do that. They've tried to accumulate assets. All of these things. My recent frustration has come purely from the fact that in the interim, I feel like they have maybe potentially ignored some of the nuances of having a healthy, functional organization, where things have clearly gone haywire. We can all sit here and admit the last year did not go as they planned.
Sure.
And I'll just finish and then I'll turn it over to you. Tonight is at least an acknowledgement. Like, okay, look, this didn't go the way we wanted it to. But we know how to make it better, and we feel good about the valuation and like the direction we're going. And I'm on board with all of that. It is just like, this is like the very basic NBA fan in me. This is as basic as it gets. I'm admitting that, where it's like, well, we're not getting the 11th pick, and instead we're, the potential of like getting some young, exciting player because we needed to use it to facilitate this other thing. And I get it. It's not that simple. Like, the talent drop off was, I think, real after 10. It just, there's something in my core that it doesn't sit right with me. I'm not even saying it's rational. That's all.
But I feel like we're confusing unorthodox for not functional, because what the Knicks are doing, we don't often see. We don't see this. It seems like they're kicking the can down the road, right? Isn't that the problem constantly? They're kicking the can down the road, Why are they kicking the can down the road?
No, let me very briefly be clear. It is the fact that, like, the attention to detail over the last year, I'm not sure, and maybe even before the last year, I'm not sure that it's been there. It's not about the process. For instance, they brought in Kemba Walker, who was a point guard that, by everything we've come to understand, their head coach never wanted to begin with.
Who we were happy with them signing when it happened.
Yeah, of course. But, like,
okay. So hindsight's 2020.
What is this? Exactly. Yeah. And look, what would be the worst thing they could do? The worst thing that they could do would be to say, not own up to their errors and make them worse, right? Which they're not. Clearly,
Sure.
they're not doing.
I don't fully understand where the point of contention is. I get it. You wanted someone shiny. But that's what you just said. You just said you wanted a player for this year, but you're also saying that the drop off was bad. They tried doing the exact same thing they've done every single year. They tried trading up for Obi. They didn't need to. They tried trading up for Duarte. They didn't get him. They tried trading up for Ivy. It didn't work. So what else are they supposed to do at that point? Stick at 11 and take a player that you might not like?
No, of course not. I'm just it's much more. That's why I said this is a basic take. Is that you are using at least part of the value of a lottery pick to undo something that didn't work out. I don't know how to put it.
We don't have the other pieces here. Undoing it would imply that it's 11 to dump Kemba. That's not.
It's not 11 to dump Kemba, and we need to see what the other pieces are. But there is a part of the valuation here is that they are getting rid of Kemba.
I understand, but if they're getting multiple first-round picks or picks that are like,
even if it's one pick, I'll take it if it's a decent pick.
But that's the other part that we don't have.
I know.
So you're arguing against it when we don't know what it is and we don't have it in front of us.
Well, I just got a text from someone saying that they don't. A person who theoretically should know still doesn't know what picks they're keeping and giving away. So maybe that's up in the air. Anyway, I'm not disagreeing with you. I get exactly where you're coming from. I just
need more information. That's all.
Yeah, it's fine.
And then we can reassess. And if my opinion changes, then my opinion will change.
All right.
You guys good?
Yeah, we're good.
Need to go to Brooklyn and hug it out?
Oh, it's me and Jeremy.
I know. I'm letting you know. Benji and I texted each other. We'll just let them sort this out while Benji eats a snack. Okay, so some super chats. Let's catch up. We got a while. So this is gonna go back to before my computer crashed, and we're gonna read some chats while they might be getting Jaden Ivey. Okay, from Travis Stroud. Please, no Brogdon. Jesus, I seconded.
I think we're past that point.
I think we're let's all be thankful that that's what they didn't do.
Ray Marcano, shout out Ray. The Knicks draft so far is like my first kiss. Lots of anticipation and terribly disappointing because I didn't get what I really wanted. Is that part of where you're coming from, John? That it's like, yes, the dust hasn't settled and it's tough to make a final analysis on this, but I'm disappointed.
No, it's a process thing for me. It's just a process thing for me. That's all. I'll leave it at that.
Ryan Menzies, who was with us for our watch party when we went to the Garden. Shout out Ryan. Could this be more ... continuous soup?
Why would this be continuous soup?
I don't know. He's just asking.
No.
If it's not.
It's not, because the whole point with continuous soup would be going over the cap. Mitch is still continuous soup because you can extend him after you hit the salary cap. This is different. This is trying to get presumably Jalen Brunson.
Poor Robert Cross. Robert Cross. The deal is done in Leon We Trust. # 53 wins. Rev John Ortiz. The look on Claudio's face is all of us right now. Apparently, when I was frozen, I had a look. I did not get to see it. From Trish D. I'm still focused on Patrick Ewing Jr. in parentheses Kofi Cockburn in the second round. Don't let the Bucks whiz or Hawks take him. We need a reliable center. From Juan Cruz. Why do you hate Kyrie, Andrew? No comment.
Where to begin?
Yeah. What is it? It's Chris Jericho that has the scroll meme, right? Where it's
Great
a lot.
meme.
Yeah, that meme. Parrish Duggar. Knicks are going for Jalen Brunson. It's Brunson. He said that in all caps. Better get Brunson. It's Brunson. Robert Cross, the new guy. Don't. This is talking about our former guest, Mr. Perlman. That new guy. Don't have Dookie on you, Benji. # 53 wins. Thank you, Spencer, for joining us tonight and giving us some of your time. Frank Corona Jr., let's be real. Should we really be that excited to pay Brunson 25 to 30 million a year per year over 4 years? I'll pause on that. Did a whole cap or no cap about his value.
There's nothing more I can say that I haven't already said in a cap or no cap.
Should we be excited?
Benji, you haven't given any Brunson takes on the pod because we haven't seen you in a minute.
I believe.
What are your thoughts
have
about
in some
Jalen Brunson?
forum.
Yeah, you've talked about him.
I have talked about him
Since we've done the cap or no cap, and it's been the off season.
Yeah. Salary cap implications aside, just the player and the value, and you can't really separate those things. But that's kind of how I'm programmed to think. It's an overpay. I don't think he is that. I don't think he's worth that money. That doesn't equate to it's the wrong move for the Knicks, and I understand and appreciate that, and that's what I know Jeremy gets into a bunch on his various platforms that he's spoken about this. I think he is a very good player. I think he's a very limited player. I think the lack of spacing is going to be damaging, and he's going to find things much more crowded than he did in Dallas. That's my take.
So this is the next comment, which I think coincides with your take, Benji. And look, Jeremy and Chris, in their disagreements, both prefaced their thoughts on any Jalen Brunson to do it or not do it with it. It matters if Julius Randle is still here. Like that is still like a part of the equation.
So
and Alex, hold on. Alex says, is it possible that Rose is getting picks to help facilitate a Randle trade? He knows he's on the chopping block, and that's one way to lessen the heat.
No, Randle's like, I mean, look, what the hell do I know? Wow, by the way,
Malachi Branham
falling to 20.
Yeah.
I thought the Spurs were going to get him at 9.
Interesting.
Yeah.
He fell.
Spurs end up getting him at 20. It's good value.
I don't think Randle's going anywhere. Everything I understand about how they're approaching things is that Randle's not going anywhere. I think the plan is to treat the situation with Randle differently next year, in terms of
his role.
Because like as irked as Knicks fans everywhere were about the fact that he got carte blanche and like the whole thing, like Knicks fans weren't the only ones that were irked, and the only, you might say the only person whose opinion really matters was irked quite a bit. I don't think you're going to see the same sort of thing now. Whether Randle's any better or not, who the hell knows? But I don't think they're going to trade him. I don't know. I think it's going to be a different looking offense. Whether that means Obi gets more minutes, whether they play together, I can't tell you.
Next up from Danny Gardner. It's another Brunson take. Sizable contribution, by the way. Thank you, Danny Gardner.
Thank you, Danny.
Brunson is a sub all-star level point guard. This can't have all been for this. Not to mention they're going to pay RJ, Mitch, and are paying Randle. They've dug themselves in a corner of mediocrity. Yikes. Jeremy wants to throw his computer.
I don't know how many times I have to say that it's fine to operate as an over-the-cap team. It's really okay. Like, all this concern when the Knicks are over the cap isn't going to mean shit. Right now, because the Knicks are going under the cap, sure, it's important. But the Knicks are going to be over the cap if they got Brogdon or D'Lo or any point guard that they were clearly interested in getting. That's not the concern. And it's all about how you structure the contracts. So when you get to the point where the salary cap jumps in 2025, you're in good shape.
Yeah, I'm going to back you up on that. It's not like becoming a better basketball team without, like, it's not a bad thing. Like, there are ways in which you could do it the wrong way. So let's say, so shout out to Smitty 2698 who just DM'd me this. This is Rod Boone's tweet about the compensation. So it looks like the Knicks. So for the Knicks to get Jalen Duren, they gave up their own
second in
2024.
And 2024.
The Dallas Miami pick that was traded over in the Fournier sign and trade, right? That's where they got that 2023 Dallas Miami second, or am I confused?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't the Fournier deal though.
It was something else where they got that. Whatever. They got not a great pick. A 2023 second, Utah's 2023 second, which is coming from the Knicks. The Knicks' own second round pick next year. Interesting. That might be good. Well, we hope it's not a great pick.
We'll see.
We'll see. And then here's the big one. The Denver first round pick in 2023, which is one of the picks that they got from Oklahoma City. So the Hornets got all this, sent Jalen Duren temporarily to the Knicks, and then the Knicks sent Jalen Duren to the Pistons along with Kemba Walker. Right?
And what we're missing still is the multiple first-round picks.
The other pick, but it is so really the way to look at there's two ways to look at this. One, what would you rather have? Jalen Duren or Kemba Walker? Did I phrase that correctly? Right?
Well,
or not Kemba
no,
Walker.
it's still not that though.
Well, no,
the Knicks gave.
It kind of is because this is a straight up. It seems like this is straight up. The Knicks gave up a bunch of stuff to get Jalen Duren from the Hornets, and then the Knicks gave Jalen Duren to the Pistons with Kemba Walker. So the question is very simply, what would you rather have, Jalen Duren or not Kemba Walker?
But I still don't.
How?
Because the Knicks gave up 3 seconds, but they're getting 2 firsts. They also gave up Kemba.
Yeah, but but my point is like the Oklahoma City trade is its own thing. They then turned around and used something from the Oklahoma City trade to facilitate getting Jalen Duren. And then they turned around and flipped Jalen Duren with a bunch of stuff they already had, nothing from the Hornets, to get rid of Kemba Walker. So there are two separate conversations here. One, would you rather have Jalen Duren or not Kemba Walker, which if anything, this speaks to the fact that Mitch is back, which is somebody just reached out to me and said Mitch is going to be back, which has been reported anyway. And two, this was the price to unload Kemba Walker. And it's essentially 4 second-round picks, the best of which is the Knicks' second-round pick next year.
3, isn't it? 3 second-round picks?
What?
3 second-round.
No, I have it as a 2023 Knicks second, a 2023 Utah second, a 2023 Dallas Miami second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, and a 2024 Knicks second. So 4 seconds, and again, two of them are the Knicks owns, and Denver's first round pick next year. Now, Denver, if I had to bet on it right now, I would bet on them finishing second or third in the West. So essentially, you gave up a super, 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 super late first round pick in a draft in which you already have a late first round pick to dump $9 million.
Yeah, that's not good. That part of it's not good. The question then is like what the other deal is.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm eager to see what that other part is. Then I can assess and then I can have a change.
Well, yeah, and it's to get off Kemba Walker and to not take somebody who would raise your salary, right? Because you're also clearing that pick's salary.
Yes.
Which they felt like they had to do, I suppose, in order to get Brunson, presumably.
Man, if they don't sign Brunson next weekend,
I don't even.
Let's not go to that place yet.
Do not even want to talk about it. I mean, yeah,
and that honestly, it does go to just how good you think Brunson is. Like, yeah, I said Brunson will make the Knicks better next year. And for the duration of his contract, he's a good player. He's a good basketball player. He just had an amazing playoffs. You don't just have an amazing postseason and not like he's indisputably a very good basketball player that will help your team. In terms of like where the Knicks are in the timeline, and I guess depending on what you think of Duren or anyone else that you could have taken at 11, that's curious to me.
Why are Bondy and
you saw that stuff? Bondy, the Knicks do not have
Bondy and Fred Katz both tweeted the Knicks don't have a first round pick in this draft.
Meaning they're not trading into the draft anymore.
Oh, this is they all just got a text from whatever. I don't talk about that.
So the Knicks are basically what of the scenarios that we painted at the beginning of the night. Trading out was one of them. They did that. It looks like. Okay,
Man, giving up a pick in that draft.
Again, I just want to see everything. I could very easily change my tune. It's just a question of what it is. But yeah,
That's
if like
so
the
much.
thing is, if you the seconds I don't care about. The seconds, whatever. The first is the question.
You don't care about them because you had a lot of them.
Right.
And you have a lot of them because you want to have the ability
Ooh.
to turn around and use them for something that is important.
then Bondi reporting the Knicks received 3 conditional
Oh,
first-round picks
shit.
from the Thunder for their 11th pick. That's a haul.
Well, again,
This is why we wait.
If one of them did one of them go out in the KEMBA,
that just the Denver pick.
just the Denver pick. Okay.
So that would mean that they would be netting 2 first-round picks for trading back 1 space.
So
2,
it's interesting
13.
that they say conditional because again, there's so many funky things involved with
The Clippers, for example.
yeah, that's
Because
one of them.
the Thunder have the right to swap with the Clippers, but they're not going to do that because they're going to be a worse team than the Clippers. So the Clippers will retain their pick next year. The question then is, it's Detroit. They're protected 19 through 30, or I'm sorry, protected 1 through 18. Denver protected 1 through 14, which is now in Charlotte, and then the Wizards protected 1 through 14. So this is where the trickle of information is very important.
It's still though. You're giving up a first round pick in 4 seconds to dump KEMBA.
I hear you. I'm just saying.
That's just so.
Well, let me ask you this, right? Okay, we're talking about Brunson. What happens if there's a sign and trade for Brunson and the Mavs want to extract something of value? Didn't you say that your thought was that it's going to cost them the first round pick to facilitate the deal? Is this not essentially? Is this? It's obviously more, but is it not similar?
So no, to your credit, we had this very conversation. We literally had this conversation where it's like, what is it going to cost to keep the space versus what is it going to cost to do the sign and trade? And and again, it's the NBA, so obviously tampering doesn't exist. But if the if the Mavs are being such fucking stubborn assholes that they're like, fuck you, go clear the space.
And they did, All right, I'm going to continue with the super chats.
Sorry, I just
wait for more information.
Man,
come in.
this is all such a mind fuck.
Chris Kastner, thank you for your contribution. I'm not going I'm guessing this is the Bleacher Report community for a month. It's about to be the most toxic place. I'm guessing that's a space or green room or something like that.
I don't even know what that is.
Lead to the Bleacher Report app. Where you can
okay.
comment.
Couldn't you have stretched Kemba and or Noel to clear that space?
Yeah,
so
they could have.
The conventional wisdom all along was that they would move Burks, stretch Kemba, and then if you don't have the salary of the first round pick, that gets you there. Because actually, Burks I think makes about $1 million more.
And what if they did draft? What if they did make that pick? How could they have cleared the space?
That impedes things massively because it's $4.5 million.
Right. So
I get the part about not wanting to pay the first round pick because that screws with everything you're doing. But your question is a valid one, which is like, couldn't you just stretch Kemba? Because like, I'll say this:
Philly is trading the 23rd pick for D'Anthony Melton.
That's
likely to be Danny Green going back.
Yeah,
just a guess.
That's a nice.
But like, well, I'm trying to give some like silver linings here. It's not good to stretch contracts.
No, 100%. But if you're admitting your mistake anyway,
yeah, and
like, I don't know.
Real quick, just in response to your question, Benji, my read on this is that they feel strongly that they have something lined up for either whether it's Noel or Burks. That is because otherwise, I think you would have rather included one of their salaries in this deal to get off of that and then stretch Kemba. Because if you're keeping the other ones and you paid this price to stretch Kemba, it makes no sense to then go and stretch Noel or stretch, obviously they're not going to stretch Burks, but like stretch Noel. Am I being clear here? I don't know if I'm
Yeah,
being clear.
no, that does make sense. That does make sense, but right. I do understand your frustration where like this is what you had to do to get off Kemba. I think not picking the 11th pick is almost a separate. It's a separate conversation.
It's a completely separate conversation, and and again, I think the mind fuck of it is really the part of it of like I can't believe we actually had this conversation. If Dallas does go fuck you, go clear the space.
Yeah, they went ahead and did it.
They went ahead and did it. This is what they did. They were like, okay, fine.
The argument, though, Benji, that I will say that goes in favor of why you could stretch them or one of them. If the Knicks are going to be above the salary cap, after they load up this year, right? It's like $3 million. Then the next 2 years, it would be around $3 million each if we're talking Kemba. If they're over the salary cap and they're not close to the tax apron or the luxury tax, why couldn't they have just done that? I think that's a very fair question to ask. Would you rather, if you're the Knicks, have multitude of seconds and the Denver pick as opposed to like facilitating this to dump Kemba outright? That I think is fair. And I would like, if that were the case, I would have preferred that than to this.
Right.
The other piece of this, because again, free agency does tie into all this, and it's not just Jalen Brunson. If the Knicks turn Alec Burks into an asset to clear space for the younger players, that's exactly what we want, isn't it? And then you add to the pile, and then you look at it holistically and you say, okay, what came in, what went out, was this the right move? And I'm sure there are people who are going to dislike Jalen Brunson, assuming he even signs here, and say, no, it was all bad. I hate it. I respect that. But I think we just need to get all the information, at least from tonight, in first, and then take it one step at a time with free agency, see what the Knicks do there.
Just very quickly, the other part of this that I just want to throw in is the fact that they do have the Dallas pick. Because it's like if it all goes according to plan next year, and the Knicks are like good, like it's nice to have a late first round pick in a good draft. You had a cheap serviceable player on a nice rookie contract, right?
Good call, Jeremy. Danny Green headed to Memphis. Good call, Jeremy.
Yeah. And that's a good asset.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead, finish.
No, and just gonna say it's a good asset to have, but like you don't want to have too many assets in like that. Like there's probably no world where they're taking 2 late first round bites at the apple plus their own pick that they are probably gonna have, and who knows where that ends up. Anyway, let's keep going.
We're once again. Thank you everybody for your generosity tonight. Almost 1,500 people still here watching us live here on YouTube. So thank you for joining us tonight. Bernard Richardson, very, very confused, but theoretically, Knicks picked up multiple future firsts and traded 11 and Kemba for cap space, which is essentially trading 11 and Kemba for Brunson and multiple firsts, right? Question mark?
Yeah, more or less.
We just don't know going out. Yeah.
And the seconds going out. Yeah.
We just don't know what the firsts are.
Kevin Danishevsky, is it possible that the OKC first help us get Spida? And I will add on to his question. Throw DeJounte Murray into that question.
Well, Murray wouldn't have an impact.
No, just like instead of like, could these multiple firsts be chips for a guy? Is rather than what we're all assuming is just the play for Brunson.
See, to me, that's why, as Jeremy has been correctly pointing out, so much of this really does come down to what are the other picks, because like, God, it takes so long to scroll through all of Oklahoma City's incoming first round picks. And here's the other thing, like Brock Aller's involved here. So did the Knicks potentially acquire the right to have some optionality as to which of multiple first round picks they have a choice of in a future draft? Because that's the thing, is when you're Oklahoma City and you have so many future firsts coming in from different teams, if you're the Knicks, potentially maybe they crafted some language where, obviously with some kind of protections, maybe we're getting the better of 2 or 3 different things that the Oklahoma City Thunder have in a future draft, which, if that's the case, that is the sort of thing that if you're trading for or trying to trade for a star player, that could be very appealing.
I also have a potential theory. We'll see if it comes true or not. So the Knicks are obviously opening up cap space for what seems like Jalen Brunson. When they get over the salary cap, like I said, if they're trading Alec Burks and they're trying to trade him for an asset, if they traded him to a place like Boston with no salary coming back, that would grant the Knicks a $10 million traded player exception. And the Knicks could then use that exception to take on good salary for a good player or bad salary with pick attached. That is kind of like what Brock Aller has done in the past, creating TPEs in a way that can help move you forward. So my guess would be under the cap team, they do their business, they go over the cap. Once over the cap, that's when they try to then make other moves, securing assets. And I talked about this for the most recent Cream, the importance of traded player exceptions. It's not the most crucial thing for a team like the Knicks because they're not in the position that a team like the Celtics is in, but it's still something that's of value, and it can kind of like keep breeding more assets down the line. Again, I look, I don't like the fact that that's what it costs to give up Kemba, right? I'm happy to say that now that we have the information in front of us. I don't mean to be beating a dead horse or be a broken record here. I just want to know what else is there, and then we can move on from it. But that's how you navigate from a under the cap to the over the cap perspective and where it comes into play.
Next question, next super chat, real quick. Also, it goes to what Kevin was saying. This is from Sage of the Knicks Path. Excuse me. Depending on how many picks, the Knicks could be setting up a Drew Holiday type deal, which, for those who don't know, first of all, what the Drew Holiday deal was, it was what, 2 players, 3 picks, and 2 swaps? 3 unprotected first and 2 swaps, which it was Milwaukee first, so they expect to be in the late 20s anyway.
I mean, if they want to go trade for DeJounte Murray, I'm sure they can after this. It'll involve their own picks, I'm sure, too, but that would not jive with the cap space angle at all. So they're not at all. You're not getting DeJounte Murray. That's not
the Drew Holiday.
If the Knicks,
go ahead.
If the Knicks went after DeJounte Murray and even took him into the cap space that they'd have, I would actually be furious because of the fact that you could have used matching salary to go get DeJounte Murray, and then you would have burned picks to dump Kemba, where you could have just been an over the cap team in the first place.
Right.
That's where I would be that's where I'd be furious.
That's the Steve Mills move.
And for those who don't know why Drew Holiday type deal is quoted, is because was it earlier today the Hawks and Spurs were connected in some type of John Collins for DeJounte Murray rumor, in which the Spurs were apparently reported to say it would take a Drew Holiday type package to get that deal done, which I just want to remind everybody, when the Bucks made that trade for Drew Holiday, the next move they made was signing Giannis to an extension, which is more like they traded for Holiday to guarantee that Giannis signed long term, making those picks a guarantee of late in the draft, barring Giannis doesn't get hurt.
There's actually a part of me that feels a little bad that they're going to get raked over the coals for this Kemba deal.
Of course. Yeah.
I feel a little bit bad because
because you lit the fire.
No, please, I don't have that ability. But like I when you
your ass was reporting things earlier. What are you talking about?
It's just I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they don't like it any more than I don't love it, but I get it. But on paper, it just doesn't look good. Anyway,
because we're missing like 4 of the pages.
So let me catch up because we're
John,
like an hour behind.
I hear what you're saying, but
yeah. Like these chats are like, what did we get from OKC? Like,
all right, let's keep going.
If this is from Hush Zoo, shout out Hush Zoo. Also a patron for those who want to, please sign up for our KFS Patreon where more of this discourse exists. If Jang becomes Giannis 2.0, this team is cooked. Also, what do we get from OKC? I'm still so confused on that. Still same. walking us through this better than ESPN. Thank you, Dom. I think I prefer this method than anyone at 11. Which, I guess is fair. Frank from Patreon. What's up, fellas? It's your boy Frank from Patreon. Us Knicks fans, please, let's collectively agree to never utter the phrase team-friendly deals again.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
All I could think of is last year when the KEMBA contract was announced. I think we had a brief conversation on the live stream. Like, I wonder if they got an option on that second year. Nope.
Well,
guess not.
We were wrong.
Yeah.
I was wrong.
They
happens.
did not. No, I'm not blaming. I'm just. I remember just we had the
I'm just
conversation.
saying that did not age well.
No, did not.
One thing I'll say about
Go ahead,
the 11th pick, once draft day hits, it's no longer like the asset, the 11th pick. It's only as good as the players that can be drafted with it, right? Like,
Yeah.
and it becomes like the pick has now a name or a group of potential names associated with it, and like there's going to be a lot of they traded the 11th pick, and it should be more and the discussion. And you might love some of these players, so I personally didn't. I don't think John, you were in love with any of the options either. And again, depending on what they get in the future, it's not necessarily the word. That aspect of the deal, I think, could be a positive, even though I think people will be frustrated because everybody loves a new draft pick. But I don't. That element of the trade or of this day, of what the Knicks, everything they did today, I think I am not upset about, because it's not just the 11th pick. It's who could they actually drafted with it, and what do we think of those guys? I'm not overwhelmed.
Steph Bondy just tweeted, I'd love for Leon Rose to answer some questions. Again, I'll say it for you, Jeremy. To say what? Like, it's not. This isn't rocket science, folks. I love Bondy.
No, I'm sorry. Fuck that. We created an entire summer's worth of content. We don't need Leon Rose to speak to us to be able to churn out good shit. Fuck it. I don't care. Bondy, do your own shit.
Yeah.
Cap or no
Anyway,
Cap or no cap is there out there for anybody.
It's because, look, people may not like what they're doing, so it gives an opportunity to force him to stand up there and talk about the thing that people don't like. But neither here nor there. All right, what's the next super chat?
Forgotten NYC with back-to-back. Even though we traded the pick, it's just hilarious to me that, of course, we took the Euro that nobody's heard of in the lottery. Unless you're Chris Bersiainen, who has been talking about all of these Euros in the lottery. Benji, you're caught up on the Yankee game, right? Holy shit, Heron Hicks. This team.
It's a game-tying homer, right?
Yeah, game-tying 3-run homer off the guy that the Mets couldn't touch yesterday. They're infuriating. Okay.
Damn it.
What?
San Antonio just took Blake Wesley at 25. I like Blake Wesley. Not that I thought the Knicks were going to trade up to get him, but yeah.
Whoops. Anyway. Another one, Forgotten NYC. Leon has to do something, right? Scared of Mills. We'll see.
He's very clear what he's doing. Whether it works or not we'll see.
Sean Ford, don't like trading out. Not a single one of our vets could net a late lotto pick in return, and we just punted on one. I like Brunson. Hope we get him. Just a little concerned to devalue draft. Thank you, guys. One thing I will say, the overwhelming sentiment just among and this is like the smallest of sample sizes, but like my friend group, which are all diehard Knicks fans, they're pretty informed as well. The overall sentiment tonight was like, if they walk away tonight and Obi Toppin and Emmanuel Quickly, and even to an extent Quentin Grimes are still here, I'll be able to still live with it. Going up and getting Ivy is nice, but as long as this core that we've fallen in love with hasn't been broken up to take a swing, then I'm good with it. Like Berman reporting that it's going to take Quickly. Maybe it is what it was going to take. It was going to take Quickly to get up to Ivy, and the Knicks were like, no, we're not giving you Emmanuel Quickly.
Well, two things real quick. I want to say this before, and I forgot, is I'm fascinated to know whether anything would have been different if Johnny Davis would have been on the board. I think we got it from Shams.
It's the 2023 protected first rounder from Detroit. 2023 protected first rounder from Washington and the 2023 protected first rounder from Denver, which is going to Charlotte.
I
So right
will,
now the Knicks have
I'll read the
theoretically 4 first-round picks next year.
But it's
I-
theoretically. It's theoretical.
Theoretically, so
It's
it's
not- yeah,
3
so- but
protected
it's
and then
not-
their own.
The
so
Detroit
the protections. Sorry, this is your wheelhouse. You do it.
It's fine. The Detroit pick is protected 1 through 18. So unless they make the
Mm.
playoffs and get as low as the 19th pick, that's going to keep going down the line. Same thing with the Wizards, only it's lottery protected. So I think that there are a couple ways you can look at it. Number one, if you're the Knicks, yes, there is an opportunity for you to have 4 first-round picks next year. It's not likely to happen. The question then is, how many do you get? How many are you willing to package if you want to trade up? My opinion was, going into today, get a high ceiling primary option this year or next year. They tried to do it this year. They did not get it done. It now shifts to next year. You have the ammo. There's no excuse to not do it, especially if you can get more ammo using, like I said, maybe it's Burks, maybe you deal Cam to create more space. I don't really know, but that's how you keep trying to get, solidify a better position to trade up next year. The question then is, do you trade up next year? Is there a star that becomes available? So it's not really 2023 picks. It's more like, hey, it could happen in 2023, but they're just future picks that will help us down the line, and that's good.
I'm just in the process of tweeting this out. So the downside is just that you're not getting a possible future number 1 pick. These are all, both of the picks that the Knicks are retaining they terminate as future, as like 2 seconds if like they don't convey by a certain point. The upside is that they are likely to convey. Detroit, whether it's, I would say probably right now, it's actually, the Detroit pick is interesting because it's top 18 for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
You could see them taking another couple of years to get into that. But then by the time they're there, they might be pretty good. I think the Washington pick is the more interesting one just because of how they've been as a franchise for a while. That's the better asset. And I think what you're banking on is the Wizards at some point being just not bad enough or just not good enough, whatever you want to say, for this to be like the 11th pick in 2025 or something.
Yeah. The one thing that's conflicting is that obviously we know the Knicks want to get better, but what the Knicks essentially would want is for these teams to finish with better records than them so that the pick conveys. Do you know what I mean?
Say that again.
Like the Knicks want to do well on their own. They want to make the playoffs. They want to seem like a good team. But also, if you're telling me the Wizards just need to essentially make the playoffs in order for this pick to convey, you're kind of rooting for the Wizards to make the playoffs. If for the Pistons, right? Like you want them to do well because then the pick conveys. It's just a matter of the timing. These picks also may not even be here. It could be similar to last year where we thought that the Hornets pick that was protected might be here for a while. They shipped it out. So it's kicking the can down the road. Obviously, the question, of course, is how long is this road?
Benji,
I don't know.
Any thoughts? Yankees won. God damn it.
That's my thought. Aaron Judge did it again.
Hell yeah.
Oh, God.
Man, I was hoping. I'll just say real quick. I was hoping that they would have gotten one of those, the Clippers or what? Sorry.
Genji, your thoughts. John gives his.
Sorry.
I think I was going to say the same thing actually as John, which is the 2 picks I was hoping for a bit more there.
Mm-hmm.
Those are pretty heavily protected picks.
Yeah.
It's not like a celebratory night in Knicks land. I don't think anybody's like thrilled. We got rid of some salary, hopefully to get Brunson, and we get to watch. At least we didn't add anybody that's going to block the guys that we want to watch. We didn't trade any of them, so that's a good thing. But it's not a good night. It's not a good night. I don't see any spin here where we say this is a really good night for the new Knicks front office.
Yeah, Jake Fisher just tweeted out the picks with the protections. So
I just want to say, because I have eyes and I see the comments streaming and I see, Joe, Jeremy's on that copium. Like, again,
What's
all I
copium?
was at copium. It's a way of saying like you're hoping for something, you're coping with it. Copium.
Okay.
All I was saying was I wanted to see what was more to make a decision. That's really it. I'm with you, Benji. I'm not celebrating. To me, it's okay. What's the next step? Is it Brunson? What's after that? Moving from there. As of this moment, just judging the draft, I don't like the fact that one of the picks that was given to the Knicks was then used along with 3 seconds, to get KEMBA out. I don't like that. I'm stating that emphatically. I don't like it. The question is then the two first-round picks and then the cap space angle and getting all these other players. And then it's just so... It's like asking to review a movie when you're a third of the way through. You can say, I don't love this. I'm not a huge fan. I think this is good. I want to stick with it. But we don't know how it ends. We don't know how to bring it full circle. That's all I want. I just want to know how it comes full circle. And hopefully we'll find this out in early July. And then I will have my full informed decision. And maybe it will not be copium. Maybe it will just be the truth and how I feel.
2 things. One, there have been many movies that I've watched and then attempted to review that 3/4 of the way through, I knew exactly how I was going to feel about this movie.
Sure.
I can't think of a movie that the last quarter, like the final result changed my opinion. But good point. And just a general advice for life: avoid the comments.
No,
yeah.
I was looking. Yes, I was looking earlier because there was a super chat comment and it just happened. I don't really care. I just wanted to say that piece and that's it. Now I'm
There's
done
an
caring.
emotional reaction going on right now, which I get it. People had expectations tonight, and for this to be the thing that we walk away with is disappointing no matter how you look at it. Okay.
So the Knicks drafted 42. We're gonna see maybe they'll draft somebody.
I didn't think we'd still be on, but listen, 3 hours later, there's still 1,400 people here. So thank you everybody for sticking with us tonight. What's up?
No, I was gonna just give. It's not a celebratory night. Perhaps worse than that. It's not a surprising night at all. It is. It's like if you would have mapped this out, this is exactly what you would have expected them to do if the draft broke the way it did, and they were not able to. The other thing I meant to say before about my fascinating what ifs, other than if Johnny Davis was still available, what would they have done? The other one is who was the player? Was it a player that Detroit wanted? Was it another pick Detroit wanted? I don't know, because I don't know if this was reported somewhere or if I got a text on this, but I think they were trying to get this to be Cam as the player, and I'm curious if that is indeed the case, which I can't say for sure. Was this about the difference between Cam and Quickly, or Cam and Obi, or something? Cam and Grimes? I don't know. That's something I'm curious about. And it is again a way to, and I'm this is going to come out badly, and it's a way for the front office to say, just wait a little bit longer. We got something coming.
Yeah.
And that's nice for them to be able to do that, especially if they get the thing. But that's why, Jeremy, when you were like, I'll judge it in 2 weeks, I feel like we could be sitting. I don't. Here's the difference. I don't think we're going to I was going to say we may be lasting for 2 more years. Like, how much longer is this going to go on? I don't think they're going to get 2 more years. I'll say that. I think they get another year. And if they don't get the thing within a year, then we're going to be dealing with a new front office. That's my gut. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But yeah,
I understand the visceral reaction in that we went through an entire trade deadline and the lead up to the trade deadline where nothing wound up happening. And the whole thing was, okay, we're doing it this summer. And then the entire point of this season is, okay, we're getting a draft pick. It's 11th. This is the reward for a crappy year. The embodiment of that player is the reward. And the Knicks said, we're not going to have an actual reward for that. In fact, you have to wait even longer for that reward. And I get why fans are upset. I would love to be able to sit here and say, and talk my way through, like, I'm really excited for Jaden Ivey. I'm excited for Johnny Davis, all these different things. I am right there with fans. I would love that. But it's the fact of, yes, okay, you know how you've been waiting? You got to wait longer. Well, we've been waiting. Okay, yeah, I know, but it's got to be longer than that. I hear you, but it just has to be. That's the whole point. You talk about a new front office. We got to get through free agency first. We got to get through next season. We have to see if this team is better than last year. What do we talk about? They went 37-45 in what was a bad year. That's a stone's throw away from a 500 season. I'm not saying that's good. I'm not saying that's great. I'm just saying that is improving on this past year, because that's the whole point. You want to show market improvement. That's the goal. They have to do it. But the reward is not there. It's like it's stringing us along, and we feel like we haven't been able to cash in. And we want to cash in, and the Knicks are saying, no, you'll cash in later and you'll like it.
So I hate to bring it back to this again. Everything you just said is exactly why I wrote what I wrote today, because I'm fine with the trust us. I'm fine with trust us. Put it on a fucking t-shirt with the KFS logo. Trust us. I'll embrace it. But in the fucking meantime, put out a product that we at least feel good about. And the product that we just watched for 82 games fucking sucked, because the people running this team did not pay attention to detail. Detail like Julius Randle having his fucking head on straight. Detail like a head coach wanting the starting point guard to actually be his starting point guard. And then what the fuck do you do with him when it doesn't work out? Details like that. Details like we just traded a first-round pick for a guy and play him? No? Okay. Well, what the fuck are we going to do? Details like you just got Evan Fournier into a role that, okay, it's a different role that everyone has to do before. I'll figure it out. But wait a minute. What about the locker room? How are we going to adjust when the veteran point guard that we just traded for is suddenly benched? And people are upset at that. And there's factions. This is all shit that veteran front offices know how to fucking deal with. Because that's what you do when you hire a front office that has done it before. And this front office has never done it before. They were brought here for a task to bring in a star. And that task is still on the table. And I would get them fine with it. I love it. I love the idea. But in the meantime, there is nuance involved in running an NBA team. And they are not fucking doing it.
I agree.
It's time to do it.
It's a good rant. I agree.
That's it. Now let's go fucking draft the next Nikola Jokic at 42. As Nikola Jovic gets drafted.
Oh, he went in the first round? Or is that not a real
Different.
thing? Okay.
Look, don't sleep on 42. We got Jericho Sims at 48. Don't
58.
sleep.
58.
58, right.
Yeah.
42 is like, if Jericho Sims is 58, 42 is like, I don't know what. Something good.
So
All
I'm
right,
just
we
gonna read all the super chats. Real
Hold on,
quick.
we got another piece of news.
Oh,
Sorry.
never
I
mind.
apologize for that.
No, you're good. You're good.
Zach Lowe just tweeted,
Oh,
drink.
hold on.
The Knicks will also be acquiring, maybe this is what makes the difference. The Knicks will also be acquiring the Bucks 2025 first round pick in the Pistons Knicks Hornets trade per league sources. The Pistons got that Milwaukee pick from
Portland in the Jeremy Grant deal yesterday.
So they're
So did
keeping
Kemba
it.
just get dealt for 3 seconds? Is that all it was? Because
No,
now that
no, but
yeah, well,
hold
if
on.
you
It was reported earlier that this Bucks pick was going to.
I understand. But what I'm saying is that the Knicks got 3 firsts from OKC. One of the firsts went to Detroit.
Oh, I
and
get
another
it. They're
first
getting this
coming
pick
back.
back from Detroit. They're getting
Right.
this pick
So they
back from
still
Detroit.
get. So all it cost Kemba was 3 seconds to move. Is that correct?
4 seconds. 4 seconds.
4. Fine. Is
And
that
if-
is that
and flip a coin between the Bucks 2025 first and the Nuggets 2023 first.
so? If that was the case, it was just. I'm not saying just 4 seconds.
No.
That sucks. But is that
No,
what we're now operating with?
I'm over that. I
But
don't
yes
mind
or
that.
no? Is that what we're now operating?
Yeah,
with?
it is.
So
Yeah.
that is why we wait for the fucking news. That is why we wait for the report, so we don't have to do this.
I love
It's
it.
patience, god damn it, people.
I love it.
Just
I love
wait.
it.
The hissy fits of like all of it. Just wait. Wait for information. That's it.
No, I know. That's a different aspect of it, though. That's a
Now,
different
we're not
aspect of
talking
it.
about a first and 4 seconds. If this is true, if this
It's
is the
true.
case,
It's true. It's true.
So it's
Listen, Zach Lowe's
they
reporting it.
dumped 4 seconds to get rid of Kemba,
which
is what
sucks,
they did.
which I think fucking sucks. And I agree with Benji's point that if you were over the cap and you need to stretch Kemba, go ahead and do it. Keep your seconds. That's fine. But the hang up that was causing all of this anxiety was 4 seconds.
4 seconds is not that big of a deal.
No, it's not.
4 seconds to dump Kemba is fine.
Especially if
listen,
two of these.
I just went on the rant.
I know you did.
Especially
it's more from earlier that it's just like
okay.
again, wait,
two of these
just wait.
first aren't two of these first so heavily lottery protected that they might convert to seconds anyway.
It's
No, but just hear
it's
me out.
not
Like, is that
I hear you.
No, the nature
It's
of the
different than the Hornets
protections.
picks.
The nature of the protections is such that these picks. Listen, nothing is ever guaranteed. The Wizards could be so fucking terrible for so long that the pick ends up can't give it. That's a nice thing about these picks is they should convey as first. And the Wizards pick, again, who the hell knows? Maybe the
It gets
Wizards
the top
turn into-
10. It gets the top 10 by the last year.
No, I mean,
so-
there's a chance. There's, I think a pretty
Yeah.
decent chance that this Wizards pick is going to convey as like 11, 12,
Yeah,
something like
yeah,
that. That's a
yeah.
good. That's a nice
you can
asset.
get,
to
you can
have.
get your 11th pick back. in a couple of years.
But Benji, you say that offhandedly. Like again,
no,
you're
I mean it
trading
seriously. I don't
the
mean it like that.
11th pick in a draft where the 11th pick did not seem to have a ton of value.
100%.
Which is why I want to make very clear. My rant is not directed at this aspect of their process.
No,
they're
I hear
great
you.
at this aspect of their process. I'm
It's the rest.
critical of the other part of it.
And I am 100% with you. It was messy. It was gross. And they need to do a better job of it this year. No
Well,
questions.
and
asked.
on the path to getting that star, the key is going to be the guys that are already in house, that are already proven good NBA players at a very young age. They need to play, they need to improve, and they need to show even more, regardless of record almost, honestly, because 37 wins could have been fine if the context was a lot better than it actually was last season. If you can improve these young guys that you have in-house already, and it's a stockpile of good young players, and they get to play and gel together and get better and show something, that's the best path to a star anyway. Those guys.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not convinced at all that we're going to get much different process next year. That's the scary part to me. And it ends up coming down to the on-court product next year, and we'll have to see.
Agreed.
We will have to see.
The one thing I'd like to echo, and I know it was brought up earlier, and now Benji, in terms of what you're saying with like the young players, you're keeping a lot of the young players. I'm glad that the Knicks are not going to be getting rid of these players.
Yeah.
But what happens when we're talking about December and we're all upset because the 11th pick isn't getting any action whatsoever, and he's languishing on the bench, and the Knicks should have consolidated in some way. Well, they should have gotten Ivy. They tried. They wanted Ivy. They didn't get him. Okay, well, like, what is he just supposed to do there? We're giving veterans. You get this whole spiel about like the Knicks need to have 9 young kids out there in the 10-man rotation, 8 young guys, which like they're already struggling with. They're already trying to find enough minutes for these guys, which is why they were trying to offload Alec Burks over this past deadline. Why they're going to try to do it again. Why they're finding time for the players we want them to invest in, and then you want to add another kid to that. Like I'm not trying to say don't go with the 11th pick. If they found someone that they loved, you make it work. But they didn't love someone.
No,
so they're exchanging it for down the line with 3 first-round picks. If this new report is to be released,
it is.
Ty Washington.
Ty was that's why I went.
That's fine. And then we get to still love the young kids that are in front of us and watch them play and grow. And at the end of the day, isn't that what we want in the interim? We want stars, obviously. But if they're not going to move, if we can't get them in the draft, are we supposed to just piss away seasons and do nothing?
Yeah,
People are going to say tank. That's not going to happen. It never was going to happen.
And I want to. I also again I feel your passion because we're both very passionate about certain things. I don't think that there was an obvious player. I mean, look, again, I'm going to say this: someone taken 11th or later is going to play in multiple All-Star games because, of course, they will. But like sitting here right now, looking at how the draft played out, to me at least, there's no putting DUREN aside because DUREN maybe makes multiple All-Star teams at center position. That wouldn't surprise anybody. That's a particular position. Putting him aside, I think there was nobody obvious left to me on the board where I'm like, oh man, that guy has real upside. You know, some guys that went later in the draft, but again, you got to get those guys playing time. All right, should we continue with the super chats?
Yes, because there are some that now have no context whatsoever. So I'm just gonna say thank you, read, and go. I do want to read. I because this is how we operate. My mom jumped into the chat earlier while you guys were yelling, and my mom goes,
Sorry, Mom.
Rants are vital to good mental health. Thank you, Mrs. Claudio, for affirming the actions of this panel tonight. Wow, what a night it's been. Danny Gardner, sizable super chat. Thank you for your contribution, sir.
Thank you, Danny.
Again, this is like an hour ago. So, they are in a hole of mediocrity unless they get a star. If Mitchell is the end goal, who goes? Brunson, Mitchell, work together. Signing a star for the sake of signing a star means nothing. The team has to fit together. None of us disagree. Jules the Walker. If we cleared KEMBA and Burks with our additional picks, can't we make a run at St. DeJounte? DeJounte Murray is not a free agent, so clearing cap space actually has nothing to do with DeJounte Murray. A sizable pick package would probably be what you need to use to get DeJounte Murray, and if you think you were holding on to quickly to get Ivy, then that's not happening if you're going after DeJounte Murray. Jason M, thank you for your contribution. 11.
Thanks, Jason.
11 and 3 seconds turn into 3 firsts and dump KEMBA. Is that at the end of the day what it looks like?
That's what it seems to be, assuming Denver's going out and Milwaukee's coming in.
There you go.
By the way, real quick, I like I on second thought, I like the Milwaukee pick better than the Denver pick because again, it's the protections. The Denver pick is lottery protected, so there's no possibility it turns into something good. The Milwaukee pick is top 4 protected. Obviously, Giannis Antetokounmpo exists, but like the world champion Warriors 2 years ago won how many games? 14 games?
Nobody wishes it. Nobody would ever wish
Nobody
it.
wants it.
The
whole thing. Yeah. But when the protections are that I don't know what you want to not existent, it's by definition I think it is a better, especially when it's a few years out.
And I'll take it one step further as well. We just saw the Spurs hold 9, 20, and 25. And did they consolidate any of those picks?
I don't think so.
No, they did not.
They were not able to.
So if you're the Knicks,
it looks to consolidate. Yeah,
it's hard. It's really tough. And if you're the Knicks, you're probably thinking we have our pick this year. We're going to have the Mavs pick next year. If we have the Nuggets pick, that's a lot of 2023 firsts to have. And it's true. And you don't have how many times we talk about the roster space? The only way you can create it is if you consolidate to the point where you get a star. So the Knicks probably felt we're in good hands with our own pick, wherever it falls. The Mavs pick, we can deal with it. And then we have future picks. And we can say to a team as we're trying to move up, take your pick of young players, picks in the current year or the future. We've got it all. We want a top prospect in next year's draft. That, to me, if there's no star on the market, that's how you do it.
Next one.
Adebombo. Tell me, by the way, if my connection doesn't work. No, the next name is Adebombo. Just
that is a baseball in his head.
My connection is.
I thought that was an exclamation.
So.
Adebombo.
No. It would be something. Adebombo. Bumbo Clat.
Bumbo Clat?
Yes. People are yelling that tonight. Adebombo Adejobi. KEMBA, DUREN to Pistons. What we get back from them? Asked and answered. Alex, if the report is true, how can you really justify giving up a first just to dump KEMBA? That seems like malpractice by an on-the-seat Leon Rose. Asked and answered. Manny Campos, we basically traded 11 KEMBA 4 seconds, got back 2 first-round picks, not including the 3rd pick we got and traded out. It's like we swapped KEMBA for 4 seconds for a first-round pick. Asked and answered. Frank Corona Jr. Who's more pissed, Kings fans or Knicks fans?
Ooh, I would hope Kings fans. That's probably not true because there's probably not that many Kings fans. But
I'll say this. What did we talk about when the Kings took Murray? They had the opportunity to trade and get a whole lot of assets out of it.
Yeah.
And they got their guy. They wanted Murray. They took him. it now will depend on his level of play. Here's the question: if you're the Knicks, then do you think there's a chance that what you got and what you gave up tonight will have more of an impact down the line than Keegan Murray will?
Yeah, it's a value play for me with what the Kings did. If you like Murray more, fine. But we were in the middle of I think me making this comp when news dropped in, Jeremy. But the Daniel Jones pick when the Giants did that, like nobody from like 7 to like 15 was taking Daniel Jones, and the Giants still took him at 6. So like you still could have gone down and got your guy and traded down, maybe got an additional pick. And
that's what the Knicks did, in the 20s last year. They basically they liked Deuce, they liked Rokas, they're like, we can get them at 32 and 36, whatever they did, and they just traded down.
Same thing with Grimes, So
right.
Okay, Chad Cohen, let's be realistic. We know they are going to make a deal for a TPE to help facilitate a trade for KD. It's just so obvious. Duh.
I heard he's shopping for apartments. He's going to get an apartment in Tarrytown and on 34th Street, and he's going to buy a helicopter that teleports.
Oh, wow, that's
Teleporting helicopter.
It's because it avoids the air traffic.
Good.
Is he going to take the boardroom? He's got to get. There are a lot of boardrooms in Manhattan. I got to say, so you should be able to find one pretty easily in the MSG. Or a lot of office buildings.
That's it's built into the
maybe
contract.
In the Durant trade. No, hold on. Maybe in the Durant trade, the Knicks get the Nets practice facility.
No, they're going to change the name of the show to the Tiny Table. That's what it's going to happen.
The Nets practice court isn't it in Barclays?
It's in Brooklyn. No, it's in Brooklyn. It's like this 5th floor. It's actually a beautiful thing.
Oh, they do have a second gym in Barclays. I always thought that was their practice gym, but it's not.
Their practice gym is in like a 5th floor thing in Brooklyn.
They've got a whole facility.
Yeah.
So what is that second gym? What do they use it for? They have like a mini little gim in Barclays.
That I'm not sure of, but I will acknowledge the Nets practice facility.
These are the important
conversations. And the view is outstanding. I actually think it fucking matters when it comes to
Sunset Park. That's where their facility is, right?
Here, and what I do want to say one thing about Brunson too is that you have Brunson, you have Derrick Rose, and what does that mean for IQ in terms of playing time? How much do you care whether he plays 25 minutes a game or 35 minutes a game? Because he's not going to play 35 minutes a game if you have Brunson and Rose on the roster. I don't think. And I don't know. That is an element of the Brunson move. If you ever want IQ to have value that exceeds proven bench scorer, which right now I think is what his value would be, is a proven bench scorer, then you have to let him show that he can be more than that.
Are you saying
now, the Knicks have not shown that yet because he hasn't played enough?
Well, true. I just want to reaffirm something that I've said probably a bunch of times on here, but I'll say it again, is that I forget if I put this in a newsletter or if I said this in a thing or whatever. My understanding is that I don't want to say the Knicks drew a line in the sand in Emmanuel Quickley and all these trade talks, but they value Emmanuel Quickley a lot. And I think people justifiably so, extrapolate out how they used him last year to what they think of him long term. Like they're really high on him. I just think they're high on him in a certain role.
But John, right. So right. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
But if you ever want to obtain that star, Emmanuel Quickley might have to be part of that deal, depending on who the star is and what that team wants. And how much value IQ has is dependent on what the Knicks allow him to show.
For sure.
Now, he's already proven I have value as a bench scorer. He's been a good bench scorer since he started in the NBA. He's good at it. He's a good, not just, I shouldn't say bench scorer, a good bench player, he impacts winning.
Yes.
He's shown it for 2 years. Can he ever have more value than that? And that matters because I love IQ. I never want to see him go. I want to see him be a Knick for his whole career.
Yep.
Realistically, you have to at least entertain the possibility that IQ will be part of whatever package gets whatever star at some point. And Brunson I don't think, and especially because of how small he is, it's not the best complement to IQ in terms of playing together. And I think it's not a move that maximizes IQ's potential. and that shouldn't be the only focus, but I do think it is an element that should be considered when Brunson is when Brunson is presumably the option that they're going to go with now.
I don't usually write this column until October, but one of my 5 biggest questions of next season, not 10 biggest, maybe 5, will be how much do the Knicks end up playing those guys together? And I agree with you about the not necessarily complementing one another, because like it's not often teams play 2 guards who are 6'3" or under on the floor at the same time. Do they try to do that? We'll see. If they get Brunson,
Yeah,
I forgot we haven't signed him yet.
no, but this then goes directly into my preferred plan, which is you have to find a way to ship Derrick Rose out.
Derrick Rose
in
is
Brunson.
because Tibbs will never not play Rose a significant. It's
No.
never going to happen. That's his
And
guy.
Right. And let's say the Knicks wind up keeping Cam Reddish. They clearly kept Quentin Grimes. If you have Rose there, what does that mean for Quickly, Grimes, and Cam? You're not going to play Cam at the 4. So how do you go about that? And right now, if Randall's on the roster, you've got Obi at the 4 anyway. You
No,
presumably have Sims at the 5. It's why I've been so. It's why I am pro Derrick Rose, but anti Derrick Rose on the Knicks in 2022-23. And it's why if you do get Brunson in the building, I think you have to move him. You have to, or else that's
Rose,
when it
should have
encroaches on
value.
IQ. He should. The
Rose
question is how much value does he have because the injury? But for me, my thought process is he could have come back. They just said, "Don't rush it. You're fine."
I'm going to say right now, I would be, I don't know if I want to say shocked, somewhere between surprised and shocked if Derrick Rose is on another team next year.
No, I'm with you. This is if Tibbs has a guy, that's his guy, like his number one guy, and he obviously has a lot of leadership. He's developed into a leader on the team. I think a lot of guys look up to him.
Yep.
I think he's a good presence, and he's still a good basketball player. But if you're bringing in Brunson, Brunson's going to play 35 minutes a game.
If
Also,
you're paying him $100 million, yeah.
We can talk,
exactly.
We can talk about Derrick Rose being Tibbs' guy. Brunson's Tibbs' guy. Emmanuel Quickly is. I know that he wasn't in the role that a lot of fans, me included, wanted him to be in, but he's still Tibbs' guy. He wanted the Knicks to draft Quentin Grimes, and when he showed he was good enough, he found a way to force himself into the rotation. That's also Tibbs' guy. So he's got a lot of guys. One of them is going to have to be gone. That's just the nature of the business, or else they're all stepping on each other's toes.
Fournier's got to go. I mean, Fournier, I like him. He had a nice year, but like, it doesn't make any sense on this team, right? It just doesn't make sense. Like,
we'll see. I'd be surprised, certainly not shocked if Fournier went out. But I mean, for my 2 cents, I'm just expecting Burks to be gone, and that be it. But who knows? Maybe it'll surprise us. Next super chat.
Yeah, let me catch up a little bit more. Kevin Danishevsky, I think I side more with Jeremy with the surplus of young assets already here and Tibbs' inability to find time for young guys. Why not maneuver? Also, did I miss the KFS town hall? It's next week. We haven't scheduled it yet, but we'll get back to you. Don't worry.
We'll do it early next week.
Yes. Peace World. Nice name. So we get 2 or 3 firsts for 11. Also, remember, Brunson is still most likely to stay with the Mavs. Asked and answered, and we'll see. Adebambo Adejobi. This is why we tank, forever stuck in no man's land. Adebambo, so you wanted them to bench Emmanuel Quickly and RJ Barrett and Obi Toppin, who are responsible for them going on a little winning streak at the end of the year.
I'll say we've had this conversation during the year. I hate the in-season tanking conversation because how the hell do you even do it? What does it even look like? What does that even mean nowadays? Tanking is an organizational philosophy. You either decide to tank as an organization or you don't. The Knicks, from the day they hired Leon Rose, who then hired Tom Thibodeau, and you could go down the line, that is not the direction that they decided to go. It just, then hope that Leon Rose gets fired and they hire what's his face, who still doesn't have a job in the NBA.
Quinn Snyder.
No, the GM who tanked for the process.
Oh,
Sam
Sam Hinkie.
Sam Hinkie. There you go.
Yes. David Crockett. Shout out to all Knicks draft Twitter who feel so used.
You feel so used?
Yes.
Nothing
Second
came
year
of
in a
all
row.
the work that they did. At least they got Grimes last year. This year, it's just like take your pick of
Oh,
at
wait a minute.
42 if the Knicks even pick at 42. Actually, here's a thought. Can I make a prediction?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
What
sure.
happens if the Knicks trade 42 for a 2023 second round pick?
If they trade what? 42 for a
trade the
23
42nd
second?
For a 2023 second to replenish what they now don't have.
It'd be hilarious if they did.
I would laugh my ass off
Yes.
I
I'm
just
kind of
got-
rooting for that now.
because they could just fill one of the two-way spots with an undrafted free agent
Mm-hmm.
or like Fair and Hunt. And another thing, just quickly with the cap space thought process. Before it was, if they put Jericho Sims on a new contract using a portion of the mid-level exception. Now it would be the Knicks sign Jericho Sims using cap space, then sign Jalen Brunson, assuming Brunson comes.
According to at least one person familiar with the Knicks dealings tonight, they had a bunch of different packages on the table for Detroit to choose from, and may have come down to the Knicks not offering another Knicks first, as that having been the deal breaker. I cannot tell you about protections or years or how many first they had on the. I don't know any of that. But
I know you don't like when I do this. But
no, please don't.
I just want to. We're getting like ratioed to an extent because I did it before. I just want to provide clarification that the Knicks did go for him, and Detroit turned it down. That's all.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
that's all. It's literally just a clarification. That
Who gives a shit? It's Twitter. It's meaningless.
Okay, so let me throw out a meaningless tweet to make this happen. Let me add Benji back.
You can tweet whatever you want.
Okay.
What's the next super chat?
Next super chat. DUREN visual variant. Knicks. ... Not good at winning. ... Not good at tanking. ... Middling at middling. We'll see.
Ooh, middling at middling. I like that.
Yeah. From
I think they're actually pretty elite at middling, I would argue.
I was about to say. From John Schmilk, friend of the
Hey,
pod,
John.
who apparently tuned in tonight.
What's up, John?
Great job all night, guys. Bottom line here, does this trade make it more or less likely the team can get a star in the future? I'm not thrilled with the asset management either, but I think the only positive answer is yes. The only possible answer is yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, it's also more likely in the sense that they have more future firsts, and hopefully they maximize their young core's potential as much as possible and then raise their value as well. I guess the thing that I want to know is if the Knicks trot out 7 players under the age of 25 next year and they don't do well, is that the sort of thing where we're happy because it's going to be a great draft pick in a great draft class and we have the ammo to trade up? Or is it they were disappointing and they have no direction? My guess it's probably a mix of both. You can, say it's bittersweet. But I guess if at the end of the day the Knicks are just playing the young guys, is that not what we wanted?
No, I think it's great, and regardless of win-loss record, almost regardless, you don't want. I don't think they're bad enough to lose a gazillion games. Like I think they'd be decent. Almost, aside from the win-loss record, if those guys get better, like if you see improvement, because again, how many games the Knicks win, and we all want to see wins, and as long as it's not like you're losing a gazillion games, you don't want that kind of culture creeping in. But like if you're a decent NBA team and your young guys are getting better and you're not a contender anyway, that's good. Then you've improved your assets, you've improved your value as a franchise and the people on it, and then stars the next move. Like to me, that's the no-brainer here. It's like crazy to me to be playing. I get it. Like they overachieved in year 1. That led to some mistakes in year 2, and I could forgive it because they overachieved and you're trying to build on it. I understand that. Okay. Now we have to pretend that year one didn't happen because it was all basically reversed in year two. Okay, you've done a good enough job collecting these assets now. These young players who have real promise. Like, there's no downside to playing these guys. None. There's downside to not playing them. There's no downside to playing them. That has to be the direction of the franchise now, is to find out what you have here, try to improve those guys, try to show the value that they have, and maximize it. To me, it's a no-brainer. I don't know if it's going to happen, but it's a no-brainer.
Well, that's the part of it. You don't know if it's going to happen. We don't know if it's going to happen.
Yeah.
And there's still a lot of unanswered questions, but yeah, we'll see.
So we're now at the super chats reacting to rants portion of the night.
Yeah.
XJ, Macri with the face turn and Jeremy with the heel. Bad eyesight. Glad we got those first. We're gonna need them to dump Brunson's salary in 2 years if we get him. They kicked the can down the road. They kicked the can down the road, but now Jalen knows he has all the leverage and talks with us. I don't think the leverage matters. Like, they were gonna give him a ton of money regardless, right?
Yes.
Like, their offer isn't now gonna go up. They're gonna try and give him a lot of money, and it's what does he want to go to New York? Or does he want to go back to Dallas? Joe Dugan, the year is 2025, and we have to. Oh wow, great minds think alike. The year is 2025, and we have to attach the Bucks protected first-round pick to get off Jalen Brunson's albatross contract.
Yeah,
time is a flat circle. It's really what you feel about Brunson, right, Benji?
Whenever you have to salary dump the smallest point guard in the league, it's really incumbent upon you to sign the second smallest point guard in the league.
Brian Benjamin, imagine the yelling and the debates in the Knicks situation room if it's hot just on the live stream. Yikes. Robert Cross, GMAC, this is big. Cutlets is a man of passion. Let's get this deal done. Hashtag 53 wins.
Wait,
Love
just
it.
one thing
Love
in terms of the thought process here.
Yeah.
If you're the front office, who of like the brain trust is really that upset? Like you've got Leon because he's going after Jalen Brunson. You got Brock Aller, who's turning 11 into future assets. You got Tibbs, who doesn't have to worry about another kid on the roster and another mouth to feed. You got Wes, whose favorite son in Emmanuel Quickley is still on the team. Like I don't. This feels almost like it should be unified in theory. I don't think that there's going to be a ton of disagreement. Like, unless we don't know what Walt Perrin and the scouting had to do, but if they pounded on the table and said, this player, we so fervently believe in them, you have to do it. Oh my God. If that happened and the Knicks didn't do it, then I agree. There's clearly friction, but there's always going to be friction. Unless, in this case, scouting said, yeah, go after IVEY, but at a certain point, there is a limit. We don't love a lot of the players here. There's a better class on the horizon. So again, in theory, I feel like this is the type of move where everyone's probably kind of happy.
They're not happy because they didn't get IVEY, and they really wanted IVEY.
Yes, that was their objective. First one did not go through. The fallback option, plan B.
And boy, did they, anyway.
Sage of the Knicks path. Are the Knicks forcing, in all caps, the Mavs to do a sign-in trade and still creating cap space to sign someone else? That'd be funny. I don't know who the someone else is, unless it's Kyrie Irving. And then, so it's a Brunson sign-in trade, and then they sign who? Zach LaVine.
We know what this is about.
Yeah, I think that they're trying to get Jalen Brunson. Jeremy Go ahead.
Wasn't there just some report that the Mavs that he was going back to the Mavs? Like, someone said it pretty definitively. No,
but there's so much bouncing around right now. I don't think the Knicks are doing this. I don't think the Knicks are trying to make cap space so passionately if they don't know that they got a shot. Maybe nothing definitive, which we can judge them for later. But
is there anyone else that it could be? Anyone else, Jeremy, that you think this could be? It's just got to be Brunson.
Well, I believe it would have to be, because we know that from the reports that we have, the Knicks want a better point guard than what's currently on the roster. We've heard Brunson, we've heard Brogdon. If Brunson stays, then it's a question of what do you do? Maybe the Knicks if they're really pressed, they try to give Simons an offer sheet. They can do that now. Maybe it's so large that the Blazers say that's a lot of money. I don't know if we can max Simons, for example. I'm not saying it's the right approach. I'm just saying that is kind of your fallback option.
Oh, I freaking
Maybe
love
it's
Anthony
Colin
Simons.
Sexton. Maybe you pay Colin Sexton $25 million. Like, I'm not saying, I'm not
Oh my
suggesting it. I'm just saying like those are what you think of as your fallback plans if Brunson doesn't work out.
This
They
sets
don't have
up
to spend. They don't have to spend all of it, right? I mean, they could.
Well,
they
they
don't-
do because they're going to go over the salary cap
Yeah,
to
they're over the
re-sign
cap.
Mitch. So you need to spend all of your money because you're going to cut into it by paying Mitch, assuming he stays anyway.
Which
So
we're
that would be
assuming
the-
as of right now.
yes. So the smart thing would be spend all the money you have, then extend Mitch, and then try to trade Burks, maybe Fournier, maybe Rose, do whatever you need to do.
Let's keep going. Sage of the Knicks. Oh, I just asked that. Jeremy E. This was a shrewd trade. I'm not upset. Wow. Positivity, finally.
Jeremy's, that's all it is. We
Ah,
band
it's
together.
Jeremy's. Is that your alter ego? Jeremy C and Jeremy E? Oh, it's
don't
not
think
your
so.
alter ego. That's your multiverse you.
Yeah.
Brian XTC. The Knicks are closer to Orlando than the Warriors. Brunson or Brogdon don't move the needle. They might not even make the play-in. Lottery luck. Victory. I think you fell off a bridge that last couple seconds. So
I mean, I think they'll make the play-in next year.
not as. I mean,
I'm not convinced of that.
A lot of good teams.
Convinced. The
Lot of
East
good
is
teams.
good.
See,
So-
and the bottom getting better.
Yeah.
Well, Detroit, man.
That's what I mean.
That
Not-
pick,
not-
that
look,
second
if-
round pick too, by the way.
I don't think Detroit's
Fun.
making the play in next year. I want to be clear. I don't think Detroit with Cade and rookie Ivy and rookie Duren are like a shoe-in. I think that's a lot of youth. That's a lot of youth to win a lot of games. I think they'll be better, but I still imagine they'll be a lottery team next year.
Hush Zoo. Kyrie getting the max from us would be chef kiss. Can't wait for July.
Well, he's opting in, so
Yeah. Bara El Hiari. Apologies if I got the pronunciation wrong. Thank you, KFS, for all the entertainment. I love the energy you're all showing. Wow, what a night, huh? Can we fast forward? Oh, wow. Speaking of the devil, fast forward to when New York Knicks GM Sam Hinkie drafts Bronny James in 2024.
let's do it, baby. Here we go.
There you go. CJ Cervantes. He just gave a general super chat contribution. And then, okay, so I'm guessing what happened is he hit send before his comment went up because he sent
Okay.
another one. So I'm guessing this is his actual comment. Is there a bright side to tonight? Knicks couldn't get Ivy and don't love anyone at 11. Besides, where would 11 get minutes? I feel like we just had that conversation.
Asked and answered.
Asked and answered. Thank you, CJ,
Thank you,
for your
by the way.
contribution, though. Drew P. Rose to Celtics for 2023 first. Rose to a contender. That would have to be a protected first.
You know, given how good, forget about what the pick would be. Given how like Jeremy Grant, and I understand that there was no salary going back, which influenced that trade for sure. But Jeremy Grant received a, what will probably be a late first that the Knicks now own. Given what Christian Wood received, the notion that you're getting a first round pick of any kind for a guy who is about to be 34 years old, played 27 games last season. I know he's good. I know we love Derrick Rose. It's not going to happen.
Good Lord, do the Celtics need someone that can bring the ball up court, too?
Alec Burks.
Ha.
No, but he's cut.
Oh, he's a point guard, too.
He's related to Tatum.
Yes, there you go.
That's important. Someone they need.
Okay. Abdoulaye Diallo, RJ's development next year is so key to everything. I agree, which is why, while I'm obviously hoping that the plan now is go get Brunson, getting rid of Randall is almost the second priority because I would like RJ Barrett to be featured. What
Good, Benji?
What's up, Benji?
There is no other priority.
There is no other
Yeah.
priority. You looked at us like for those who are listening on the pod later,
I have to
Benji's
say, like,
eyes just lit
on
up.
a very personal level, like I am looking forward to watching basketball again. This
Yep.
part of the whole thing is not nearly as interesting to me personally. Some people love it, and Jeremy certainly is passionate about it, which is great. It's just not my thing. And like Julius Randle is it's ruining that excitement for me. I
Yep.
don't want to watch that guy for 35 minutes a night. Just don't. Sorry. Just
Would
had
you
get
like
that
to
off my
watch him for 39 minutes? I'm
chest.
kidding.
That's the thing is like so much like 700% more important than everything that happened tonight is how Julius Randle and RJ Barrett play basketball next year. If assuming they're both still on the Knicks.
RJ Barrett, certainly.
yeah.
How Julius Randle plays basketball is not as important as how RJ Barrett plays basketball.
Jim Simonetti, just wait till they use these first to dump more salary. This is joke of the night, but thank you, Jim, for your contribution. Robert Cross, an actual question. KFS crew, from a 1 to 5, how confident are you in the Knicks direction? Hashtag 53 wins. John, we'll start with you.
Are we saying one's the
1 to
lowest?
5?
5's the highest. 5's the highest. So
It's a
one's
great
the
question,
lowest.
Robert.
I'll go
I'll-
3.
I'll
in
go
the
3 also.
very middle right now. Jeremy?
I'm going to be pedantic. Short term, 2. Long term, 4. Average, sure, 3.
So a 3. Benji?
Mm,
Benji's gonna be like -6.
No. I would say somewhere like in the 2.75 range.
Okay.
I like it.
Decibels. I
like
agreed it. Got decimals, excuse me. Manny Campos traded 11 Kemba 4 seconds and got 3 first-round picks in cap space. We're gonna get killed by the media, but if we were OKC, we'd be called the greatest front office ever. Double standard. I'm good with what we did. Look at you, Manny, adding some.
You're in the
context.
minority, but yeah.
You're in the minority, but well
Yeah,
done,
I mean,
Manny.
you do have to consider that they had to give up stuff to get off Kemba Walker. That's not they signed Kemba Walker. Like, you can't ignore that. It's not they didn't just trade things to get more things. They also traded things to get off a salary, which is bad. It's objectively bad. I mean, it's good that they got off the salary, but it's objectively bad that they had to do that in the first place. So that has to be in the discussion.
I-95 Bully, here to commiserate. Thank you, I-95 Bully, for coming here to commiserate. DDD137, I'm completely neutral at this point, pending the results of future moves. This was a very stressful, though. I think we'd all second that,
Yeah.
you know?
You know why it was stressful? Because it took over an hour to get the
get the-
answer that we
Yeah.
were looking for.
Yeah.
If that had come around the time that the draft was actually made, we would be feeling a lot better, or at least I would be feeling better, because we wouldn't be waiting in anticipation from the anticipation that we'd already had, waiting to see who the Knicks will take with the 11th pick. After waiting what they would do at the trade deadline, which they didn't do.
Random question: Is Memphis losing Tyus Jones? He's going elsewhere?
Not necessarily.
Because I'm just thinking they traded Melton, so that's kind of their backup point guard insurance. But they just drafted Ty. I don't know if they expect him to play right away.
Ty might just be a long-term play for them.
Yeah, so I feel like by moving Melton, I feel like that means they're going to try to re-sign Jones, if I had to guess.
No, I don't think anyone expects Jones to go anywhere. But.
Oh, is that right? Okay, all right.
2 more super chats, then we're caught up, and then we're at 4 hours, so we can sign off. Trade Julius to LA. That's from Brian XTC.
Sparks?
Benji, you're my favorite person. Oh gosh. Oh man. Okay. Frank Corona Jr.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for that, Benji. Shit, trade to the Dodgers at this point.
They
Is there
had-
a soccer team at all?
They need left-handed. They need some
like-
left-handed power.
They do.
Actually,
yes.
the Angels could use someone.
Yes, the Angels could actually use someone.
Yeah.
Frank Corona Jr.
It'll be good for their culture. They need a culture shift.
Yeah, jeez. Let's say Knicks get Brunson for $25 million a year, and next year they get off to a terrible start. Then what? What's the light at the end of the tunnel? Great question.
That is. It's probably the draft pick. The other thing, again, with the 25 million, I said this on the cap or no cap. If Brunson's signing, I really would love it if that contract can just be descending in value.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. This
Decreasing
is
value.
interesting.
Uh-oh.
So the Kings are trading 37 to the Mavs for two future second round picks. Dallas is focused on Jaden Hardy with the pick. Now, I may be reading way too much into this.
I know where you're going.
I mean, Jaden Hardy's he's a small guard. He's a point guard that is very, very talented.
Ooh.
Was the number 3 or 4 recruit in the country going into this year. Played in the G League. Did not have a good year in the G League. Was invited to the green room. I think he might be the last green room guy still on the board, if I'm not mistaken. I think he is. Yes, and the Mavs just apparently drafted him.
It reminds me of a player that they drafted 33rd overall in the second round, where he got some time in his rookie year. Any guesses?
Jason Kidd.
Yes, Andrew. It's Jason Kidd.
What was the question? I missed the question.
It's he. Go ahead. It's
They're
Jalen Brunson.
basically
Yeah.
doing
Oh,
for
sorry.
Hardy what they did for Brunson.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
A couple more chats came in. Ryan Huang, Kemba for 4 seconds hurt, but I will say the front office did a good job taking advantage of OKC's pick surplus by getting 3 firsts for 11. Thanks, guys, for helping me process everything. 4 hours. 4 hours in y'all. MVPs.
Anytime.
You're very welcome, Ryan.
4 hours
we're-
anytime.
Okay. Maybe not.
Specific times, maybe like
yes.
twice a year.
Yeah, with the next one coming next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say next
Might wear a
Friday.
diaper for that one because
Oh no.
Yeah, I gotta pee. The second they make this pick, we are getting the hell out of here.
Oh,
Oh,
my
true. We
bad.
can stay on for 42.
I just stepped out a couple times, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
The benefits. There you go.
Do I get to go refill my drink before they
go right ahead if you want
Well,
to?
let me finish the super
Hey,
chat.
I'm gonna wait. We're almost
Okay. Blue Diamond Gem. Presti fleeced us. We got his worst draft picks. Thank you for the contribution.
Hold on. Well, thank you, but we didn't get his worst draft picks. You would have loved to get the Clippers pick, but or one of the Clippers picks, or one of the the Rockets pick in there. Like, there's better picks that he had, and yeah, it would have been great, but not terrible draft assets.
So Jaden Sporer, thank you for your contribution. He goes, was very excited to attend my first NBA draft tonight. 3 hours of frustration and confusion later. Do not think I'll be attending another.
That's a great comment.
Yeah.
You guys ever gone to a draft?
I did one the Knox year. That was my last draft.
Wow.
So you're the reason. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I have
that
not
was
been to
fun.
one.
You haven't? I went to back. I went to the Gallinari draft and the Jordan Hill draft. Yeah. And this is back when I mean, statute of limitations. This is back when you could buy up to 4 tickets and you couldn't buy them online. You had to go wait at 3:00 in the morning, which me and my buddies did. And then we bought 4 tickets, sold the other 3 for lofty bonuses on top of the original price, and then spent the day in New York City.
Nice.
Don't do that, by the way,
Ask,
kids. That's bad.
Can I ask a different team question?
Yeah, what's up?
I'm interested in Portland being the team to take a swing on Sharp, unless they're intending to move him.
I think they're intending to move him.
Has anybody
don't
heard
know about-
anything
I don't
about
think
that
so.
pick? Because
Well-
to me, that's a team that has Dame and just made a win now trade to get Grant. Why not draft someone you think can contribute now at 7? Unless there was no person that could contribute now, but I feel like between Davis and Sochan and Daniels, and I don't know.
I don't think there
a
was
strange pick to me.
I don't think there was anybody on the board that it's not like there was a lesser Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray? Did I get that? Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm going to do like you did with what's his face a few weeks ago. The guy from San Antonio, screw up his first name. It's not like there was a slightly lesser Keegan Murray on the board at that point. Like, if anything, like maybe Johnny Davis, but there are questions about how
Seriously,
much.
I feel like last year there were a bunch of solid 3-and-D wings between 10 and 25, including Grimes, and you had Trey Murphy, and you had Duarte, and you had these guys everybody knew kind of could come in and shoot and contribute. Maybe that just wasn't in this draft as much. But that was an interesting swing for me for a team that is clearly in win now mode.
I would
reminds
bet
me
that
of
they traded.
Kuminga.
Who else? that's a good one.
It's a good call. Yeah.
Where like you're trying to
You're
do both things at once. The benefit you have if you're Portland, like you still have Josh Hart on the roster, who probably would be playing ahead of him, Sharp anyway. You could have Sharp in limited minutes off of the bench as he works through it. I think they still have things that need to be tended to, obviously, but I mean,
Chandler.
Simons, you know, like
Yeah,
I
the
feel
thing
like
is,
they've got enough going on
the
there that they
difference-
can take the heat off of him.
Yeah, the difference there though is that like Golden State actually had a valid argument to say we could do both at once. I'm not
Sure. Yes.
sure Portland doesn't have the we can win now down.
But
with what they
Poole is to Simons as I guess Kuminga is to Sharp, maybe for them.
Same spot too.
It is.
seven.
I agree that may be what the front office is thinking is like Dame's not going to be here forever. We have Simons who's young. Let's
And
try
the
to
upside.
add- yeah, the upside. Yeah, it could be. It's just interesting to me. All right.
Kevin Danishevsky.
What's up, Kev?
Nope. Everybody breathe. Just saw Stephen A. ripping the Knicks for not picking. No, John will be rightfully pissed at me for bringing that up.
I'm not
Just wanted
pissed.
to second the comment that noted how OKC would be deemed brilliant. We forgive you, Kevin, for watching Stephen A. Abdoulaye Diallo. At Aaron Judge saved the night for me.
Let's
Great.
go.
Future Met. Aaron
How many
Judge.
wins do the Yankees have now?
52?
52?
50, hold on. Are they up to 53? It'd be great if the Yankees
Shout out
had
Robert
hashtag
Cross.
53 wins. Look at you.
I was enjoying. Andrew asked me a few weeks ago how the tough part of the schedule was going to go.
I just
What
asked
tough
what
part?
you thought. The tough part. At every time the Yankees play a team, they are the other team's tough part of the schedule this year. The rest of the comment. RJ has to fight Julius on the first day of camp to establish dominance. Oh,
No,
boy.
you don't want to. One thing you don't want to do is fight Julius. That guy's a
Yeah,
fox.
I-
He will kill you.
No, yeah.
Julius by TKO. Unfortunately,
He's made of granite.
yeah. That's why the out of shape comments are like, "There's an effort thing. I don't think it's a muscle thing."
No,
But,
RJ has to wage psychological warfare. That's how he
that's
beats.
what he has to do.
Okay. Like in Barry.
Yes, good.
I'm not
call.
going to say it, but you know what I mean.
Yes, absolutely.
Two
John
guys fighting
Reynolds.
that can't turn left, can't turn right.
John Reynolds, does the fact that there's no way the Knicks want to make 5 picks in 2023 devalue those assets at all? Do other teams just call the Knicks bluff?
The
The protections, yeah.
they're not all going to convey. So
At least not next year, but
No.
we'll see if in the
not
future.
no, they will not all convey next year. I'll be very specific about that.
Oh, Kennedy Chandler is going to Memphis.
Whoa,
So
wasn't he like going to be like top 20 pick? Kennedy Chandler?
yeah, but between that and the 23rd, Benji, you might be honest on maybe Tyus Jones is not coming back.
That's a lot of point guards they drafted.
Yeah.
CJ Cervantes, are we front runners for DeJounte Murray sweeps now?
I don't buy
No.
that it's a sweeps.
I don't honestly think he's available, which is why the Spurs were like, if you blow us away with an offer, sure, we'll consider it. But I don't think he's available sweepstakes. It's if you want to get Giannis and then say we'll give you 5 first, then fine. But you got to get Giannis first. Rick Wolkowitz. Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Thank you for the contribution. So how are we closing the Brunson deal now? Cap space? Or we force Dallas to deal? Or what do we give them back? You guys want to answer that?
We don't. If Brunson signs here, we don't give him shit.
Oh, yeah. So the cap space is the first answer. And if we're forced, so if it becomes down to a sign and trade, what would it be?
Well, basically, if you're Dallas, you are asking for a trade player exception, which would be probably, again, if it's a descending contract, let's say it's 4 years, $100 million, and it starts at 27 and works its way down, that would be a $27 million contract or a trade player exception that the Mavs would have. If you're the Knicks, you don't like. I entered today thinking if the Knicks found a way to create cap space by trading Burks to Boston and blah, 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 that one of the things I could say is, yeah, Dallas, we'll give you a TPE out of this, but you have to take Kemba. Obviously, that's not going to happen. Didn't shake out that way.
No.
So if you're the Knicks, you say to Dallas, why should we give you a trade player exception? We could have handled this with a sign and trade. Didn't work out that way. Why should we give you carte blanche to absorb up to like $27 million? And Dallas will say, because if I'm the Knicks, I don't do it unless I unlock the 2023 first round pick and get access to another pick. That's the only way I'm doing it. And I don't think Dallas does that. Because if you're the Knicks, why do you unprotect the pick? That then gives Dallas more access to trading 2024, 2025, and so on. So for me, if I'm the Knicks, I say, Dallas, screw you. I'm not helping you here. I'm just signing Jalen Brunson. I'm not giving you a trade player exception.
Oh,
And
I think this is
that's
about
the
to get
best bet.
nasty between these two. Yeah, I don't think there's anything.
Also, what I saw, I was doing some looking online. Remember last year where the Knicks were trying to work out a sign and trade with Reggie Bullock?
Yes.
So I had thought it was with the trade player exception. I'm sorry, I thought it was with the MLE, but then further research, I determined you can't do that because you'd have to sign with that and it doesn't work. But there is the Josh Richardson trade player exception, which still exists and which could very easily expire. That without them using it. That expires in a few days. The Knicks were trying to get Bullock into that exception for the same amount of money. But what happened was Dallas wanted the Knicks to unlock the pick. The Knicks didn't want to do that. So instead, the Knicks said, you give us more and we'll unlock it. But we're not leaving here with just Bullock and we get a TPE and you get full access of your first. So it'll be interesting to see how they interact this offseason.
Two comments, and then we're at the 40th pick in the draft. So we might as well stay on for 42. The DUREN visual variant, maybe we'll get lucky, LOL. And some of these picks will convey during that double draft year that they said would happen 2 years ago.
It's not going to happen anymore because of the G League and players getting paid in college.
Mr. Grinch over here.
I'm not being a Grinch.
No, you're right. I'm saying it was a joke. I promise. Okay. Robert Cross, I enjoyed watching tonight, even if Leon Rose failed miserably. Hashtag 53 wins. Robert Cross, you're a gem, sir. Thank you for watching all night. And thank you we're still at over almost 1,200 people watching live.
Robert has always been 53 wins over 2 seasons.
Yes.
We're on our way.
So how many do we need to get? 16 wins next year?
16 wins.
Tankapalooza.
Lowest Tankapalooza. There you go.
I will just say real quickly before I have to go to the bathroom because I'm not making it.
That's fine. That's fine.
There are this is where we're at. There are still good players on the board. EJ Liddell had that dude
I completely forgot about him. You're right.
Yeah, that dude was pegged to go in the late teens by a lot of people. Kendall Brown is like an interesting upside pick who, like, for a healthy portion of this year was like tabbed to go in like the late lottery. And then Josh Minot, who was shouted out on the pod a couple days ago.
There you go, John. Sorry.
EJ Liddell at 41.
You spoke into existence. Nice.
All right. So no little, but Brown's there, Josh Minot, and then I think Ryan Rollins is another name to watch. All right, I'll be right back.
John will be right back. Jeremy, do you also need to be right back?
Not when they're on the clock.
Not
I've waited this long. I'll wait longer.
Okay.
And there it is. The JaMychal Green trade is now official.
Is that what okay.
That was just from Keith Smith.
Gotcha. Okay. Unfortunately, do not have him on alerts. From Abdoulaye Diallo, the Ivy narrative is not going to die for the next 10 years. I really hope that it's the Kings passed on him and not the Knicks missed out on him. And that's the narrative. Because if not, that's stupid. The Knicks were 6 spots away from getting him. Like, that's not the narrative. The narrative is that the Kings had a chance to take him and didn't.
Yes. And what happens in the event that Jaden Ivey isn't the player that we think he might be?
Good point.
Are we going to talk about years from now?
Keegan's awesome.
Right. Like, good for the Kings, and sometimes not making a move can be a good move. Sometimes it could be a bad move. Would have loved Jaden Ivey. He was the number 1 player I wanted. I also get it. It was a little tough. Just got to rectify that moving forward.
I missed a super chat earlier. I apologize. Anthony Sixto.
What's up, Anthony?
If there is no payoff this free agency for this setup, how much is on the front office if they can't close on plan A? Sometimes it feels Knicks are handcuffed by circumstances and timing.
So, Andrew, remember how you said if the Knicks can't get Jalen Brunson, it's a failure because of the fact that's what Leon Rose is for. And I said, well, he's also here for stars. Like that's the main point. I would agree with the star
point.
philosophy, but I would agree with you as well. Like, yeah, if you're doing all this, you're clearing money ahead of time, and you can't get Brunson in the door and close the door behind you, that is just unacceptable.
Agreed. There you go. And then Dylan Courier, guys, what should the Knicks do now? Sign Jalen Brunson. That's what they should do.
Well, we're waiting to see what they're going to do at 42.
Yes, we're waiting to see at 42. Shout out Jackie Robinson.
I want them to trade it just for the chaos.
Just for the.
That's
how we sign off. They trade the pick. We're getting out of here because we're all caught up on super chats.
So there are certainly some draft and stash guys.
Kamagate?
Look, I don't know who any of these people are.
He's a center from France.
I see school Paris. Paris is a school.
He's professional.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I mean, look, it wouldn't be absurd to take a draft and stash guy. My guess is they do take a draft and stash guy. If they don't trade the pick, maybe they trade the pick. I don't know what the market would be for the pick, but let's put it this way. Do I expect a player of the Knicks draft right now to be a part of their opening night roster? No. I do not.
Trevor Keels is that Duke guy, right?
Trevor Keels is good. I like Trevor Keels. He had a moment.
I had the TV on it, and it's Bill's his best available. So he was first on the list.
Yeah, he's good.
A Duke guy is his best available? What?
I actually would, if they drafted Kendall Brown here, that would be kind of cool because that dude was like fairly highly touted. I certainly haven't done any homework on him, but there's something there.
Yushen Zhu, thank you. This is a very well researched comment. Picked by the very next one after the Kings, Ivy is destined to be great. Think Luka, think Dame.
And also there's one more.
One more, I forget
Clay.
who. Clay. That's
Clay.
what it was. They took Jimmer Fredette, yes.
This is taking a long time for them to
this team, I swear.
Oh, hold on.
Trevor Keels.
Trevor Keels.
Nice, Benji.
They end up getting a Dookie.
I was actually reporting it.
You heard it.
Credit.
You heard it here first.
I got a text from people I know.
All right, let's sign off. Last word, John Macri, and then we'll go around.
Jesus Christ. You want to do the last word? I'll just speak to whoever is left listening, or if you're
1,200 people. Yeah.
What? Yeah. If you're
How many?
1,200 people. 1,166. But I'm rounding up. 1,200 people still watching live.
That is staggering.
Or if you're listening to this in podcast form on Friday and you made it to the end, first of all, I want to say to you, God bless. Thank you. We appreciate it. There's no way around that. And it's not just a frustrating night. It's a frustrating night that came off in a lot of ways, and I think I may have actually said it at some point during the year, the most frustrating season in some ways. I'm not saying it was the worst season. I'm not saying any of that, but you could argue that this was the most frustrating season the Knicks have had in a very long time. And I do get any amount of frustration. I let some of it out before. But in the NBA, and in fact, in all of professional sports, but I think especially in the NBA, things are never as bad as it seems in the moment when it seems like they are bad. And when it seems like a team just like is not close or is wandering around in the wilderness, they're capable of turning it around. And I'll just, as someone who was old enough to remember the Isaiah Thomas days, there was a difference between being hopeless and literally having no path to hope and being in a place where you're kind of banking on like what's going to happen. Things can happen. Good things could happen. They could happen starting next week. They could really, really happen moving on from there. But if you're someone whose confidence is shaken at this point to the point where you no longer have the full faith that those good things will be happening, I can't blame you. None of us could blame you. It is now, we have turned the corner, and it is now time for them to start to show us the fruits of their labor. Sooner rather than later, I would say. That's all I got.
Kemi.
In 2020, the Knicks took Obi Toppin, and a lot of people were upset. I was one of them. And now Obi is beloved by almost the entire fan base. The next, actually not even, they then traded up and got Emmanuel Quickly, who a lot of people would probably give him an organ if he wanted it, just based on how many fans he has. And then the next year, 19 and 21, try to move up, doesn't work out. Logjam with the roster. So it seems, or at least even with a lot of money and cap space, it's going to go to at least 4 or 5 guys. And the Knicks trade out. People are upset. People didn't like the protections. They wanted to make the pick. There were players on the board that were right there. And then they traded 21 down to 25, picked up another asset, got Quentin Grimes. People love Quentin Grimes. Went from 32 to 34 and 36. A lot of fans that Deuce has. Jakubaitis is doing really well in the second best league in the world. Nice prospect. I'm not saying this is easy, but I think we're at the point where we should be accustomed to the fact that fans are probably just upset at a lot of the more unorthodox moves or the unpopular moves. And I'm not saying this will work out. I have no idea, but I do understand the long-term aspect. The problem is that the long-term doesn't help us in the short term. And then I just go back to the fact where a lot can change. But as of right now, you're looking at a team that still has RJ Barrett and Obi Toppin and Emmanuel Quickly and Quentin Grimes and hopefully Mitchell Robinson and Deuce McBride. And they're set up well for the future, but the future isn't the present. And they've got cap space, and they need to find a way to use it efficiently. And I do like Jalen Brunson, but I also understand his limitations and his flaws. And I don't blame any of you if you feel similarly. And I understand why you may not feel he is the guy leading forward for the future. I don't either. I think he's a great player to have in the interim, and we can figure it out later on. This move helped the Knicks in the future. Just the only thing that's helping the present is that it likely gives players who are currently here the opportunity to play. And that feels like something we really want. And now they have their work cut out for them. They do need to move Alec Burks, in my opinion, or at least one of Alec Burks and Evan Fournier. They need to move Derrick Rose, and they need to move Julius Randle. I'm very firm believer of that. So a lot of stress tonight. Obviously, I think most of us would have been happy if it had just been Jaden Ivey and we could pop the champagne and call it a night. But we still search. And again, when we have a more firm grasp on what all of this means after free agency, I think we'll feel a little bit better about it. So that's my take.
Benji.
Yeah, not too much to add. I think in some ways, and the way I want to look at this, the way I hope the franchise is looking at this, is a bet on the young guys they have already. If they felt like the 11th pick was a better player, a better asset than those guys that they already had, then they would have taken that 11th pick. And they would have found a way either to move off somebody else, or they wouldn't have cared to not play one of these guys and take somebody over them. Where Brunson fits in is interesting. I think it is, as I said earlier, I think it impacts a little bit how much of this youth you can play and how much you can play them. But I do hope and I do have some optimism that we're going to see more of the young core the Knicks already have, and that is a good thing. And the front office had to rectify a mistake, and it was a mistake, and they did rectify it. They got off of Kemba, and that's an important step, although an unfortunate one. I don't mind moving off 11 to go into the future draft pool. That's fine. And the Knicks have shown to this front office has shown to understand draft value and where to find it, where to get it. And now there needs to be a connection and a unified front with the front office and the coaching staff. And that's the worry, is that based on the Cam Reddish deal, I think we're all worried a little bit, because you have to be in lockstep. And if the front office is making a bet on that young core, then the coaching staff has to bet on that young core as well in turn. And the front office needs to continue to move out some of those guys that shouldn't be on this team, and the coaching staff needs to play those guys that should be on this team. And moving forward, that becomes the key. So I think it's not a great night. I don't think it's a terrible night. I think it is a night that puts the onus on everybody moving forward to keep going in the right direction. And depending on what's next, I think we'll be able to look back and say, okay, this was a step. It wasn't anything momentous, but it was a step in the right direction.
Well said, all three of you. And I don't have much to add because my thoughts now pivot to free agency and whether Jalen Brunson is a Knick, or honestly, more importantly to me, whether Julius Randle is not. So we'll report back in a week. And I will use the remaining time for what I have to say to just shout out everybody watching, because there's still over 1,000 of you watching, and we are on hour 4 and minute 20. 4:20 at a draft stream that we thought we'd be finished with by 9 o'clock. So thank you, everybody, for your generous contributions. I'm going to read the 4 that came in while the 3 of you gave your closing statements. Anthony Sixto, Keel, when a boat capsizes, an omen. Well played.
I like that.
Ryan
great.
Eggers. This is my cousin Ryan, who got married a couple weeks ago. Congratulations,
Mazel tov.
Ryan. Boys, just make sure you let a nice big woosa after this live chat. Here's to free agency and the rest of the offseason. Thank you, cuz. David Gretter with a sizable super chat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, David.
So my thought is the front office wants cap space for Brunson, and then the assets to also get Mitchell, to have a Brunson, Mitchell, RJ, whoever the hell core, ? Clearing cap space and getting 3 more first points that way. No? If the picks weren't so heavily protected, there'd be something to that.
Also, I
They're
don't
not
think
doing it right now.
also Brunson, Mitchell. I mean, if we're talking about size concerns, that's small.
Yeah.
Can I just add in the Knicks drafted the 2 youngest players in the draft?
They drafted 2?
Oh, well,
Oh,
technically.
yeah, technically.
Is
yeah.
Keels
Jalen-
the second youngest?
Jalen Duren
I
is 18.
Knicks didn't draft Jalen Duren.
Oh, they
Knicks
didn't
drafted
excuse
the
me.
guy at
They-
11. Yeah.
So he's the youngest player in the draft. I don't think I'm misstating that. And then after him, I think AJ Griffin and Trevor Keels were within like a few days of each other.
Trevor
Last but
Keels
not-
looks like he's 28, so that's pretty crazy.
Oh, even better. Last but not least, Michael Aaron. Our young core is still here, and we have 3 more first. I'll sleep okay tonight. Thanks for a great 4 hours. Appreciate all you guys do.
It's very
We
nice.
appreciate you guys for joining us for what we guys do. Yeah, John, sign us out.
Thanks, everybody. Really, it's an honor that we get to be able to spend our draft night with the only people who we want to spend our draft night with. And as frustrating as it is, at least we get to go through it together. So thanks for checking us out. And we will have a whole bunch more stuff on everything that happened and will happen very soon. Peace out.
Peace.
Fucking Yankees.